more economical. But now Las Vegas has become very expensive, and also, I mean, that's Caspian Sea did it, um, and now we have a situation where like most of Las Vegas is Californians, so it's like they already were Californians. Why not be Californians again?
And also, you know the percentage of people, like what percentage of Nevadans live in the Las Vegas region?
Um, well, the Las Vegas Valley has a population over a million now. It's closer to 2 million. Um, it's probably more like probably more than 50%.
Yeah, it's like 70% of all people in Nevada live in Clark County.
There you go.
Uh, but one in Las Vegas. Vegas. But I guess I could just do.
There are really like only four cities in. There's Summerlin, which isn't. I think it's like still unincorporated. Might, but there's Henderson. There's North Las Vegas and Las Vegas. So that's all four of them. And then there's like Boulder City, which is pretty far away, but I think that counts as well.
Yeah, I did not know the population of movement was, but looking on the map, it makes sense. It's mostly just barren desert.
Well, yeah, it's mostly government land. If you want to see something interesting, type in federal lands Nevada and look how much of the state is federal land.
Have you heard that the U.S. wants to sell like 2/3 of all of its government land? Basically, like probably going to sell all the non-Nevada desert for trees to harvest.
Right. Now, I
And
think
I
that
also heard this was like an interesting fact to me that basically like we can't compete with China on like labor per se unless we pass our labor laws, which won't happen. But um, China burns like the most amount of coal of any nation, and so it's not really like I mean it is like a justification of coal. Like people will say, oh, Donald Trump's like firing up the coal plants is like really bad, but if you think about it on like a macroeconomic level, it's reducing the cost of energy, which is an important economic factor in society, regardless of the environmental aspect. I'm not saying that's the greatest solution in the world, but some little things back on. Wow, the whole thing is 86% federal land,
right. Isn't that amazing?
but it's basically like, what about indigenous land?
There are some, but not a lot.
Interesting.
Do you?
Why? I mean, what do other provinces look like? Who owns the land there? Private?
It depends where it is. I mean, if you're talking states, we don't do provinces. Um, so
Yeah, it seems. I mean, I'm looking at like the country federal land. It's like basically like on like the west
yeah, it's all
side,
west,
like
and
that
so
is mostly federal land,
east
and on the coast, like
east of the Mississippi is generally more privatized land, um, and it's more populated. Basically, the way that the United States got that west was like in huge chunks, and like the Louisiana Purchase was the big one, but then we also have things like winning California in the Spanish. Well, technically we bought it, but like it would come in like a big chunk. So there was a major movement to ensure that there was federal power there, and there just weren't any people. So it's like, well, why do we need to make it privatized land? Even if you don't have a huge influx of people out west until it happened different times, but like the 1850s, and then it continues. But basically, like there were no people who were living in the western United States for more than half of its existence, and because of that, the federal government was able to lay claim to it all. Also, the federal government got stronger and stronger as the country moved west. So, like when it was small, it was just the first 13 colonies. The states weren't very powerful. The federal government wasn't very powerful. It didn't even exist. And so then when it was established, it was like much more about states' rights. And as the country got older, the federal government became more powerful and started taking more lands. And so, what do I mean? Like the situation that happened in Nevada, where 86% of it is federal land, would not have flown at the beginning of the country because states' rights would have been more important. And also, the corporation was became more and more powerful. I don't mean just one single corporation. I just mean the corporation in general became more powerful. So a lot of the Western lands were much more affected by the, the growth and strength of the federal government. Another thing that changed it is the introduction of the railroad. So it was in the best interests of the rail barons and the owners of corporation and banks to ensure that that land did not get into, I don't want to say private hands. It was fine if it got into private hands if it were corporations, um, but not necessarily if it were in the hands of the, the individual. And then the biggest thing was probably Teddy Roosevelt, who um, was known as a conservationist. Basically, the reason why we have the national park system is because of Teddy Roosevelt, and he stated that there's a nice quote he has, or it's I don't know if it's I think it's based off of his idea that the national park system is America's best idea. Like of all the things that America has done, the national park system is the best idea. And so he did not want to give that to loggers. Pardon me. Um, no, it's nice. It's a nice idea. I don't know if it's the best idea. It's a nice idea though. Um, so he made a lot of the land unavailable to the general public because the general public would either sell it to industrial barons and such who would use it for logging and timber and mining. So it was best for the United States to hold on to it. Um, but it's being sold now, and I I really think in the future a lot of it will be sold. And the reason why is we have a $36 trillion deficit. Like when I was a kid, when Bill Clinton was in office, he actually balanced the budget. He's the last president to balance the budget. And ever since then, no one's even talked about balancing the budget. And what does that mean? That means that you operate at a surplus, essentially, not a deficit. Ever since then, ever since the mid 90s, we've operated on a deficit. And we've gotten ourselves involved in all of these wars that are very expensive and basically have made it so that we have enslaved our younger generations who literally are just paying on interest on the debt. And so, in order to pay off a lot of that, there's the idea to sell off the private, the public lands of the United States. I mean, I bet if you were to look at Canada, I don't know how it's defined, but like most of Western Canada is like a crown property, isn't it? Or in the end, a crown property. What percentage of Canada is a crown property? 90% of Canada is crown land, meaning it's owned by federal or provincial governments, not private individuals or companies. So, for as much of the federal government owns Nevada, Canada's worse. Do you have an opinion on this? Oh, is it bad? It means that individuals don't have access to land. It means that generally private land then becomes more expensive.
It's still an opportunity to build houses potentially in the future. The cardboard.
I like it. I'm a fan of that cardboard and the bottles.
Hybrid cardboard box.
You know what becomes really big is corrugation, like cardboard, like where both corrugated paper, which is that cardboard, and steel. When you corrugate metal or anything, it just makes it much stronger.
Still already like strong enough.
Well, not really. It has weak points. Like,
Wait. I retract that statement. If you look at a bridge, chances are there's like plus of 45 degree angle, and there's support, which is essentially like a corrugated bridge.
yeah, that's a point. Like if you ever look at a um, like a car, a lot of times it doesn't have perfectly flat steel. It'll have like a little bend in it because that makes it stronger um, for structural integrity. If you look at like,
Just like the skeleton of most buildings, probably all buildings, are using triangles.
oh yeah, definitely. You know what becomes like maybe the biggest game changer of anything of the 21st century is rebar infused concrete. Basically, it's concrete with little pieces, like almost like like little pieces of rebar in it. It doesn't crack, and it's able to support like 10 times the weight of a normal concrete, and it does not um, need big rebar. It's like a, it's like it's a, it's a engineering marvel that has just started to be used. Have you heard of this?
Just grind it up instead of like rebar, like bars,
Yeah.
like long metal bars. It's just like ground up rebar.
Exactly. It's a game changer. Let me look and see it like strength, like just the difference in strength. Yo, dog, what is the strength difference between rebar infused concrete versus regular concrete? Like, how much longer does rebar concrete last, and how much stronger is it? And I'm not talking about rebar and concrete. I'm talking about like little bits of rebar in concrete. Yo, okay, strength differences. Compressive strength, resisting being squished. Plain concrete is 3,000 to 5,000 psi. Concrete with rebar is 2 to 4 times stronger. Load capacity improves. Longevity. Plain concrete has a lifespan of 20 to 30 years. Rebar concrete, 40 to 60 years. Real talk. Throwing a few sticks of rebar into a slab won't turn it into a highway bridge, but it does make a big difference for driveways, patios, footings, and small walls. No, that's not what I mean. Not what I mean. Not with rebar. I mean like with little pieces of rebar. It's like rebar infused concrete. Okay, now I get what you're talking. You're talking about concrete that has little bits of rebar or steel mixed into it. Oh, this is known as steel fiber reinforced concrete. Yo, dog. Okay, so um, it is way better at resisting cracking, flexing, and impact. It increases up to 2 to 3 times compared to regular tensile strength. Increases about 2 to 3 times regular concrete. Flexural strength bending, it improves by 3 to 100%. Impact resistance, it's 10 times stronger for impacts. Crack control, it helps prevent cracks from spreading, even micro cracks. How much longer does it last?
Hello.
Yo, there you are. How much longer does it last? It lasts 2 times longer, so about 75 years. So a plain concrete driveway will last 25 years before cracking. Steel fiber enforced concrete driveway will last generally about 40 to 50 years. What are your thoughts?
And what's the cost?
What's the cost between regular concrete versus that steel infused concrete? Um, so like regular concrete is like $125 a cubic yard. Steel fiber is $160. So it's like not that much more for twice the length. I mean, that seems like a good deal.
Yeah, that was pretty good. And does it make papercrete stronger as well?
I'm sure it does. As I understand, though, that papercrete did not. That was just like a coating on it, right?
And papercrete is like grinding up old soggy cardboard with sweet potatoes, and then concrete that is made out of paper.
What's the price difference between papercrete and steel infused rebar concrete? Papercrete, lightweight. Okay. Okay. So regular concrete is $125. Steel fiber concrete is $160. Papercrete is $30.
thought it was like way too many.
Dude, that's really good.
Maybe if you make it yourself and get the cardboard for free, like, yeah, I think it could be cheap.
Are you gonna start a paper treat company? What would you call it?
Free, fleet,
I think you can do better.
paper shaper.
That's okay. What about neat concrete?
Soggy doggy.
How about sweet concrete?
That's not an alliteration or a rhyme.
It is a rhyme. Sweet concrete?
Oh, I guess, yeah, somewhat.
What do you mean somewhat? Sweet concrete. Sweet creek. They rhyme.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. You're right. You didn't like my free fleet stuff.
I think of fleet, I think of like a bunch of boats or like a bunch of
Bunch of boats is an armada.
it's also a fleet. Or just like a bunch of cars or something. Or planes.
Well, I don't know. It could also be a fleet of papercrete bricks to use build houses. Do you know what the Hawaiian state flag is?
Yeah, dude, I fucking hate it. It's got the Union Jack on it.
Yeah, it should not. Shouldn't it be a rainbow?
Yeah.
Is it a rainbow in the future?
Um no. Um I think I moved there someday to Maui. I think that becomes a thing. I get houses all over the world, but like Maui becomes a big one. Um, a bunch of really wealthy people already live in Maui, but especially after those fires, like we just like buy up all the land there. Um,
Nice place to live.
yeah, I can tell you like the big places off the top of my head: Maui, LA, but a specific spot. Actually, there's this area between San Diego and Orange County that is known as Camp Pendleton, which is a marine base that eventually closes down, and all that land. It's like the most beautiful area of the world that currently is used by the military becomes available to people, and we build really big houses there, and it connects San Diego to LA, so that it becomes like a mega city. It already is. I mean, it's only like an hour and a half to San Diego. Not even like you can make it in an hour basically. But once they shut down that military base, it opens up a lot of things. What else becomes big? Cabo San Lucas becomes big. Just these are a lot of like strategic things. Melbourne becomes big. Perth becomes big. Kuala Lumpur becomes big. Shanghai becomes big. Um, what else? There's this city, Baku, uh, Azerbaijan, becomes a giant city. Like, giant. Like, it's already a city of the future, but it becomes major. Um, of course, Tel Aviv, of course, Jerusalem, Abu Dhabi, um, Cairo. Cairo is already the most populous city in Africa. Um, so Johannesburg's big. Cape Town's big, but Durban becomes big in South Africa. I have a lot of friends from South Africa, um, specifically those places. And then Pretoria becomes big as well. Um, what else becomes big? Ghana becomes big. Uganda becomes big. I think eventually I get a house on Lake Victoria overlooking the Victoria Falls. Um,
I want your opinion on this for a potential solution
okay, you have to
on
understand
the debt.
something. I'll give you my opinion. I'm here listening. I just have to walk over here just for a second and do these three computers. So I'm listening. Go ahead.
Okay. Um, the student debt crisis is often talked about, and some people say that it should be erased, and other people don't necessarily think that. I'm just wondering what your views on it and if you have
Yeah.
those.
So I think what happens in the future is debtors' prisons return. So basically, like if you can't pay the bills, you go to jail. They were once a thing in the United States and in like the British Commonwealth. They got rid of them, but that doesn't mean that they can't come back. So basically, if you're unable to pay them in the future, you go to debtor's prison. And then, have you ever seen that Black Mirror where people have to exercise to make money?
Yeah, they're like the Rick and Morty episode.
So basically, you just exercise to pay off your debt, and it generates energy.
That was fascinating. So you don't believe that student debt should be erased?
No, I do think it should be erased, but what I say doesn't go.
Oh, you're just saying like you predict that in the future that debtor's prison will be a thing.
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. I think all education should be free. You should know that at the very heart of this, I'm a what would probably be considered a libertarian socialist, which, or perhaps even communist. Um, I feel the idea of libertarianism that we should have personal freedoms, but we should have a government safety net for those people who need it.
And free education is for everyone.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, at least, so it gets complicated. Like, I think at the end of the day, I don't think that we should have borders or countries. We're like people of the globe, but so long as there are citizens, um, or like so long as we have countries, then it should be free for all citizens.
I am down for that. What's that platform that you use that simultaneously streams like 50 platforms at once?
Rumble.
No, you included it in the description of your YouTube live.
You sure it's not Rumble?
I'm almost positive. Let's see.
Here, I'm reading it right now, or you can read it right here. 100 plus YouTube accounts, 100 plus.
Restream, restream.io.
Oh, that, yeah, yeah. What about it?
When did you start using and promoting that? Are they sponsoring you?
Oh yeah, definitely. Um, okay, so
Are you gonna reincarnate William Heath in the future?
absolutely, he's gonna have his own hologram. Holograms become really big. Okay, so Restream is a really nice platform that I use and that I've started using because it has disconnection protection. Like when you live stream as much as I do, you need consistent internet all the time. And for whatever reason, just because of how routers are and ISPs are, and like, power fuses blow, and I've got roommates who sometimes blow fuses and whatever, it can knock out the internet for a little bit. Sometimes it's only like 10 seconds, but sometimes that makes your stream go down. So Restream. Pardon me. Restream.io allows it has disconnection protection, which I feel should be just a default thing that YouTube has and that Rumble has, but they either don't have it or they don't have it for as long as I need. So what happens is on
How is
occasion,
that possible? How is this connection a thing?
um,
How is
so
that even
so
how
what
does
it
that work?
basically does, if your internet goes out while you're live streaming on YouTube, let's just say it goes out for 1 second, not a long time, and it's not even like the whole thing goes out. It's not like your router restarts or anything. Just for whatever reason, there's just a hiccup in the connectivity. YouTube ends your stream immediately. What Restream.io does is it says, hold on a second, I think you just disconnected. I'm not going to end the stream immediately. I'm going to give it 10, 15, 20 seconds to reconnect. If it reconnects, then I'll just continue the stream and then you can continue to watch, like in one continuous feed. When if it's YouTube, it just ends the stream immediately. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah. How long have you been using that?
Um, like 6 months or so. And I have um, like normally what would happen is my stream would go down and I would just restart a new stream. But this allows me to not have to do that. So it's very beneficial for that. I mean, it's just a lot less babysitting of the stream. It is a it's a freemium service. What do I mean by that? There are free tiers that I use, and um, what does that do? So you get to be able to live stream on two simultaneous streams for free, and then it can increase to like 10, 15, or no. I think if you went 3 to 5, it's like something a month. I don't know. I don't pay attention to it if it costs anything. But like a lot of times I'll do a stream and one of my streams will be out or two of my streams will be out or six of my streams will be out, and that's fine because I've got another 14 that are still live streaming. It's like not that big of a deal to me. It's the reason why I do so much multi-streaming is because my streams go out, and it's not. Sometimes it's not even my internet. Sometimes it has to do with the app crashes or the laptop needs a restart or like whatever. When you do as much streaming as I do, there are like a lot of different scenarios that occur that can stop your stream. So it's like, okay, if one goes down, I got another one going. And if that one goes down, I've got another one going. And then if any of that goes down, I've got backups to all the backups. Now, do I have absolutely every second of the last 3.5 years stream archived? No, but I have like 99.999%. If I ever have a power outage, which doesn't happen often, but it can happen, or they have to do like some work on the router. I have GoPros that I use that I'll just put one GoPro on me, not 10 GoPros on me, but I'll put like one GoPro on me. So I've got that, but that doesn't happen all that often. Um, Less than once a month, less than probably like just a few times a year. Is it like, does something have to happen where we'll have to change out the internet, or like they had to get a new router like several months ago, even more than that. So when there's that switch over, or it doesn't happen as much anymore, thankfully. But I had one roommate who liked to microwave stuff in their room, and they would blow out the fuse all the time when like he would have like a bunch of power going on. I really liked him as a person, but as a roommate, I mean, I'm sure he could say the same thing about me at points, but he would like take his oil. He would like cook like um, he would like cook like really, I don't know, like Filipino dishes, and pour the oil down the sink, and it would clog up the sink, and I would complain about it like to the person who owns the house, and go, well, I don't know what to do. Like it was just frustrating. But anyway, he would knock out the power a lot. Um, they're just little, just um, different scenarios that occur. So I use Restream as like a kind of failsafe for a lot of the disconnections that occur. The ones that get me are just when the internet cuts out for like 10 seconds. Like just boop, 10 seconds. Why? I don't know. And when I like, I do all kinds of troubleshooting online for this. It's just something that happens with different ISPs and different routers. And normally that's not a big deal. And actually, probably 99% of all the population doesn't even know what's happening because they're just like hit refresh on their computer or whatever, and it works again. But I'm live streaming all the time, and because of that, I always have to have it working. It can never be down. Does that make sense?
No days off, no seconds off.
That's right. No days off, no seconds off, or as you know, I talked about you at length yesterday about how nice you are. Just I sometimes just talk to the cameras, um, and I was just saying that how nice you were and how nice it was for you to come in and just say how consistent I am. And I just wanted you to know that meant a lot to me. I I hope you can hear my voice. Like I think I'm coming to the end. Me, not because I'm quitting by any means, but I'm gonna get viral. I just look at like just as I was saying this, somebody talked about me 15 minutes ago. Somebody talked about me 6 minutes ago. You know what I mean? Like those are more.
So what's your blue sky bot doing exactly? Just
It likes, reposts, and comments on new people's posts. So like let's say you go on Blue Sky right now and you post something, there's a good chance one of my three bots will like it, will repost it, and will comment on it. So like
wait,
um,
he'll comment too?
yeah, it comments this huge thing of text that says um, it's the thing about like the biggest pimp of all time, yada yada yada.
I got you.
Um, so somebody wrote, um, "I'm becoming a meme," like, and that's cool. So somebody wrote 16 minutes ago and replied to somebody else. Have you ever met a man named Rabbi Rothschild? Somebody else wrote 7 minutes ago. The rabbi showed up in my replies and was instantly banned. This is the power being a dragon gets you, and that's fine. Look, I don't care if it bans me. I have a list right now of 1,200 accounts that are ready to be populated. I've been working on it for like 3 months. Like I've got literally right now, let's say lightning, God forbid, hit me right now. It would have 1,200 accounts that would spam until it ran out. So it wouldn't go forever, but they would have to ban 1,200 accounts, which would take days. Meaning, like I have days of work of backup, and that's it's a really good bot. I've had bots before that were okay. My kick bot was pretty good, but it didn't work while I was asleep, and it didn't. Maybe it did. I don't recall, but this one works while I sleep. It allows me to talk with you. I mean, as I talk with you, I do little captchas, and all I have to do is make sure the captchas are being done, and that creates new accounts and puts them all in this big spreadsheet that I have. And then my computers take the information from the spreadsheet and spam people with those accounts. And I have it programmed that if anybody bans those accounts, that's fine. It's absolutely fine. Here's why. In order to ban
For
one,
someone who might say that, oh, you're using like a robot host or whatever, Twitter actually allows. I mean, there's like a banner like thing that says this is a bot or whatever, but Twitter already is allowing these agents to post like all the time. You know, so it's not
yes.
really like you're doing anything wrong per se.
Well, and I think you and I have done that investigation where you can make autonomous um, AI bots. But here's the thing: you're only allowed to make one of them. I make hundreds, thousands, basically, and they don't allow that. That's ban evasion.
Yeah, I mean, I barely posted on like my Hello Yellow account and commented, and I still just got like flagged instantly.
Yeah. Um, I had that same issue, and I don't know what, like, I don't know. I mean, I've seen Twitter's evolution of what they do to be able to prevent spam. And years ago, like when I first started spamming on there 2 or 3 years ago, um, I could create as many accounts as I want, spam as much as I want. But now they have AI. You can tell they have AI. Like when I think they started um, really using AI actually just like in January of this year. But now, like when you do your yellow on red accounts, or I do just any kind of account, it it triggers something in it and it bans it. Now I'm live streaming on Twitter right now, Twitter Spaces. I've been live in a Twitter Space 24/7 since February 14th, which is like 4 months, and this account hasn't been taken down. But I don't post with it. I don't I don't spam with it. I don't do anything with it. It's literally just a video space that I'm in. And I get random people in there. I get these assholes. I mean, I think it's funny, but not really. Who come in there and just play soundboards, trying to awake me, and it works sometimes, or just to annoy me. And so I'll just hear like that, and but that's cool. I mean, it's whatever. Do whatever you want. I don't. It doesn't bother me too much. Now, when I sleep in here, a lot of times I'll forget to mute the computer on which I'm talking to you, and people will come in here and just be screaming stuff, or come in with chainsaw noises or whatever. And I notice, like, if I keep that device on with the sound, I'll sleep like only like 4 to 6 hours. If I have it muted, I'll sleep 6 to 8 hours. Like I sleep a lot longer because um, yeah, I'm able to sleep continuously. If I allow somebody to come in, like I get random people who want to come in here and talk with me, and that's fine, even though I'm asleep. And they're really nice. Like I'll get Zoot who comes in here and he's like, "Are you awake?" And I'll be like, "I was sleeping." And he's like, "Okay, well I'll just let you go." But even that, like me saying I'm sleeping, it'll be like it'll like open my like it'll keep me awake a little bit. Um, and then I won't always be able to get back to sleep. So I do, but I don't always remember to mute it. Whenever I mute it, if you ever come in here and see me, I'll take like a bottle of something and I'll put it like here. If you ever see that, it's like, why does he have that? It's a reminder for me to unmute myself, or I shouldn't say unmute myself, but to turn up the sound in the morning. Because if I don't, sometimes it hasn't it happened like one or two times where I will be here. I'll be like, man, nobody's come in or said anything in a while in Discord, and I look and they will have been, but I had the sound off. So usually, so I have two different devices. I got this one and then the camera that has the podcast, and I can hear people talking in that one, and I'll be like, huh, what's going on? Oh, this one's still muted. Um, but when I would do this, when I would spam on Twitter, I would get one person talking about me. This is at my max because I was really only doing it with one computer. One person every 3 days, and when I do it on Blue Sky, I get like on average one person an hour talking about me, and so that's like a 72 time like increase in people learning about me, and then they become like I love the people who become like I'll just get people. I know I've said it before, but it just makes me feel good when they say if like even though nobody cares what I post on Blue Sky, I know the rabbi cares because he upvotes me, and then I'll upvote them like immediately. Um, or I'll get people who say, this place is a real community when everybody knows who Rabbi Rothschild is. And it's like, yeah, you're fucking right, they do. Um,
Maybe I haven't asked this before, but I probably did. But why do you not spam Reddit?
oh man, Reddit, their security is better than basically anybody's. If I create a Reddit account, it gets banned almost immediately.
Even with a random username?
Every random username, random IP address, random device, everything. Yeah, Reddit did this. Reddit did
But
this.
you also need the bullet thing, is you also need karma.
Yeah, in a lot of them, right? But even though I've gotten that, I mean, I've purchased Reddit accounts, and Reddit has some kind of. I remember when this happened. Condé Nast bought Reddit. Condé Nast is like a magazine company, and they have this thing that they do. What device fingerprinting does Reddit do, or account fingerprinting, to be able to prevent multiple accounts being used or to evade bans? Now, it might not even tell me this. Okay, so it uses device fingerprinting, account fingerprinting, ban evasion, and sock puppeting. So it does IP address tracking, browser fingerprinting, cookies and local storage, super cookies and ever cookies, account behavior fingerprinting, device identifiers on mobile and desktop. So it knows like your device model, your advertising ID, app usage data, installed apps, login and session correlation, third party tracking, email, and phone verification. So the big thing though I find that Reddit gets me on is uh, VPNs. Like basically, if you create a new Reddit account with a VPN, it automatically flags it. It doesn't automatically ban it, but it basically automatically flags it. And Reddit's just a weird place that they give the moderators and like a lot of power, but they give the administrators all the power. And if there's an administrator who feels like you're spamming or something like that, they get rid of you. Have I spammed on Reddit before? Yeah. And so they've banned my accounts. I do have some accounts that are still going, but I don't post with them because I don't want to get them banned. Like I have one at the Rabbi Rothschild because like Rabbi Rothschild got banned and Rabbi all these they all got banned. That
Can
actually
you like build a bot to post organically, like using AI agents and farm engagement,
you can
or like rage based farming?
but the best way to do it is and explain to me like I'm five and go to and filter by new and someone will ask a question like how are babies born or whatever like some simple question like why is the sky blue and then you would say like because water molecules are
Collecting light.
reflecting light, however they are reflecting everything but blue. You know what I mean about color?
Yeah.
And so you would explain that in like a simple form. And because you do it really early on, you become the top uh, upvoted thing, and then you get the most amount of karma, and then that's how you get a lot of karma. So yeah, you can do it. Or there are already a lot of bots on it anyway, though. Like more than half of Reddit is probably bots at this point, and especially like the um like like some of the big um subreddits, all they do is just take what was a really popular post like a year ago and just repost it with the top. The best way to get the most amount of karma is to take a post that was popular like a year ago and then go and take the top upvoted comment and make that the title.
Yeah, I don't go on Reddit a lot, but I feel like it's not really designed for self promotion. Like you can't see what other Reddit subreddits people are in, right? And I don't think you like post a URL or something on your profile or
Yeah, you can.
anything like
Yeah,
that.
you can. Yeah,
Right?
you definitely can. In fact, that's where a lot of the botting comes in.
So if people look at your profile, then they could potentially find more of it.
Yeah, you can post 5 links and you can write a little bio. Um, they can't see what subreddit you're in, but they can see what subreddit you posted to. And so there are people. I think redditors are creepy. A lot of them because they're like they make all these assumptions about you. They'll be like, granted, there are a lot of robots on on Reddit or a lot of people who are promoting OnlyFans, but there are just girls who are just making a post and then people will just assume they're doing OnlyFans or whatever. And I don't know. I feel like Reddit suffers from such hive mind and echo chamberism. Like it may be the most hive mind echo chamber on the internet. It's unbelievable. But only so many people are allowed accounts on there. Did you join the William Montgomery subreddit?
Yeah, of course.
What do you mean? Of course, you didn't even know existed before.
I'm the number one fan.
Maybe in your house, but definitely not in this call. I had to teach you about the William Montgomery subreddit. What did you think of his performance on this
About
on this last? What did you think about William Montgomery's performance on the most recent Kill Tony?
I thought it was great. He knocked it out of the park.
Really, even though he didn't
Agreed.
perform?
He was there in spirit.
um, so the reason why he didn't perform is, well, at least Tony said, because he only had 20 seconds put together. But I think he's shooting this movie, and so that's taking up some of his time. So I don't want to say he hasn't been on
So
it.
that could be why. That could be why he only has 20 seconds of the goal.
Well, actually, um, the reason why it's okay, it's kind of complicated. Uh, the Tony and Red Band went to England and did the O2 Arena and bombed really badly. It was not a good show, people said. They don't do well in stadiums because of a few reasons. One, they can't control the crowd as much. Like at the Comedy Mothership, they have to do facial recognition, and you're not allowed to like have your cell phone and all kinds of stuff. But O2 Arena is much bigger. Same thing they did in Nashville. The other thing that happens is you get a small contingent of people in a very large um, stadium like that or arena like that, and they start to boo people. And when a small group of people starts to boo, then everybody starts to boo. So people shit on all of these comics, and so Tony has to get up there and be like, "Hey, let him speak," and all that. Then on top of that, at least in the most recent England Kill Tony, or London, they had people broke out in fights just because of whatever. Somebody threw a bottle at somebody and they just started. And then, oh yeah, that's the other thing is they allow alcohol amongst all these people. Not that they don't at Comedy Mothership, but they're watching what people are taking in much more at Comedy Mothership than they are in like a big state in a big arena. Okay, so then they took they went on vacation for a couple weeks, but they still want to show new Kill Tonys. So what Kill Tony did is it set up some episodes at the Vulcan Gas Arena or Vulcan Gas Company, which is uh, another venue in Austin, and they were doing multiple a week. They did like two or three in a week or something like that. And William Montgomery, he can do 1 minute per week, but it's really hard for him to do 2 or 3 minutes in a week. So that's why he said he only like 20 seconds. Though I don't understand why. I think with his joke delivery and the fact that he's reading off of cards, I really think I could do, I think I could do a minute a day easily. All I have to do here, we'll do it right now. I'm gonna go to CNN. All right. So like, what's a thing in the news? Uh, Loved ones share tributes as leaders. Well, that's a sad thing. I don't want to do something sad. Um, okay, Thailand was the first country in Asia to legalize marijuana. Things didn't go as planned. What did they have record-setting tourism? And then boom, that's not bad. What Thailand was the first country in Asia to legalize marijuana. Things didn't go as planned. They had record-setting tourism. Boom. Next, I'm not saying it's like the thing is that I read the whole line. So if it was, hey, did you know that Thailand was the first country in Asia to legalize marijuana and things allegedly didn't go as planned? Yeah, they were expecting to have, I don't know. I think that was a funny joke, the first one. Yeah, they had overwhelming tourism. Next one. How Qatar, let's see, the Bezos Sanchez wedding. What happened at billionaire Jeff Bezos' wedding? Hey, Jeff, where's my fucking invitation? That's a joke. Um, or William Montgomery could have said, Jeff, do you know how much oat bran or whatever the fuck he buys cereal I bought off of Amazon. I thought that would at least give me a ticket to your wedding. Um,
I have a joke. I have a joke. I have a joke.
go for it.
So you may have heard that U.S. bombed Iran last week, but it didn't bomb as hard as Rabbi Rothschild tonight.
Dog, dog. People be laughing their ass off with these. Um, all right. How about the Sean Diddy Combs case shows trialtainment has evolved in the post O.J. Simpson era. I don't know about you, but I very much enjoyed the Michael Jackson trial more than the Diddy trial. I mean, the way that he could deliver it, it would work. I'm not saying it's the funniest shit ever, but it's like he just needs to come up with like five of these a day. Um, Not even that. I mean, all right. Let's see here.
You could literally just like be like, give me a Joey Diaz joke about carpet.
Well,
What do you think about the demise of carpeting?
what do you mean?
Downfall of carpeting.
Versus hardwood floors or hard surfaces? Well,
Yeah, they're very popular at some point. Still, still in occasional like movie theater hallway floors might have some carpeting still.
yeah.
I don't think many public spaces typically have carpeting.
So the big thing about carpeting, and people don't realize this, 90% of all dirt, debris, but specifically dirt, soil, can be prevented with 10 feet of walk off matting. So, what do I mean? Basically, like when you walk into a building, 90% of all of the dirt that would be tracked in can be prevented with 10 feet of carpeting right by the door. So that's
Like a
why,
big welcome mat.
yeah, exactly. That's why you see welcome mats where they are.
But yeah, in most establishments, there's not like a 10-foot carpeted welcome mat.
Well, they have these things. They have tracks that they put in a lot of places as well that at least get some of the stuff off of your shoes. It depends where you are, but like a lot of places have them. I know, like I don't know, at like the store they have a big um, thing of uh, carpeting by the door. A lot of times, especially because it can cause a slip hazard if you have it like there's a slipping hazard from people coming from the outside inside if it ever rains.
Right? Do you think it's possible to make a carpeting that doesn't get dirty or at least won't like stain as easily?
Yeah, so they make all kinds of coatings, um, like Scotch Guard. Haven't we talked about Scotch Guard?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, so you Scotch Guard it, and then the big thing is there's a way to clean carpeting. It's called dry shampoo. It is a so like the issue with carpeting a lot of times is it's really difficult to clean carpeting in an industrial setting or a commercial setting because you have to wait for the carpeting to dry. Even if you have huge air blowers on it, it still takes a long time. It can take overnight. And like if you're in an office building, people don't want to walk in when the carpet's wet. So what they have is it's called dry shampoo. And you put dry shampoo in the carpet and then you vacuum that up, and it basically shampoos the carpeting with a chemical, and it's dry afterward, and that's going to revolutionize cleaning of carpeting.
When did that start coming out?
Um, since like 2015. Let me look at.
So very recently
Oh
compared
yeah,
to the
yeah. It
the
not like the
carpet.
carpet. Yeah, yo, dog. Like Joey Diaz, have him explain in 10 bullet points dry chemical shampooing of carpeting. Sure, here it is. Listen, cocksucker, this ain't your grandma's steam cleaning. Dry shampooing means no water, no mess, and no waiting hours for carpet to dry. They sprinkle this special powder, right? It's a dry compound. Got some chemicals and cleaning agents, like cocaine for your carpet. They work that shit in with the brush machine. The bristles get deep, like you owe them money. Grinds the dirt loose and gets it up top. No soaking the rug, it's just out of the pool. No soaking the rug like it just got out of the pool. The dry stuff pulls the dirt out of the fibers without flooding the joint. They vacuum it up like a DEA raid. All the dirt, the grime, poof, gone. Carpets left clean and mostly dry. Perfect for places that can't shut down for hours. Offices, casinos, maybe even your weird uncle's shag carpet from '72. No sticky residue, no wet dog smell. Just a clean floor and scent of success or chemicals. Who gives a fuck? Not for deep, nasty stains, though. You spill red wine on or blood, call somebody else, or burn the carpet. Fast, efficient, bada bing, bada boom. In and out, like a hit job in Jersey. End of the day, it's maintenance, not a miracle. Keep your carpets clean, and you won't need an exorcism every 6 months. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it gave me an idea actually based on the staining
What's that?
statement.
What's that?
I mean, possibly this exists, but creating a modular like tiled carpet that will like interlock together.
They
That
already
way,
make.
if you spill wine on, they already have it.
They already make it. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. It's a useful invention that I know exists, but would have
Yeah.
been a trillionaire had I known about that earlier.
Yeah. So it's like if you have an area that gets severely damaged, you can just pull out the squares, or like by the entrance, you just like the places that get worn more often, they just get pulled out.
I mean, have you ever seen a hotel hallway with like, and I'm talking about like a not like an Airbnb, like the actual hotel chain's hallway that is carpet.
That isn't carpet.
Yeah,
Uh, on like in the upper floors, they generally always are. I think that has a lot to do not just with cleanliness, but sound as well. But I've seen hotel lobbies that are not that like they're
you're right.
marble,
They didn't think of the sound. It, it does dampen the sound,
right?
which is another added benefit of carpet.
Oh yeah, definitely. Also insulation. But I think the big reason is carpeting hides stains much better than flooring does, or like tile.
That's true. So, yeah, but you'll agree that carpeting has probably declined in the last 10 or 20 years, and you think that it's like a information gap about this like dry magic cleaner solution.
Um,
That,
well, the information, like the dry chemical, has been around, but it's not as effective in getting out stains. The thing is, flooring has improved, so they're like you used to have to strip a floor and then put a layer of wax down. Now they have like um, much more durable flooring that you don't have to do all that to, And like for instance, they like you used to have to like wax a floor regularly, but now they make these things, these discs that you can put on a like something what's called a burnisher or a polisher that will polish the floor and make it really really shiny, just as shiny as you would have with a wax floor, but doesn't need wax. 3M is a company that makes these things. It like has these discs that you have little diamonds on them, like not like diamonds like diamonds you'd have in a ring, but they're like broken down, like diamond chips. And then if you spin those at a fast enough speed, they will shine up a floor. So there have been advances and
They
stuff
don't.
like. What'd you say?
They don't scratch it.
They do. They scratch it
They
so
don't.
much that it polishes it. So like if you have a marble floor or terrazzo floor or even some tile floors, it will shine them up. So that's been an advancement in the industry. As to carpeting, um, so let's look up what the like industrial industrial percentages are. Yo, dog, in the last 30 years, has carpeting increased in commercial areas or has hard flooring increased? Hard flooring has definitely increased in commercial areas, while carpeting has declined. Here's a breakdown. LVT, luxury vinyl tile, polished concrete, ceramic tile, hardwood, rubber flooring. Wide durability. It handles high foot traffic better. Aesthetics, modern sleek look, sustainability, more eco-friendly, cost efficiency. Carpet on the decline. It's still used, but mostly in office spaces for noise dampening, hotels for comfort and warmth, some healthcare and education settings. Why declining? Maintenance costs. Cleaning is expensive and time consuming. Wear and tear gets dirty and damaged quicker in heavy use areas. Health concerns can harbor allergens, mold, and bacteria. There you go. That's our answer.
Do you think the future of oh, do you think sorry, not carpeting will make a comeback,
Um,
or will it go extinct, or just maintain its market share?
I think it will still be popular in like some applications, like rooms. People like, well, like people like having carpeting in bedrooms for warmth. So it doesn't have to be. Hardwood works. It depends, I think, probably in the climate as well. Um, I would say, they make a lot of like synthetic products now that look like wood that you really can't tell the difference when before you wouldn't have that. But even if you have like a wood or synthetic wood floor, a lot of people put carpeting over it. They just it can be cold to the feet, and people like warmth on their feet, especially in a bedroom. Um, Now, with that being said, in places um, like kitchens, in the '70s they used to put carpeting in kitchens, but you won't ever see that again, I don't think. And
The whole house was
whole house was
carpeted.
carpeted with like indoor outdoor carpeting. Um, and
Whole house was carpeted beyond and
I don't think you'll see carpeting in bathrooms. That used to be a thing, but that's not
yeah,
hygienic,
that was brutal.
right? Um,
Sounds back to the
yeah. Um, but I don't think carpeting will go all the way away. I think you'll have people who still want carpeting, like throw rugs and like ornamental rugs. That's still popular, especially in like areas where slip hazards can occur. No fucking way. We've been talking about you all evening, Zoot.
Okay.
Are you ready, big dog?
Yeah.
Any go. Any go.
I've heard you, Zoot. Zoot, I've heard you as I've been falling asleep or been asleep quite often. How have you been, Zoot?
Then you responded to me.
What'd you say?
I've been in here the last 4 days and you never responded to me.
Well, you said a bad word right when you left this morning.
Did I?
Yeah, I think you said the N word. I could be wrong, but if it wasn't you, it was somebody else.
It might have been. I apologize.
No, you're okay. I know you have tics and things. Okay, I've sent you both invitations. The first night I responded to, you said, "Have a good night, Rabbi," or something like that. Zoot, I know because you haven't been coming in here as early as normal. You've been coming in really late.
Yeah, because I've been busy at the gym. So I go later gym sessions.
Okay, so I knew something had changed. Do you guys know that you have invitations?
Yeah.
One thing. Everything alone.
So, Zoot, how, what's your BMI? What body fat are you?
Been putting back on weight. I thought it would be a bit higher, but I'm gaining more muscle.
Do you have a six pack?
Yeah, but it's not defined because I don't have muscles.
All right. Have you gone to the strip club yet?
Yeah, I did. I replied.
You reapplied what they say to you.
I got a phone call next week.
That's great, Zoot. Good job, buddy.
Do you have an exotic name yet?
Alright, so let's play. I'm only gonna play one game.
We're waiting on Riser.
Oh, dude, no, you're playing at least 5.
My battery's nearly dead.
We'll recharge it, dog.
Where's your phone?
I'm out in public.
This is one month with like 6 people I've ever met.
The most what? What do you mean?
It's not like it's peculiar. None about where it is.
Alright, so just have the invite.
I'm here.
No, we're in the other one.
No. Oh, I didn't.
Look at this shot of Zoot. Zoot, that was a good shot. Riser, did you squeeze your lemon? Oh, that was almost. Boy, both of you had really great shots.
Might be able to squeak that up yet. What the? How did I miss it? Zoot.
Zoot, great shot, big dog. Zoot, that was a great shot.
You're helping out, man. Thank you. Oh,
Zoot, did you know you had a really good shot?
this is the warm-up game. Just saying it now.
Zoot said he can only play one game. Oh, Zoot, if you wouldn't have hit it so hard, you might have had a shot. Is this a straight on shot? Bounce it.
No.
Oh. All right, I'll take that. I had a really good drive on the last hole. I'm really proud of it.
Rabbi, you're Now this is. I don't think this is good for pregnant. Raza, I want to finish that shot. Can you do a better job than Rabbi?
Riser, that's a risky shot.
That was terrible. But I don't think mine's going to be much better.
If I actually spend more time in this game, I'd perfect that angle and then it'd be
One of the best positions I've ever seen.
Thanks, baby.
Rabbi, that was probably a 9, to be honest.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And Raza, that was probably a 9 as well. That was a big.
It wasn't that bad.
Oh, it is terrible.
I can actually.
Do you think I can get it in?
I think you may be able to.
I'm good. You can get it in.
No, he's got that ball in the way.
It's not a terrible shot.
No, that's fine.
We both are going to beat Raza.
Riser's got a tough shot. Riser's fucking up. Just blast it straight in, dude. See? I helped you, Riser.
I knew I had to do that. It was a tough shot. Someone's been practicing.
You like that? That was perfect.
I've placed it anyway.
Riser's got a big shot in front of him.
No. It's a 3-shot hole anyways. So.
What is Riser doing? What a shot. Oh, you just fucked Zoot. This is maybe my worst hole.
No.
Riser, that was not good.
What happened?
Zoot, get him. Oh, shut that fucking shit off. Look at this shot. Oh, I fucked up. What a great shot. Newfie. Newfie.
I'm spamming Raza with stickers and he doesn't know how to turn it off.
Oh, you don't know how to turn it off? You hit the little green text box.
No, it's fine. I don't mind it. It doesn't block any of my screens.
Are you playing on the tablet?
iPad, maybe. How did my ball get all the way back?
I hit it.
Oh,
Dude, what the fuck, dude?
Are you ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen?
Yes.
Rabbi, you can't lose.
Yeah, I can
Thank you, Rabbi.
if I don't score and Riser scores.
Raza, you can get it in from here.
Don't.
oh.
Greatest shot in human history.
Oh, my Lord.
That was terrible, wasn't it?
Please make the next shot, dude. Please make the next shot.
How am I going to make the next shot from here?
You could have.
Oh, that's an impossible shot.
No, it's not. It's pretty easy. No, you just hit it off the wall.
Okay, I will. Rabbi, you have to get it in here.
And I'm going to. Easy win. Easy win, boys. Stay up, stay up, stay up.
If Raza gets it in, you tie.
Riser, don't get it in. It's as simple as that. You fucked up. Oh,
Raza, you
no
have to get it
way.
in, and I have to hit Rabbi's ball, and you win.
I actually shot. Take a moment. No.
Dude,
That was a low IQ.
dude, you almost hit me in.
Rabbi's ball. If I hit Rabbi's ball,
Zoot, you're not going to hit my ball.
I just want to hit your ball.
You're
I
not
don't
going
want to get in. I want to.
Don't touch my ball, dude.
Fuck. That would be a bad shot.
I could make this to win.
That's not even a hard shot.
Riser, what are your thoughts?
That's a 7.
It's impossible for Riser to win.
Really like a warm-up game.
It's impossible for Riser to win. Riser, no matter how good this shot is, make it, make it, make it, make it. Oh, that's got to make you feel like shit. Make it, make it, make it.
Literally, dude, like cut me off on the first hole. We all saw it. So it's my fault.
I can play another game.
That a boy.
So this is my last game.
Okay. Zoot, what an advantage. You get to go first.
Why do I get to go first?
Home field advantage.
That's
What is what is that? What is that strategy? What are your guys' strategies?
Rabbi won.
Oh no.
Oh my god, wow. Raza fucked me.
No, he didn't.
I fucked you both. I fucked you.
Dude, this is bullshit. You know it. You know that's no, like, not a nice thing to do.
And I think it's made it impossible for Ryza.
Zoo was blocking me, so I literally had no choice.
You had a major choice. You
Okay.
could have made it past him. That was a nice shot.
How do I have the advantage and then I fucked it? I have a feeling Ryza's gonna fuck this up.
Perfect.
I don't. Ryza, you just helped me. Yeah.
No! Finger! Oh,
Rabbi, you can make this shot.
Stop right in front of his ball. Riser, you need a really good shot. Zoot,
give up. Up, slow, and then up and down. There you go. Make sure it goes in. Or block. Or tucks over my cup.
Yes. Yeah.
what did you just do? Why?
Do it. All right, hold him on. Why did you create this? Okay, I think Ryza's shot is strategic. Good strategy here. Terrible strategy.
Oh, what?
Zoot, why was it a terrible strategy?
Because it wasn't that size.
I don't understand your philosophy.
Ryza's gonna hit you.
Gentlemen, that's how it's done.
Or is it done like this?
Oh, Zoot.
I help Ryza though.
No, not really. Riser,
Off the ball.
make it, Zoot. Oh,
I was scared. I was terrified there. I hate this one. Rabbi uses Ryza's strategy. Ryza, what's the best strategy here? Is this a good strategy?
nice shot, Zoot.
An 8 out of 10.
That's, yeah, I'd say that's accurate.
Yours-
What's Riser
yours
gonna
is a
do?
9.5.
Riser, Riser, I don't know about that shot.
I don't think that
Riser,
was a good strategy.
look how far back he is.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp,
good shot.
thanks, baby. I like that the hole is very forgiving in this game. Can you imagine if it wasn't as forgiving? There were just all kinds of lip outs. I would not like that. Oh, Riser. 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 Oh, what a shot, Zoot. What a shot. 10 out of 10. Zoot, that was amazing. What is this shot? Getting fancy there.
Right. Okay, Rabbi's not good at this hole.
I became very good on it. I've played some really good talent, and I've seen what they've done. And I think
That's
you guys,
9 out of 10.
I think you guys can see I've improved.
You're going to struggle in the neck. You're going to struggle a little bit getting it out, but you're in a better position than both of us. And Rise will just help you where you can get it in the next shot. Hands out under. You can get it in from there, yeah. Rock and roll. Caribou shot. Where's your shot? Water?
Riser just made it so that Zoot cannot beat me. And I am on track for a perfect game, gentlemen. Oh, I'm not good at this hole, though.
Great shot.
Thank you. Do it, baby.
Point is, I'm going to beat you. Rabbi.
Yo, big dog.
I'm going to help you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You helped me so much. Get him, Riser.
I'm just going to hit my both. So, end up going to just help me.
Oh, wow.
I'm in the best position I've ever been in.
I helped the two of us. Don't fuck with us.
Terrible shot. Already bad. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. It's coming back. It's coming back. All the way. All the way down. All the way down.
I'll show you how it's done. No.
Now, Rabbi has a trick.
Stop.
Down. All the way down.
And I believe this is how it's done. You ready?
Yep. Nope. That's coming back. Oh, you got fortunate.
Gentlemen's agreement. Gentlemen's agreement. No blocking. No black lagoon.
Fuck that, man.
Yes, I want.
Coming
Hey,
back.
Rabbi.
Coming back.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you ready for me to Rabbi?
Get up.
Oh, you trying to hit me? You fucked up.
No, I didn't try to hit you. Oh, fuck.
How'd you go back? How'd you do? Okay, ready?
Yep. Riser's gonna beat Zoot. Riser just beat Zoot. Or Zoot just beat Riser. Zoot just beat Riser. Oh, I don't care about that. All I care is about the W. At the end of the game, it says that I won. That's the only thing about which I care. He made an amazing shot. Look at that. 1,113 wins. Zoot, are you ready?
Yeah. No.
I'm so glad Zoot was here.
Literati.
Oh yeah, I'll play you Liberati. Liberati. They move around the thing sometimes, and when they do that, I get confused as to where it went. All right, riser. Here we go, pimp.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's see. So,
I'm gonna let you go first because you always say I get an unfair advantage.
do I have to turn the very low?
No, you can move it around a little bit. No, 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 no. It has to at least overlap the middle though. Oh, that was good.
I don't. Lets you see the full board at the beginning and then it shrinks you. Oh, you fucked. I was gonna do that again. Oh, you stole my thing. Oh, you steal my thing again. Twice in a row.
Nipah. No one knows what that means.
Yeah, you know. You got the necklace? You don't know the necklace?
No one knows what that is.
It's a palm tree with creeping roots
characteristic of when you're a small community of people together.
Of course it is.
Oh no, that was a big one.
Do you know I have more than twice your score?
Yeah, the point system in this game is absolute bullshit.
How is it absolute bullshit?
It gives you like 50 points for getting a word, and I get like one.
Oh, I see.
I just got a two, like a row and a column, and it gave me no points. And it gives you 13 points. So you use it as 30, 43 points for that. What? Oh, that's what I'm talking about. It's just like can't win.
What do you mean you can't win?
Well, when it, like the odds are stacked against you.
You got to go first.
That has nothing to do with it. Okay. Za is a great word, and so is Zed. They're both great words.
Thank you.
That is a great word. Za is short for pizza.
Yes,
Like
sir.
people are say pizza, they say za.
Yep. Yes, they do.
Again, steals my section.
I like how you think you own parts of the board.
I mean, it's just remarkable how many times I get cut off. I understand it's part of the game, but or coming in for a big S here. Uh,
Did you know the score was 199 to 90 and you got to go first? I'm at 226 to 90.
what did you? Well, you get like these cheap letters like Y and J, and I've gotten all of my letters are literally one or three. And
I've
again,
had
it's like,
I've had excellent word letters.
and also I haven't hit any of the like. I guess it's partly my fault. Haven't really hit any bonuses. Um, we have not gone to the left at all, really.
I know we got to start working our way that way. $30.
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah. Uh,
All
what's your record of points?
like 400 some.
Oh,
like how this game could have easily not give me like two repeating letters at the end, but it's like okay.
I mean, you can switch them out.
Did that cost me a turn?
Yes, it does.
You're watching a Weird Al documentary?
That's what it sounded like, didn't it?
It sure did.
No, it's something on KFI, Los Angeles radio, where they're talking about some guy retiring.
I kind of want to watch a Weird Al documentary. Which one was it? Sundown. Weird Al Yankovic, eBay. Is that a song? Oh yeah, the eBay song. That was a good yield right there.
That's big dog.
Oh, if I had an egg.
Sand.
Your other favorite Weird Al song?
Pretty fly for a rabbi?
I've never heard that one, but that sounds great. What does orcs mean?
I don't know.
Either. You're the word.
It's an acronym.
Acronym should count.
I kind of think so as well, but then anything could be an acronym. What?
What? Wow. I gave you so many points there.
Thank you.
Wow.
What were your thoughts on Kier and
Perfect. Did you know that was a word even?
oh, of course.
How
would even still have tiles if I used. That is crazy how we still have roughly the same amount of tiles on the board. Their scores are so wildly different. But you have some good technical ones. This game is all about like connecting, finding like the squares that connect the row and the column. Harry Potter, Daniel Radcliffe, and Weird Al were on late night television together 2 weeks ago.
There you go. Weird Al from Downey, California. You know, I played this game with Zoot like 100 times, and finally he just goes to me, "What's the 2L mean?" I'm like, "What do you mean the 2L?" He's like, "On the board it says 2L, 3L, 2W, 3W." I said, "That's double word score, triple word score, double letter, triple letter." He goes, "Oh." I'm like, "You mean we've been playing 100 games and you didn't know that?" He's like, "No." I'm like, "Well, now I feel stupid for beating you so many times and you not knowing how to play the game."
What's the difference between L and W?
L is letter, W is word.
Oh, okay. So the W's are way more valuable.
Correct.
I don't think there's anywhere like I have to like
What letter do you have?
an A and an H.
You can play an A. I think at the bottom where the D is da a word and an. You can play an A.
No.
No. E between the E and the T with the double word score on the bottom right. Eat.
Like, but yeah,
I got you, big dog.
wow. That was just a warm up game, but
All right.
next time. I don't want to play again, but
All right,
because that would make me absolutely lose the game. But yeah.
dog. All I know is that I enjoyed my evening with you. Thank you so much for keeping me company. This has been great.
Yeah, likewise. How long have I been here for? Like, an hour?
Do you want to know? I can.
I think I got back here at like 4 or something with my dog. It was a while. There, does Harry Potter play Weird Al Yankovic in the movie?
Oh, Daniel Radcliffe is.
What the hell? I didn't know there was a comedy musical of Harry Potter playing Weird Al. Are you serious? That's crazy. I'm adding this to my watch list. You know that?
Yeah,
Jack Black is in it? Have you seen it or you just know?
I just know of him.
And you all get some rest. Next time.
Thanks, big man. It's been great.
For talking. Yeah. A good little speech there.
Thank you. Please.
Again, yeah. Again, yeah. When people in the MAGA movement are saying "Make America Great Again," I think what they're calling for is give me a future I can actually believe in again, and that was happening in a massive economic way post World War II. But then, we become, instead of a labor-based economy, instead of a value-added based economy, we become a knowledge-based economy. So suddenly you need one Steve Jobs instead of 1,000 workers at a workplace, right? And suddenly labor goes to India. It goes to China. It goes to wherever the price point is the lowest. It goes to wherever the price point is the lowest. Because, wow, huge stick on like a loud pipe, yeah. Because money ultimately doesn't care about borders. Right? Yeah. And so that's one of the reasons that I think that we're having this reevaluation of what a country is. In fact, there are some people who think that like we're moving towards this like statehood as a service model, right? Citizenship almost as a subscription model. I mean, think what does your country do for you? Right. It provides protection. Sometimes it provides healthcare. It provides a galvanizing sense of national identity. Um, but what does that mean when we can have relationships across the entire world? People are playing online with players from Russia and from all over the world. They have an affinity group that doesn't live where they live, and they're working. I mean, I've worked from Albania for American companies, for a bunch of different companies, and never once lived in the United States. Well, I did in the United States.
Right.
Yeah. So what does a country do for us in this world where we are all becoming sort of like digital global citizens? That's kind of creepy.
That is interesting. That's one of the things that people talk about when they talk about like type 0 to type 1, 2, and 3 civilizations. They say like right now we're a type 0 civilization, and to become a type 1 civilization, we have to become a global civilization.
Yep.
And we're kind of on our way there because we have the internet. The internet has made us far more global.
But we're also experiencing these enormous growing pains, and because of these growing pains, it's leaving, I think, a lot of the world with this huge identity crisis, and that's why it's so interesting to look at unrecognized nations, where it's like for example, the next place I ended up going to is a place called Transnistria.
Only from you.
Oh yeah. So yeah, Transnistria, sometimes called the Black Hole Zero. It's a sort of like little slip of an autonomous zone. It's only recognized by 3 other countries who are also themselves unrecognized. It's a Russian protectorate, even though Russia doesn't recognize Transnistria as its own sovereign nation. That's the center of Tiraspol. That's their flag. Yeah.
Wow.
And
What kind of map of it?
yes, it's a really tiny little strip of land. It's right on the border of Ukraine.
Oh, by Odessa?
Yep, correct. It's only, I think, like an hour or 2 away from Odessa by train.
Okay.
Yeah. So
what made you want to go to Transnistria?
So they were having Russian elections. So I was in Kosovo for the 10-year anniversary, and that's in the book. And then I realized, like, wow, Russian elections are happening outside of Russia. Super interesting. So in this country where even Russia doesn't recognize that it's its own autonomous country, they're hosting Russian elections because it's a majority Russian area.
Right.
And the reason that it is a majority Russian area is because Catherine the Great went to war with the Ottomans back in the day, and they took this little slip of land because, what, you can see the sort of border there? Yeah, there's this river, the Dniester.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, the Dniester River, hence the name Transnistria. Trans across.
Can you zoom out a little bit so I can see kind of like the whole area?
And so what it does is it lets you have access to the Black Sea.
Right.
And so Catherine the Great saw this as a geopolitical imperative. We've got to push the Ottomans off of this area so we can gain access to the Black Sea. And then when the Soviet Union started to hold, the Bolshevik Revolution kicked off, and suddenly they needed to gather up all of these areas. They needed to gather up Moldova. They needed to, push their borders all the way out to Central Asia. But they needed to install that galvanizing sense of identity within the people that are there, right? So suddenly, you're not a Moldovan, you're a Soviet. But there were all these Russian-speaking people who were in the Transnistrian area. And so they're sort of sandwiched in between Ukrainians and Moldovans. And as the Soviet Union started to rattle apart, they were like, no, we want to keep the dream alive. And so that's why they still have Lenin statues. That's why they still have portraits of Stalin. I mean, it's literally like going back in time to like what the Soviet Union would look like today, except in this sort of weird oligarchic way. Like a lot of the things in Transnistria are run by literally a grocery store brand called Share. Wow. Yeah.
Look up grocery store.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, it's a great idea to, if you want to sort of like have control over an area. Like what do grocery stores do? They're responsible for supply lines. They're responsible for large amounts of real estate. They partner with local businesses, and they control the food, right?
Right.
So, Share, second
largest company in the unrecognized breakaway state, Transnistria. Sheriff supermarket under construction in the
Yeah, so they own the majority of everything in Transnistria. And, it's a way of having a sort of de facto government. A great way of doing that is keeping control over the food. It's keeping control over how resources are brought in, supply lines. And since Moldova has this, has a sort of agreement with their companies, you can do business so long as they're considered Moldovan companies. Now, Sheriff is kind of the only game in town because they have relationships with
That logo.
It's
Literal sheriff star.
Yep. In fact, they even have
Did
their
that come from like the U.S.? Was that inspired by like?
So I've heard different things that I in no way can confirm, but I heard that the inspiration from it was the fact that the sort of the lawmakers in the town, the sort of secret police and so the lawmakers that were still active in Transnistria were like, okay, well, what are we going to call our company now that we need to have a legitimate company? Like, well, what are the sheriffs of this town? Sheriff Star. Whoa. I don't know if that's true or not. I really have no idea. But that Sheriff Star exists for a reason. They even have their own football team.
Sheriff football team?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
really?
like soccer.
Soccer football.
Yeah. Uh-huh. And I think they did pretty well this last year in something. But yeah, it's a bizarre place. And it kind of feels like you're being watched all the time. Feels like you're being followed there. I don't know if I was. It certainly seems to be the case. But it also feels like you're kind of living in this fossil. People in Transnistria have like 5-6 passports because they need to have some recognition outside of Transnistria because nobody recognizes Transnistrian passports. So they'll have Moldovan, Romanian, Russian passports. Okay. And you look at that place and what it feels like being in that place is like, well, what's the future that people want here? Is it that they're once again subsumed into larger Russia? I don't know. That would be
kind of sense that you get people there.
I got the sense that people considered themselves Russian, but they also knew that they were kind of between this rock and a hard place. That, and I certainly can't speak for all Transnistrians, but that they were sort of on this island, which they clearly are. And a lot of the stuff with the Ukraine war now too is like, well, is the Transnistrian military going to activate and go into Ukraine? Because they have Russian tanks that are over there, and they have a Transnistrian military. So I'm actually surprised that it hasn't really activated the same way. I'm actually super surprised that Transnistria has not really been a part of the war effort at this point. But from what I understand, anyway, there is this strategy of trying to connect the land bridge. You go along from southern Transnistria all the way across to the occupied territories in Ukraine. That would sort of help them gather up the larger Ukraine, or that would help them gather up the larger Russian forces.
So what side would they be on, Ukraine or Russia?
The Transnistrians?
Yeah.
Likely Russia. They're Russian speaking. I mean,
there's a lot of areas in Ukraine, right? Like Crimea, mainly Russian.
That's what I've heard. I don't know. I've never been to Ukraine. So, I mean,
That's just what I've seen.
Totally something that I've heard and seen, yeah. But I truly don't know. It's a really strange place. But at this point, I was sort of three countries down that were all unrecognized. And during this time, I had met this journalist in Iraq. I told him about my project, and he was like, "Oh man, if you like unrecognized nations, you should get a load of Lieberland." I was like, "What's that?"
Lieberland. Where's this at?
It is an island in the middle of the Danube River, the Free Republic of Lieberland.
How big is it?
7 square kilometers. About as big as the Vatican. That's their flag. And so this journalist,
Should call it better flag.
check out Lieberland. Do you want the president's email? And I was like, yeah, totally. I'll take that. So I basically just started bothering like the government of Lieberland for months while I was in, once I got kicked out of Turkey and then I was in Kosovo and then I was in Transnistria. Just started bothering them. And eventually they wrote me back while I was in Transnistria and they're like, look, if you want to come and visit us, you can come for our 30-year anniversary. And I was like, done. Let's get to the Danube. And so ran basically all the way across from eastern Moldova to Novi Sad, Serbia, which is where they were sort of having their 30-year anniversary celebrations. And somebody was like, okay, if you want to make Lieberlanders, you got to go up to Appleton Harbor. Now, I didn't really know much about Lieberland at the time. I knew that they were the world's first libertarian microstate, and that was it. Like, that's all I knew. And so I go up to the small harbor in Appleton, so I go up to the small harbor in Appleton, Serbia, and I see a boat, just like a houseboat hanging on the harbor, and it's flying the Lieberland flag, and I'm like, where is it? And so, yeah, fix their website.
Great website for our country.
I know, right? And so I go to the boat, and there's like, this shirtless Dutch dude on top of it, and he's like, are you a Lieberlander? I'm like, no. And he's like, well, come aboard. Let's change that. And I'm like, okay. So I go on this boat, and I start talking with this dude, and I'm like, this is what I've been working on. And so he starts talking about how, like, they are not only the world's first libertarian nation, but they're this sort of crypto-anarchist nation funded based off of cryptocurrency. And so what, they've done this really fascinating little trick of statecraft, right? So when Yugoslavia fell, there was this declared no man's land between Serbia and Croatia. And in that no man's land, that was the Danube River, there was an island, that island right there, that nobody really claimed. Croatia decided that they weren't going to claim it. Serbia decided they weren't going to claim it. So nobody was on this island. Cut to the future, and libertarian political scientist guy, I guess I'm just going to call it. So anyway, I don't know what to call him. The president, sounds good. Yeah, cut to the future. The president of Lieberland is like, I think I can start a country there. And he's a, Bitcoin millionaire, and he goes up and he's like, puts the flag in, and he's like, I got a country. I just got to work on recognition. Because remember, if you start a country, it's two things, like declaration, recognition. And so they start building actual infrastructure. They have Lieberlandians that are living on this, and mostly they're just like Bitcoin millionaires. We're just like, this is, the future of statecraft. We're working towards we're going to have this sort of libertarian paradise where we fund ourselves off of cryptocurrencies, and we don't have to interact with the, legacy financial system. And so that's why I'm talking with like a shirtless dude on houseboat in the middle of the Danube River. And I'm like, thinking kind of two ways about this, because it's like, on one hand, I've been through all of these countries that have had violent revolutions, blood and treasure to draw a line on the map. And meanwhile, a bunch of cryptocurrency millionaires decide, well, we can do this right because we want this. And we can start our nation here, and we can sort of live parallel to the laws of the world by making our own. We can live parallel to the laws of the world by making our own laws on this little island. Because again, now we're in a place where that's the
future plan.
That is the future plan, yeah.
So these crypto guys are going to fund all this?
I mean, that's what they're trying to do right now. I ended up with them for their like I said, the 30-year anniversary, and eventually, after bothering the Lieberlanders as much as possible, I ended up in this cryptocurrency conference in Novi Sad, Serbia, and I was just talking with the various Lieberlanders. And at one point, somebody was like, "Hey, that's the Secretary of State. Just go talk to him." And it turns out he was coming to find me, and so. After talking with the sort of shirtless Dutch anarchist, I was like, so this right. What is Lieberland at this point? thinking through like the various ways of gaining recognition. And in one way, it was actually pretty fascinating. So they kicked everybody off of Cleveland and Croatia. Serbia nominally supports them. And so the Croatians kicked people off of Serbia, or pardon me, the Croatians kicked people off of the Lieberland Island because they said it was a affront to their sort of national integrity. But through treaty, they actually say that they have no claim over the island. So the president of Lieberland ends up getting himself arrested by the Croatian authorities. And so what that does is it makes them have to make a legal decision. Do you have claim over this territory or not? Because according to this treaty, you don't. But you arrested somebody who's a European citizen for apparently illegally entering your country. So either you have a claim or you don't. And so by taking them to court, they were able to sort of start carving out recognition from Croatia. And then meanwhile, at the same time, Croatia starts running patrols up and down the river, hoping that people just don't go to the island. But what does that do? It gives them a de facto border. So it's almost like this veto move. And so I find out from the Lieberlanders, I still can't remember which is Lieberlandian. Sounds good. It does sound really good. I find out from them that like this whole thing is going to be like we're not allowed to step foot on the island, but the 30-year anniversary is going to be this boat party, right? And so they have all of these boats, like this sort of flotilla of boats that's going to like take off from the harbor and go through every single little island. And I was like, I was like, the president. I gotta like this is my mission for the day. And so I find the biggest boat. I get on that boat because I assume he's going to be on that boat. And I mean, it's a boat, so there's only so many places to look for the president. I can't find him anywhere. And then we take off and we start floating down the Danube River. Suddenly, Croatian patrol boats start coming alongside of us, and they're like making sure that we don't eventually go to the island. And it's like this sort of party-like atmosphere where everybody's drinking like Lieberland wine, which is called Tierra Nullis, and just like out of red Solo cups and like dancing to top 40s hits. And I can't find the president until I see him like like speeding along on a jet ski throughout all of the different boats and in between the Croatian police. And so that's Vidjavlika. And what he's doing is he's like going to each of the boats, giving a little speech, and then like coming back and like giving another speech to somewhere else. And I'm just like looking and zipping around on this jet ski, like between Croatian police and all these Bitcoin millionaires on like tiny boats and big boats. And I'm just like, this is top of the back. I'm like, how can I get on this jet ski? And I'm, staring off the side of the boat. I'm looking for the jet ski, and I hear this guy from behind me. He's like, "You want to get on the jet ski?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "I'm the foreign secretary." Is everybody just like nominating him? Like at this point, a hobbit could have come up to me and been like, "Oh yeah, I'm the diplomat of Lieberland." I'm like, "Okay, yeah, sounds good." And he's so it turns out the foreign secretary is this guy named Tom. He lives in Florida. And he's like trying to create diplomatic relations with other countries for Lieberland, for recognition of Lieberland. So he ends up waving down the president on his jet ski, and I finally get on the back of the jet ski with the president of Lieberland. And that is like the weirdest first impression that you can make on somebody that you have to hold on to. That's exactly what it is.
You wear a life jacket.
Yeah, I probably should have. I don't think about it. Yeah, so I'm just like clutching on to the president of Lieberland. Beautiful. The strangest first impression. And I'm like, hi. Like, and it's also loud because, there's boats everywhere. And there's Croatian police. And, oh, there he is. Love it. Yeah. And so I'm like holding on to him like a spider monkey. And he's like, hold on. And then we just sort of blast off. I'm like, hey, I'm here. He's like, I know who you are. But then okay, well, this is going to be a short ride. Like, oh my God, okay. I can't think of a single question to ask the president of a country that just got created, even though it's been like on this, like, at this point, 8-month journey through unrecognized nations. And the only question I could come up with, and I'm like yelling it in his ear, I'm like yelling it in this dude's ear. I'm like, so you created a nation. What advice would you give to other people who want to start a country? And he kind of like idles his engine a little bit and seems like considerate of Croatia's police are on one side and like 80 carry calls are coming from the leader land boat. And he's like, everybody should start their own country. And then he just like busts out and like feeds me back to the boat and deposits me there. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm impressed. I don't know if like this is how nations will be created in the future. I'm just sort of like dumbstruck by a failed referendum and subsequent violent conflict in Kurdistan, butted up against a boat party and a president on a jet ski in the middle of the Danube. And so I'm just like standing on the boat and I'll start talking to the foreign secretary. And he's like, so where's the final stop on your trip? I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go to Somaliland. It's like an autonomous region in northern Somalia. He said, we have an embassy there.
It's like all these nation states that are trying to become nation states, or like
they recognize one another.
Yeah,
and
they're the first ones.
Yeah,
they're the early adopters.
That's right. Yeah, and so he's like, "You want to stay at the embassy?" I was like, "Yeah, totally. Yeah, that sounds great." And so I have like a little bit of downtime in between going to Somaliland, and I'm kind of waiting in Bulgaria, and I am not hearing anything from the brass at Liberland. And so I start sending like furious text messages, polite but firm text messages. I'm like, hey, what do you think I can stay at the embassy in Somaliland? Because like at this point, I have no money. Like, all of my resources are drained, and like there's no way to stay like safely in Somaliland. It's a safer place in the Horn of Africa, but it's not the safest. And it's like $300, so I really needed to stay somewhere. And so I get a call from the president, and he's like, so we had a problem. I'm like, what's the problem? And he's like, well, we lost our ambassador to Somaliland, so there's no way I can like just show up in Somaliland, not knowing anybody, not knowing anything, not having a place to stay. And so I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna do at this point. And he's like, well, I don't know if this would mess up your book, but like, would you want to do that? Like, do you want to be the Liberland ambassador to Somaliland? He's like, stay at the embassy. He's like, yeah, but you also have to do stuff for us. And I was like, yeah, okay, totally. So I became the Liberland ambassador to Somaliland.
Are you still currently?
No.
Somaliland?
No, I was just.
You resigned?
I resigned. Yes. Yeah. I was there for like 6 weeks. I don't know if you look up my Instagram, you can probably find my embassy.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, you went there?
Yeah. So I went there, and like
where exactly is Somaliland?
So you have the Horn of Africa, and you basically take the full top part of it, right? So it goes up into the Horn, and then on the Horn is another sort of unrecognized nation called Puntland. And then there's federal Somalia. Then there's federal Somalia. Of course, according to federal Somalia in Mogadishu, the entire Horn of Africa is theirs. But Somaliland is trying to create its own autonomous state on the Horn of Africa.
You zoom out so you can see like the whole bottom of Africa. Okay, there you go.
Yeah. So if you look up Hargeisa, capital of Somaliland. That's right.
Wow. Google recognizes it.
Google recognizes it, but probably with the dotted line. That'd be my guess.
Click on the map.
That's called the breast of Hargeisa. Those mountains.
Dotted line, red dotted line.
That's just around the city as far as I know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But if you go back a little bit more. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't even have a dotted line. Yeah. So in the beginning, I basically had 2 jobs as ambassador to Somalia, or in the beginning, I had like 2 jobs as acting ambassador from Liberland to Somaliland. First job was to buy furniture for the embassy because it was just like an empty mansion. And then the second one was to like establish diplomatic relations between Liberland and Somaliland. Like, I have no idea what that means, but like, yeah, let's do it. I can buy furniture definitely, but yeah, let's figure out that other stuff too. So they had set me up with a contact who was like their attaché to the UAE, and he was like building roads in Somaliland. Okay. And so he kind of gave me a contact in the Somaliland government. So I ended up having like a meeting with the vice president of Somaliland, and it was astounding at this point because I was like, I'm just some dude who was on the back of a jet ski. Like I just showed up in Somaliland. I have no idea what's going on right now, but like I have to go ambassador, and I was shocked because like as soon as I got in front of the vice president of Somaliland, I was like, all right, let's just say whatever a politician would say, and let's try and say diplomatic stuff. And I was like, oh yeah, so that's Abdul Rahman. He was my my main contact. Okay. And he kind of plugged me into the infrastructure of Somaliland. He was an incredible guy. Sadly, he's passed. I don't know, how did he die? I don't know. But he was truly incredible man. Yeah, really wonderful human being. Right now, we're in the middle of the Somali desert because that relates to the third job that I had. When so I spent about like a week in the country, and then all the internet just kind of shut off, and I had no idea what was going on. And I went to the sort of like local international hotel, and I was like, "You guys have internet?" And they're like, "No, there's no internet anywhere." I had like zero clue what had happened in the country. When the internet came back on, we found out that a cyclone had blown through the country, Cyclone Sagar, and yeah, there we go.
News from our embassy in Hargeisa, Somaliland. Thank you, Eric. Currently working on getting aid. Cyclone victims. On behalf of Liberland_org, we will have food to 100 families before EID.
Yeah. So the third goal that I had, other than buying furniture and establishing diplomatic relations, was to deliver aid. Like I'm a Peace Corps volunteer. Like I taught English to Albanians for 2 years, and like worked on a mobile library. I have no idea how to deliver aid, and specifically, I have no idea how to get money into Somaliland.
Right.
So I'm like, so I started like a Somali bank account on behalf of Liberland. That was a wild conversation because like I literally had to go to a bank in Hargeisa and be like, I am the ambassador from Liberland to Somaliland, and I would like to use your bank as our official embassy treasury. I have no idea what they thought it was, but they thought it was hilarious. Like they opened up this bank account, but then when the cyclone came through, I was talking with the Secretary of State, and he was like, "Well, that's not going to work because we can't get the money there soon enough, and we need to get into our aid team." And I'm like, "Who's the aid team?" They're like, "Oh, nice, good." And so they transferred money to the guy who I was working at his office, the steering guy, and Bitcoin. And then he just like handed me $15,000, like in cash. And
in U.S.
yeah, so the money in Somaliland is kind of funny, to say the least. So it's like it's so depreciated from inflation that it's you pay for things like blocks of cash, or you use like sort of a digital transfer where you text somebody to bring a certain amount of cash. So like the de facto currency is the US dollar. So I just had like $15,000, which was like super unsatisfying how few bills that was. Like I was kind of hoping for like a big metal piece or something, but it was just all back like that $100 bills. And I'm like, okay, well I have to use this money to I use this money in order to figure out how we deliver aid. And so again, I go meet with the vice president. I think if you go to my Instagram, you can see a picture of me with the vice president and Abdul Rahman. Sorry, I'm sending you all over the world.
Amount of pirates?
No, that's I was pretty far from the ocean. I did go to the ocean at one point, to a port called Berbera. But it's I mean, it's a big place.
Yeah.
And so that certainly is an element that exists in Somalia, but it's not like, you know, you're not seeing like, you know, people going, I'm a pirate.
Right.
At least I didn't. So it's like a largely nomadic culture.
How far is that from the Red Sea?
I think it took me about 2 hours to get there.
Okay.
That was a weird road trip. Because so this is a total sidebar, but like there's this one hotel that's kind of like the international hotel in the area, and I walk in one day and there's this white dude there, and like we stand out in Somalia, like
Oh yeah.
definitely stand out. And this guy sees me in the coffee shop, and he hands up and he's like, "You want to have coffee with us?" I'm like, I mean, I guess. And so he's with for one, he was just a preacher, Reverend Anthony, and this guy is named Rabbi, and he was also with like a Chinese student that was studying in Ethiopia. I'm like, what are you guys doing in Hargeisa right now? And they're like, what are you doing in Hargeisa right now? I'm like, yeah, I guess, I mean, whatever story you have probably isn't as weird, so fair point. And so what they were doing, Robbie used to be in the American military. Reverend Anthony was his preacher. They connected while he was in, I guess, some military school in Coronado. And I never quite got an understanding of who the Chinese student was. He didn't speak anything that I spoke.
Right.
But Robbie spoke Cantonese and also speaks Swedish. And so what he was there to do was to open businesses in what he called blue water market. So anytime there is some geopolitically unstable area, he goes in and he has manufacturing in China, and he decides to sell his cell phones or whatever in these areas. And the dude had a passport that was that. I mean, if anybody, he was a fascinating guy. I was, but anyway, he the Reverend Anthony, and I don't know if you have my Instagram, but anyway. So anyway, we're having coffee for a bit. I tell him that I'm the Liberland ambassador to Somaliland, and he's like, "Oh, cool. Well, we're going on a road trip to Berbera tomorrow. Do you want to come?" I'm like, "I mean, I'd like to, but you know, to travel outside of Hargeisa, you need to fund guards." And I'm like, "I don't have the money for armed guards." And he's like, "Oh, it's fine. We got them." I'm like, "Okay." So decided to just like get in this like small convoy with Robbie, Bishop Anthony, and then this like Chinese student that was calling himself David. And we just like went sightseeing together. Like we went to these caves and saw like old cave paintings, and we went to Berbera Port and we were like just looking around. And we're like, yeah, it's a port. So, yeah. So I'm gonna start a cell phone business here. I'm like, cool. Literally none of that made me into the book because I'm like, I have no idea what happened. Yeah.
Interesting.
Super interesting, dude. But anyway, yeah. So the cyclone comes through. I figure out how to deliver aid. Meet with the vice president again, and I'm like, okay, we're trying to make an aid delivery on behalf of Liberland, Somaliland. All I'm asking is, will you provide translators and guards to take us out to the affected area, and will you give us an idea of like what these people do? And he's like, fine. And so I take, I think it was like $8,000, me and Abdul Rahman, and we just bought like tons of food. We bought like bags of flour, oil, sugar, salt, and all the workmen just sort of loaded it up into this enormous truck. And they drove it down to the center of the desert. And I was like, okay, great, you delivered aid. And then I'm going, oh, like, no, you know, that's not delivering aid. What are you talking about? Like, we got the food out there, right? And he's like, no, like, you have to go out there. Like, we that's how. So it's not enough that like we're just giving food people they need food. It's what matters is the story around the food, right? And so we all traveled out to the middle of the desert to find this group of nomads who were really affected by it. The cyclone had come through, pulled a lot of water pumps out of the ground where they were irrigating their animals. A lot of the wells in Somaliland were kept in the form of goats. Killed a lot of goats. Even killed a lot of the people in the area. But then there are also these second knock-on effects of a disaster, because when you don't have this sort of robust system to deal with a disaster like a cyclone, then there are secondary effects which are even worse. So nobody has pumps to get clean water, so suddenly there's cholera outbreak. And so we drive for like 8 hours in the desert, in the center of this sweltering, nothing but mountains and a couple of like improvised structures around us, sort of like these six tents. And there's nobody there. I go talk to one, I'm like, where is everybody? He's like, oh, they're that's with cholera. Yeah, so this is over there is the vice president of Somaliland at the time. On my left is Abdul. I don't know if you can tell, I'm the one on the white shirt. Oh, sure, guys. Yeah. I have the glasses. Right. Great. Thanks. But we're just sort of sitting there in this empty village, and he's like, we gotta wait for people to come back from the funeral, and I'm like, this doesn't seem like a photo all the time. Like, can't we just leave the food for the people? And it's like, no, this is the point. This is what we're doing. And I'm like, it was at that point that I was like, taking on. Exactly. I'm not an aid worker. I'm a political worker. And that just like, so the sort of head of the village is walking me through, and he's showing me the affected areas where the country was taken out, and all of the ghosts that they look like skeletons because they've been sort of sandblasted, and they died sort of embedded into the ground. They probably see and he showed me all of these goats that looked like they were running away from the storm, but of course that's they were. And he's telling me, we need this, we need that, we need various other things. We use pumps to livestock again, food's great, but we need all these things. And listening to what I'm telling you to my friends that are like, I'll relate all this information back to Libra land. I'll relate all this back. But at the same time, I'm also like, I know that my job here was to do, and it wasn't to state aid. And it was at that point where I was like, I've been acting in politician for like the briefest amount of time. I realized so quickly that like I was behaving as a politician. I was the beneficiary of respect that I didn't earn, because I was just operating on behalf of something that was slightly more powerful than myself. People were treating me in a way that was like respectful and deferent. That people were treating me in a way that was respectful and full of deference, because they assumed that I had power, which I got because I was just on the back of a random fist. And I was acting as the role determines that I acted. And so I was like, I'm tell the president. But I didn't know at that point, like, is it cool for me to give this person a certain amount of hope that Liberland will come and help them bring up? And so I came back from that day after delivering aid, and I was like, I don't know. I was the beneficiary of, the illusion of state-backed power. I was a political tool for a photo op. I brought food to people. Cool, but like, to what end? Right. Is it just game recognition? I mean, it's like very scale of what some of the biggest nations in the world to do at massive scale. Yeah. And that's one of the things that you notice in smaller countries where, you know, the writing on the wall is so clear, right? That a nation has to push to gain recognition in whatever way possible. Again, it's like that's just how do you grow? Not just like a duck context as a place of doing your best to carve out a new line. How do you get somebody to say, I'm here? And, you know, you can do that at the end of a gun. That's the way it's been done throughout a lot of history. But you can also do that through gifts, through aid. And, yeah, there's that one for ghosts. Yeah, it was, I mean, oddly enough, the day after, like I basically done all the others, you know, like I gave aid and I made diplomatic relations with Somaliland, and then I'd been like putting off buying furniture because I was like, I don't really care how much furniture costs. I'm gonna try and give as much money to the aid donation as possible. I feel like my last week I was like, I'm gonna buy furniture. It's definitely like a better do it. So I went out with one of my buddies and just went like to the smaller version of IKEA. We were just like looking at bed frames and how the surprising amount of bed frames that like glow in the dark and have like lion heads drawing on them. Yeah. I mean, really, that's not pretty cool. It was, and I was like, this is not embassy furniture. Yeah. I did think briefly like glow in the dark lion head furniture. I didn't do that though. So I ended up buying them the furniture. As far as I know, the Lieberland embassy in Ibiza is still going. Really? Yeah, I think so. It's your furniture that you got. With Lieberland furniture. Each look, yeah, the Motley Crew. You're on the line that's I mean, we went to like a couple of stores. It was like a theme. I was like, you know, it was like, how do you think about the like all these crazy experiences and seeing like on the ground, like firsthand, which you didn't expect to experience. It was a great learning. Yeah. How do you think about like what's going on, for example, between Israel and Palestine? Don't know at all. No. You know, I was when I was you know briefly an analyst, like my area was like I was researching a lot of the Levantine areas of Lebanon, Iraq, Jordan, yeah, but pretty much southern Turkey, over to Iran. I never once like touched on Israel and Palestine. Just talking about what like the way you're speaking about like these states and how they look at the future. Yeah, Israel is very interesting. Probably one of the most. They have from people I've talked to, they have like the best intelligence and like person from person. Like I don't know if there was a war between US and Israel. I don't think that there was a war, but when it comes to like their intelligence apparatus is far more effective, and they're willing to go way farther than Israel. I think in Israel, I think the citizens are mandatory to have a special military. So I mean, like I said, I really have not ever researched Israel and Palestine that much. I really never touched on it, and also specifically with this book anyway. Green Off for 7 potential defensive. Meaning that I tried to stay away from kind of the you know, the big, like, highly politically charged unrecognized nations. Because, I mean, especially in the case of Palestine, I think the last thing that the world needs is like some dude from Los Angeles. And I got it, guys. I figured it out. Yeah, but I think that to your point, the thing is, like, what I'm saying is like, think about that. Think about Israel. It's like they have more of a national galvanized, for lack of a better word, story than anybody. Like, look at the right one. Yeah, look at the history of Israel. Like, if anyone has more will to continue to drive into the future. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I think that from one perspective, you look at the constraints and imperatives of Israel, right? You know, they're a small nation, and they are surrounded by inhabitants of Cuba. So, what does that necessitate to do? Turn everyone to but have an incredible defense apparatus. Right, have strong international relations. That's the imperative there. They're constrained by their landmass because they don't have, they're constrained by their landmass because they don't have the natural buffers that we have. Right, so that's a big part of it. But I think, I mean, and in terms of national authority, sure, I mean, you know, according to, I wouldn't speak for an Israeli, but like, it goes back to Bible times, so, right, this is a pretty compelling story, yes, you know, I mean, I think that, when I think about the countries that I stayed away from, I mean, largely I was constrained by the fact that, like, one, I didn't know I was going to go through all of these other countries because I just didn't know the church, crazy, but the other thing was, like, I wanted to sort of shine a light on this conversation as it goes. Like, these aren't the only unrecognized nations that exist in the world. It's literally waves out the spot. Further. And that's, you know, there's, you look at Taiwan too, you know, there's purple recognition in Taiwan, Tibet is another one of these areas, there's constantly ethnic movements in Spain, obviously, Romania even has so I think that there are independent movements in the Pennsylvania area, so this is kind of indicative of where we're moving locally, in my opinion, because now the things that previously, you know, we're not a part of empires. Like, we're not a part of the Ottoman Empire. The time of empire is largely spent. And now we're, as you say, like, trying to become a greater community. But what does a global community mean? Right. Can you separate your own national identity away from the pool of wealth that your nation controls and its ability to unify and force, presumably on your behalf? And that I don't know. You know, what it comes back to the question about, like, us as Americans, right? So, without the American military, without it being wealthy and presumably prosperous nation, like, what makes us Americans? I think that, so here's a good thought experiment that I think about. Let's say, you know, America goes away, and there's a population of Americans spread throughout the entire world. How do we move up? You know, how do we move up? Let's say there's, you know, an American contingent in, you know, Beijing. We have a America town? But do we carve out our own, you know, little neighborhood where only Americans go? I don't know, probably not. Like, I think we would separate differently from that. Because again, it goes back to the individual nature. It goes back to the individual nature of being American. Would we go back to whatever our previous nationality was? I don't know. Like, how do you find those people who believe the same national story as you do? even though you don't know that person, you have a shared affinity with them. I mean, right now we're seeing this movement of people who are, I think they're calling them the passport bros. So yeah, like there are these people who passport bros, where it's like, okay, well I have a bunch of jobs, but the US makes it really difficult to cash out my cryptocurrency. Or it's, my businesses are not protected in any sort of legal framework in the United States. So what do? Get a new passport. Malta is like this huge place where you get a Maltese passport, suddenly you get access to the EU, and they have pretty liberal laws in terms of working with all kinds of finance. And so we're already seeing wealthier classes of people start to find alternatives to their citizenship so that they can benefit more. Wow. And there's even, this is such a great point, and I can't remember what it's called exactly. The seafarer movement, you look that up? Seafarer? Oh, this is crazy. Yeah, this is really dope. It's like billionaires who are starting their own nations on the sea. Try seafarer or Peter Thiel.
Libertarian deep sea setting in Tokyo from Peter Thiel. Whoa, what is this? Silicon Valley billionaires dream of floating libertarian utopia. They have finally been killed. Peter Thiel's recently going down. So the key study is one of the again, this movement where you can have all the benefits of coming from whatever nation you come from, but you can also resist any detriments that come in from taxation. Right? So, hey, I don't live in America anymore. I live on these crazy libertarian boats. Right. Or maybe on an island in the Danube River. Or in the metaverse. Right. This is the thing that I'm talking about the state religious service model. Right? It's citizenship that provides for you the things that a nation provides for you. But it's essentially the wealth and protection of the nation state without actually the culture or the spirit. So if you're a guy who's like a billionaire like Peter Thiel, living on a yacht, being a seafarer, you still have businesses in America and make tons of money, not to pay taxes, but you just don't get, but you still benefit from having residence there? I have no idea. So if you were a seafarer like this, would you be able to legally be a citizen of the United States as well as like some other countries? So there are certain countries that allow for like dual citizenship. Yeah. And the U.S. is like one of the few countries in the world that has to be no matter where you live. It's actually weird that the other one is Eritrea. Okay. Yeah. So that I don't quite understand. There's also interesting things that people always complain about, like all the billionaires, like Elon, Bezos, and stuff that were like putting all their bank accounts on the taxes. So what happens if you put your life over so you don't pay taxes? Right. Then this is sort of spelled out in a book. And so what it does is it predicts the rise of the failure of nation states to provide what citizens would need or want, and the rise of self-sovereign individuals who can provide their own goods, services, right? And so, like, I mean, and you'll see in the book, like, I love a couple of lines about, like, the libertarian leanings that exist, especially in the cryptocurrency space and in England, certainly, because I think that there's, like, two ways that you end up becoming hardcore libertarian. And it's like, one, you're wealthy enough to afford only private services, right? Yeah. The other way is you're state funded. And suddenly you're a libertarian overnight because the state isn't there to provide any services for you. So suddenly you just became a libertarian. And so I think if you
on the one side of things, that it's commonwealthy enough to afford only private services, to stand for the borders of the world, and to fund themselves beyond borders and oftentimes laws. They look at the rest of the state-based population and they're like, well, we did a bunch of it. And it's like, well, it takes a lot of capital to sort of reach the escape velocity of the nation state. And at the point where you reach that escape velocity, you're not believing that national story anymore. In my opinion.
Right. Yeah, man. That's probably true.
Like, what does the U.S. do for you at the point that you provide your own protection, you provide your own healthcare, you provide your own everything? If you move out to, at some point, like, okay, let's take
Elon Musk, for example. He relies on a lot of government contracts for a lot of his business, like SpaceX or Tesla or whatever it may be. So he kind of depends on the U.S. for this stuff. So if the U.S. wanted to strong arm him into paying taxes, they could say, okay, we're just going to get rid of all these contracts and basically like choke off all this money from the companies. Same thing with Bezos, right? Because the U.S. could, if they wanted to, they could decide to restrict Amazon or like put their food up at Amazon and sort of like cut off. Like that's what's happening with that's what's similar to what's happening with in the FDA right now with supplement products. So there's in the FDA or the pharmaceutical companies, I don't know they have.
Yeah, I heard your shit on that.
There's these patents, right? These patent laws where pharmaceutical companies can basically get patents on certain drugs and they take a ton of fucking money on these drugs. But there's this really blurry line between certain supplements and patentable drugs. And if one of these big pharmaceutical companies or the which they work with the FDA, right? They literally somebody who works for the FDA to get hired to work on this, they would have all been doing. So if the FDA decides that they want to help the pharmaceutical companies by making this supplement a quote-unquote drug that they're patenting, the FDA can strong arm Amazon and taking all that shit off of Amazon. So the government can do things to manipulate these big companies like billionaires and all stars. It's totally accurate, but when you say the government, you're talking about the American government. Yeah. And suddenly we're seeing the fact that America, there's an enormous amount of wealth that's coming up in China, in Southeast Asia, in Africa, especially. There's an enormous amount of wealth there. And when you have a business, a big digital business, where you're creating bits and not atoms, then you'll put your business in whatever country is the most productive and has the best deal for you. So, yeah, certainly the U.S. could stop on Elon Musk's company, but what would the U.S. without on? What would they have access to? And a lot of the ethos has been privatized, right? Privatize R&D and stimulate businesses that are doing things internationally. So if you stop on businesses that are within your national interest, then what happens to your country? And this is the dangerous thing about money not getting on board. And so what happens then when there's an enormous amount of fiscal flight to what narrative? What happens to the people that are left within those borders? Are they going to have customers that are stuck believing a national story? Right. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the sovereign individual sort of predicts that everybody will have a certain amount of sovereignty, but this will come after a period of chaos, as
people are emerging from sovereign nation states where their identity is plugged into a nation state to being a global citizen. And I mean, like, and of course in the sort of like conspiracy theorist community, there's huge antagonism towards like, well, they can't one voice other ones. Like, like one day. And so I hear from the YouTube videos that I watch on my great documentary, tinfoil hat strapped on. But yeah, it's like, what do we progress towards? Do we progress towards globe that's just dominated by one power? Or is it a group of nation states that are subject to empire? I don't know. I think it ultimately depends on our reassessing of what national identity is. And can you separate that away from, again, military power and financial power? Like, does that happen? I don't know. I didn't fucking run what that would look like. I can't either. There's some really cool sci-fi books about these things kind of happening. Really? Yeah. There's one this book called Forever War. It's not. There's a Forever War book by Jeffrey Hilton. And that's set in Iraq. But then Forever War is not by James Bond. And it was written in the 1970s. I want to say, incredible book. But it's about the soldier who sort of shipped off to war, and he has to on another planet, in galaxy far away. And he has to go through a wormhole every single time. So every single time he leaves and comes back, like totally right. Super human. He stays the same age. Also, since his like military paycheck is like constantly getting dumped into his account, so he constantly gets paid from his military paycheck. He's like wealthy beyond imagination, and he doesn't really know what to do with himself. And this was a book, from what I understand, it was a book about the sort of dislocation that soldiers returning from Vietnam as soon as they came back to the United States. And so one of these versions of the soldier comes back to the world, or at least the United States, is sort of subdivided into these farming communes, which are, they're well fed, but they're also sort of workforce. And then there's sort of like decadent city centers, which is quite dangerous. And they're going for knowledge, but everybody is sort of scrapping to find work. And so you have like this massive polarization in the community. And so if we have, and sometimes those are the exact same topics, what they call it the barbell economy. And it's something that we'll see, that people predict will see with AI, which is like, you'll have an economy that instead of going, like this, where you have like earning more and more, and then in the center you have sort of like a federal class, you'll only have people who are like the laborers on one side, and then the sort of like highly paid technocrats on the other side, and everybody else is sort of operating on the line, which I think is in the book. Yeah.
Wow, man. Well, we just did like 4 hours. Did we? Yeah. All of us. Like 3 hours and 45 minutes.
Look at that.
So, thanks.
Happy,
You just broke my brain.
sorry, dude. Happy Independence Day, happy 4th of July.
Happy 4th of July. Happy Independence Day. Let's do the drop this.
Everybody, go outside. You are not here.
Where can they buy it? Where's they find the book?
So this will be on Amazon right now. You can get it in paper. So you can get it in paperback or you can get it in digital. And then other sources. Right now it's in wherever Amazon gets you, Europe and the United States. Both places to come.
Where are you going next?
So I'm going I'm going to New York. Yeah, I'm actually still not going all the way down and sing it all. Yeah, I'm gonna go right to Albania and like chill out for a while. It's been are pushing on these folks to make it happen. So yeah, I mean, there's some other projects that I want to do with like weird travel stuff. I want to do the Arctic. So that's one thought of it. It kind of is like a future book. I was thinking about doing this like travel book about like how to love the future. Because like I don't think anybody takes seriously the human race except for guys. Right. But like, don't we have to? Yeah, man. And so it's like I'm curious about like places and technology that actually sees that as a serious thing. And actually in the Arctic, in Svalbard, they kind of have a project where they're doing this kind of work where they have the Arctic Sea Vault, which is this crazy vault that's built under a mountain. And obviously, Svalbard is as close to the North Pole as you can get, where there's human habitation. And so they have all of the world's that are donated by sea banks of respective nations, so that if it is a cataclysmic event and some type of sea wiped out, then they can go back to theirs, which is called Svalbard, which is under yes, it's actually been used a couple of times in Syria. That's wild. And on top of that, they also have it's like the Global Memory Project, which is a store of the world's data. And it's literally in a mine. Like I went to, and nobody's allowed in. Like even the King of Norway is not allowed in. And it's sort of operated as like a global service to the world on behalf of Norway. And so the memory project is like, okay, so we have this, if you look up the sea vault, it actually looks like a level from 007. Yeah, so there's that. Yeah, it's cool, huh? That was like something from Star Wars. Yeah, it's not as big and impressive as you think, which is unfortunate. But it's if you have to go into this mine to actually see the entrance of it, and it's super highly slow. What do they keep in there? Those fucking crypto wallets? No idea. They didn't let me in. They keep seeds in there, but then they also keep like treasure troves of the world data. Oh my god. The thing that they told me about it, which is really interesting, is that they're like, we're kind of at, we have a problem that we call the global memory project. So they have a problem because, like, again, if you take this whole, the human race has been around for like 1,000 years, even if there's some sort of cataclysm, we have the problem of the decay of the data. Like, what do we store it on? And, I'm in the bottom of this mine with this, like, really nice Norwegian Quebec. And she's like, the future of this is really storing data on DNA. Because, like, it won't decay at the same rate. And it's like, it's a bit of a mind-listening place to talk about storing, like, the world's information on DNA. Yeah, so that's one thought. But super, and then, I don't know, if somebody wants to do a crazy travel thing, I'd love to do it. The other thought is to do a back-in-time travel day, and recreate what's called the Hippie Trail, which is an overland journey from Austria to Calcutta. That hippies back in the 60s really wrapped up 10 years or so. But it's not around now because, like, it goes through Afghanistan, it goes through Iran. And I had the idea of, like, doing it with no technology that existed past 1969. Oh, that's great. It was cool. Yeah, you can film the whole thing. Exactly. Technology would be like, no. Yeah, fuck yeah. Actually, really cool. That'd be great. Anybody wants to pay me to do that? That'd be very cool, man. Well, we'll get you back in here and talk about it. Absolutely. Talk about that shit. Dude, thanks so much for having me. Thanks again. Huge fan. All right. Good night, bitches.
Like, I voted the first time for Obama, and he said the whole thing would be 100 days of closed Guantanamo. Look at the first thing he said. And it was coming up on the end, and that's nowhere near being closed. But maybe he didn't, and he couldn't close it. I don't know, but how do you hold him accountable? You can't. It's just like, yeah, man. I'm a little high. You guys know? I'm very high.
for sharing some of your insights and your work with us. It's very fascinating and terrifying. Your book has a very dystopian vibe to it, not gonna lie. The countdown. How our modern world is from experimenting, altering male and female reproductive values, reproductive development, and exploring the future of the human race. How did you first discover that this was a problem and that chemical plastics were actually threatening the future of
Before I go into it, I just want to thank you for inviting me and for being a wonderful host. And I'm so happy to be here and talking to you and listening about this important problem. So how did I get into this? I have to say that, way back in the middle 90s, I knew nothing about endocrine disruption, or phthalates, or any of this. I was completely ignorant. And I got asked to sit on a committee, a committee called the National Academy of Sciences. Kind of a big deal. And they invited me because of my neutrality, I think. So usually in those committees, there's people who take one position and an opposite position, and people in the middle who are neutral. And I was a neutral. Although they didn't say that explicitly, that was clear when I got there. And so I was completely open. I had never heard of endocrine disruptors or their effects or the supportive effects. And so the goal of this committee was to determine whether these chemicals, which can impact the body's hormones, known as endocrine disruptor chemicals, whether those are actually something that we need to pay attention to. Right? So I love challenges, I love puzzles, and I thought, wow, this will be fun, and I'll meet new people, and yeah, I'll do it. And one of the first things we did was to look at this paper that had come out a few years earlier of Denmark. And this paper was alarming because it said that the sperm count had dropped 50% in the prior 50 years. Okay, it came out in 92. All right. And so the committee asked me as a statistician, which is what my doctorate is, to look at this and tell the committee whether this is something they could consider for their work on the committee. And although it wasn't related directly to the baptism hormone activation, which is what the committee was called. Right? So we had this term that appeared to be going on with unknown causes. So I looked at the paper, and I have to say I was not well, first of all, it was very thin in terms of number of words and pictures and data. And the data that were there, they had a graph I could show it to you. But you've seen it. And a lot of the data were in recent years, they were kind of spotty over the time period. And more importantly, perhaps, there were not, any of the factors that we worry about, which might cause an erroneous decline. None of those were considered. So I put on a sure, so the committee said, well, can you investigate this and let us know what you think? Okay? So I had the good fortune to be on sabbatical and be able to do that, and I spent 6 months answering that question. So let me just give you an example. So you might yourself think about things that you make up, that you read about as a witness. But, somebody approaching this might think, well, okay, it went down because, in my recent years, the men were older. I could make it down somewhat after sperm count doesn't decline dramatically. That might be a small thing. probably, and stress actually does lower stress. And then that have been more obese, and obesity lowers sperm count. And maybe most importantly, you might ask, well, maybe the way we count sperm has changed, so that in recent years, the counting method counts lower. So methods change, and maybe they're not exactly the same for 50 years, right? So, and finally, there's a question of who are these names? And maybe you can think about, you can't ask a man or a street to get a sperm test. Right. So a man has to volunteer, he has to have the motivation to do that. And maybe he's doing that because he's going to get a vasectomy, then there's a great sperm count, right? And he's had a lot of children. Or maybe he's doing that because he's having trouble conceiving, and then he grows sperm count. So the selection of the population is really important, right? So there were 61 studies, and so I took out those 61 studies, I got them, retrieved them, looked through them, and took out of them any information I had on these and other relevant factors. I also took out what they were studied in and so on. All the details I could have. And then I and my colleagues put them in a spreadsheet and ran a more complicated analysis than had been done before. So we call it multivariable. Right? Because there's all these variables in there, right? Not just looking at the data. And so that is staggering to see that after all that work of 6 months, accounting for all these factors, the slope changed from minus 0.93 to minus 0.95. It didn't change at all. That's million per milliliter per year. And I just like, I went back to the committee and I said, I can't make this go away. It looks like it's real. And then I did another analysis, which we don't have to go into detail unless you want to, where I re-abstracted the studies from the literature, maybe the original ones were biased, and then I ended up with 101 instead of 61, so that was good, more studies, longer time period, and then the slope was minus 0.94. So you see, nothing made any difference, right? And so, I mean, it's so unusual in science to see that consistency, So I thought, okay, this is something I really have to look at. And that began sort of the mystery story, that I tell in the countdown, and I tell people, and we can tell it to you today, of how I began unraveling that and trying to find out what was going on.
What years have you started your study where you took how many patients or was it how many young men that you studied?
So 2017 was actually not a study, it was a meta-study. So we didn't actually study anybody. 2017 was just sperm decline.
Oh,
Right? So do you know that one?
I think so. I think you mentioned that you in the early study that involved 250 children or young men where you got sick and still ongoing.
That's much later.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's about, the one that's ongoing now is Times, and that's started in 2011.
Oh,
yeah. So that's a different, kind of a different story. But now we're talking about sperm count. So in terms of sperm count, what I asked after I saw this, not making, couldn't make it go away. So I thought, well, what could be causing it? It's an actual question. You see something, you don't know what's causing it. So I decided that an interesting thing would be to think about what the environment is doing. Because we couldn't explain it, but right, there's other lifestyle factors, right? Stress, age, obesity, but maybe something in the environment. maybe that's changed over time.
Explain it with a lifestyle factor. What made you? Probably could explain it by the lifestyle factor, right?
No, because when we included them, it didn't change the result at all. See? So that those factors did not make this go away. Adjusting for those. Like the color for numbers. Yeah, and when you can control for something like a pattern, we'll put that in the model, and then the slope will change, or the result will change. But when we put those in, nothing changed, so they weren't accounted for anything. So we thought, okay, maybe it's environment. So how do you address environment? It's really not obvious what to do, but what we did was, what I did, I selected 4 cities in the United States with different environments, and I put them in exactly the same way, so there wasn't that problem with selection wise. And I'll tell you how we did that. And then we measured the sperm exactly the same way in each of the 4 cities. Okay? And to make sure we were doing that, all of the technicians from the 4 cities came to UC Davis, and we trained together, and they used the same counting device, the same counting chambers in all places. And then every month they had a quality control sent out. So what they did was they took one single sample, ran it before, tested it in Davis, sent it to the 4 centers, and the 4 centers sent back their findings. How many sperm, how much did they move, what were their shapes, did they go downward? So in that way we knew that throughout the study, everybody was doing things the same way. And we were trying to replicate the same study in 4 places, right? Which cities? Okay, so at that time I was living in Columbia, Missouri, which is in the semi-rural center of Missouri. Very much saturated with Missouri. And they grow a lot of crops there. So that is the agricultural center. And then we included Minneapolis, which is obviously urban. We included New York, and we included Los Angeles. So maybe not the best pick, but that's what we picked, and we wanted them to be distant, and we wanted them to, and we wanted to be able to work with people. We had to find collaborators, right? So, by the way, in Europe, a similar study went on independently with 4 cities, and they had a similar findings to what I'm trying to. So what we did, the first thing I asked was, how should we improve? So that's always a question, who's your population? In fact, whenever you see a result of a study, you should ask, what's the population? So it's changing how we get in the study. There's so many ways of biases in there. So we wanted to get an unbiased population, but we also wanted to know what is the current population. So we're going to get a sample, and where is it coming from? You can't get semen from a man on the street. You can't get a random semen sample. It just can't be. Okay. So I decided that the group that absolutely always goes for medical care is pregnant women. Almost always. Right? So I decided to recruit pregnant women in order to recruit their husbands. How do you do this? Yeah. And so we did a couple of studies. The first goal was on the, not the same quality, but they turned out to be extremely valuable. So in these 4 places, we identified prenatal clinics that would work with us, and we could make partners, and that was public study for future families. Okay. So we enrolled the woman. At that point, we took her when we could get her, so we didn't control the time of pregnancy. And we asked her, would you be in the study, and would you ask your partner's husband to be in the study? And if some do not want to ask their partner to give us an example, interesting. But most did, and most did agree. We weren't asking them for a lot. We were asking them, the women, for a urine sample and a questionnaire on the blood test. But they did that anyway. So it wasn't really. And then the husband wanted an addition. Right. So got over 900 men have written to do this. Yeah. Approximately equally distributed between 4 centers. And then and what we found was absolutely alarming and unexpected. And what we found was that the men living in central Missouri, in Joliet, had half as many moved there as men in Minneapolis. That's what I said. Wow. Wait, that up? No, you're going to come there. Get your question. I know where you're going. You're going to say, right. So that's the obvious difference between those cases. But you can't conclude that that's the reason unless you actually show it, right? And unfortunately, we didn't have enough money to do that on the whole population. So how would you do that? How would you find out if pesticides were important? Yeah, to make it. If pesticides could account for the difference. You're not my student.
I guess just talking to people who are nowhere near that stuff.
How would you know that? Well, they're fixed. We're stopping. We're about to add this to their fix. We're not getting new people. We're just going to stay with these people. And we want to know in these two groups of men, let's say 250 in Missouri, 250 in Minnesota, that have very different seed quality, would exposure to pesticides be the question. The big question. So it turns out, very luckily for us, that we can measure pesticide exposure in Europe. And it's never appropriately recommends urine. So, and we got that at the same time they gave us semen sample. Right? So we could ask, okay, are the levels of pesticides in the men's urine at that time when they gave the semen sample related to their quality at that time? And the answer is yes. And we found 5 pesticides that were very different between men who had very good semen quality and very poor semen quality. Well, several were triazine treatments like atrazine. So those were pretty cool.
Maybe the people that you didn't study should cover the occupation.
Absolutely.
Give them workers on farms.
Not abundantly. They didn't explain it. There were some, but pesticides exposure is occupational, but it's also through the air and water. And through the food, which of course is distributed. So everybody gets exposed to pesticides. And yes, the sprayers and the applicators of pesticides are more exposed, but we had very few. We also asked them how many miles they lived from the farm, to look at that. So, this one said the European study also found significant differences between their 4 cities, particularly between Finland and Denmark, where Finland was high and Denmark was low. But they didn't do this kind of investigation. Okay, so we published that, and that was the first study that really showed that pesticides can directly affect sperm. Maybe not the first, but it was important. But that's only part of the story, right? And we asked later 2014, we asked, okay, what's happening now with this program? Because we'd seen it going down in the Carlson study, and then in the studies that I conducted, and it didn't go away, it was still the same rate of decline. But then there was a long gap, and so we thought, okay, what's going on now? And we were in a meeting, some colleagues and I, and we were saying, can we do this? We're trying to figure this out. And yeah, so we like to do that. That would be good. And it's funny how these things get boring. And I think I presented there and then wanted to, what's next? So we put together a wonderful group of researchers to do an update of that and of the 2000 and by then, a couple things had happened. One of them was that the methods for evaluating the literature, which Carlson had done back in 92, with kind of not really have developed methods because they weren't there, those had been improved, and the method, which is called meta-analysis. Have you heard that? Yeah. So meta-analysis has then become a term of art. Everyone was wanting to do it, and it really seemed to be the most objective and rigorous way to do an analysis. It's often used, for example, to compare two treatments, treatment A, treatment B, how do they compare? There's studies of this, how do you put them together? Right? Got it. But this is different. This wasn't comparing treatments. This was saying, here are these data all over there. What do they report as a body of literature in terms of protein? So you can see it's quite different, very challenging to figure out what's the context of this. And what we decided was search the literature for every study that had certain keywords in it. So that's keywords like health, concentration, and they didn't have to say trend, or they didn't have to say decline, or anything like that. They just had to report a graph. And the other thing they had to do was not include men that were biased in different ways. And we had other exclusions, like there was a husband in English, they had to have all the data, not just the abstract, and so on and so forth. And so we ended up with a large number of studies, thousands of studies. In fact, we went to a meta-analysis expert and told them what we wanted to do, 7,500 studies, and he said, no, you can't do that. And Rabbi, for being the first author of the book when it came out, who was the head of epidemiology for the armed forces of Israel, he knew how to get things done, and he said, oh no, we'll just get more people. So we enrolled a group of 7 people who would work with us on this for no money budget. And we spent over a year going through these 7,000. So you can imagine this is fairly tedious. You want to do it consistently, you want to do replicates, so one person looking over another one's shoulder, you want to make sure you're not missing anything, and then you want to capture the data. And what we captured the data on was 185 studies. So we came down to 185 studies that were eligible. Had the numbers, they were unbiased, historically count, and we could use the data. No, epidemiology. Not epidemiology. Epidemiology for you. Yeah.
That's interesting combination.
He was an epidemiologist, and he was studying on horses, and yeah. Anyway, that's really not really important, except to say that the guy. That's it. Yeah.
The process and the criteria in which they evaluate people's intelligence when they sperm are insane. I think it's easier to get accepted to Harvard than just sperm.
Yeah.
You're not really
what were the other criteria? There was
health criteria, and I don't actually remember. We went to that sperm bank, Hayes sperm bank in California, and talked to them, and that's where we got that information. But that sperm banks are not going to be in this study. You see, because to get to a sperm bank, you have to have a certain quality of sperm. So,
and that's due to what the women request mostly, right? That they want.
no, a sperm bank will not accept sperm that's below standard WHO standards for single quality. It's not about what the women might want something having to do with the man's interest or education or height or whatever.
Had to be about like 4'5'8" or something.
Something like that, yeah. But what we cared about was their sperm. And because they're selected to be in the sperm bank, they're actually sperm donors, they're going to be way above average, right? And so we didn't include them in this study that we're talking about, the men.
Right.
Yeah. So that study started at that meeting in 2014, and it was finally published in 2017. And, just moving away, but it had the same results basically as concept. Still 50% in 15 years, still 1% per year. But that, we did two things that were very different from what concept did. One is we separated countries by geography. So that's why. Yeah. So what I had seen in my 2000 publication was that there were very few studies from what we ended up calling other, and then a lot most from Western. I'm putting air quotes because it's, you have to define what that is. So Western was Europe, North America, Australia, and New Zealand. And those are the places where there were a lot of children. And these are countries that are Westernized, whatever that means. The other countries, South America, Asia, Africa, had very few. And because, here's the kicker, because the non-Western studies were late in the time period, when you think of the line, they were all up to the right of the line. That's where they came in. There weren't any early studies, very few from the non-Western countries. That means that there's a bias that the end of the early years have mostly contributions from Western studies, whereas the late years have a number of, fair amount of contributions from other countries. And so that's called confounding. You can't separate the effect of geography from time within the studies. Right? And so in order to do that, we did what's called stratifying. So we divided the studies into Western and other. And then we could look at the slope specifically Western and specifically other. Right? We're going to make you into an empty. Okay, so then the other way we stratified was what kind of men were these? Yeah, how we categorize them. And the way we categorized them was the two groups. Those men who were known to be fertile. Okay, that means they'd had a child, or they were married to a pregnant woman. And the other ones were what's called unselected. They had not been. So the fertile men were selected in some way. They had proved them. Okay. There's a question about whether they should have been in there at all, because generally we tried not to select on anything that was related to sperm count. But we kept them in there because they were some very good, my son, European City study, and it seemed like we wanted to see what's going on with those men too. So we kept them separate, fertile men, and the other men who did not know their sperm count, did not know their fertility, were the most representative. So you see, they're ignorant, so they can't select in or select out on that basis. Right. So 4 groups, 4 slopes, And the strongest slope was this unselected Western wind, and that's where about half of the wind is. And that's the line that's very much the same as the Gulf.
What was the earliest that they started measuring sperm count in Western countries?
In our study?
Yes.
73.
73.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's gone, or sperm count specifically that has gone down by 1% a year, and it's now stayed up to 2.5%.
We'll get to that. Yeah, 1% per year means, in that study,
At what, sorry for jumping in. At what point in the study did you guys decide to start measuring the difference of humans? Sorry to interrupt this episode of the podcast.
okay, now that was not in the study.
Not in the study.
No, okay, no, that's a sort of a separate story. Let's get to that after. Okay, so let's finish this one count. So, although it's not finished. So we published that in 2017, and it was a huge paper. It's just a huge paper. It was the front page cover of story of Newsweek. It was all over the world. It was global. It was world. And it led to freedom. So after this was published, an agent came to me and said, would you like to write a book about this? And I said, I don't think so. I've never written a book, and I write papers for scientific audiences, right? But then I began to think, I know a lot more than, after this came out than I did when we started these studies. And I thought, well, there's a message here that people should be hearing, and they're not going to learn about this at scientific meetings. So I think I have to talk to somebody else like you and your audience to let them know what's going on. And so I decided to write the book. And I got a wonderful co-author, and that went on. So now let me go back to the spermathon, because I haven't finished that yet. So we did publish that spermathon for Japan 1% a year in unselected men in Western countries, and also in women in Western countries. In other countries, which is Asia, Africa, other countries, Asia, Africa, what am I saying?
South America.
South America. Thank you. We just didn't have enough studies to say.
I'm curious. What did you see as far as sperm counts in those countries, specifically South America?
I can't tell you that there weren't enough studies to say. You see, what you see is it's these studies with large variance, a lot of variability. You might see a line going up or going down, but what we say is not significant because the possible alternative lines are very, very wide. Wide, what we call compensation. And you can't draw any conclusions. So you have to be careful when you read a paper that says, this, happened, this went up or this went down. Look a little deeper and say, how sure are they? Right? And when you ask that about the non-Western countries, say, how sure are you about this? You can say, not sure enough. Not sure enough to make any conclusions. So, a few years later, we decided, this gets boring, sorry, that we should do it again. And the reason we should do it again is we know from tracking the literature that more studies have come out in these non-Western countries, and maybe now there wasn't enough. And from looking at the literature, it looked like things had gotten worse. So we started all over again, and got in a 7-year period from the time our last selection stopped. We've got all the literature, and we extracted the data, and we put it in a database. We restarted it in 18. Yeah. And we published it in 2022. So we do 7 years. Anyway, we covered 7 years. when they started it. And two things. One is, yes, there were enough studies around the countries now to say that in unselected men there was a significant decline. Okay? So that's answered that. And we have to go on. Of course, we do this again and again every next year. But maybe more alarming, and this is what you alluded to, I think, right, that the 1% decline that we had seen in the past was now, if you look at studies in recent years, that was from 2000 to, I think it was only 15, I think that's right. The rate was 2.6% per year. Right? So, wow. Not only have people not listened to this, they haven't done anything to make it work. So, that path from when I started looking at this about 95 to this publication in 2022, right, where I am absolutely convinced that there is a worldwide decline. Let's take a breath and say, what else? And why is this happening? You aren't the one asking the question, so I'm just going to stop here and about it.
So, okay, so those first studies basically found out that the starting count went down, and you started looking for sort of things that correlate with the environment or with, that was basically beyond the lifestyle, right? So when you look at beyond lifestyle, that can have a major impact on us. What was like sort of the lowest hanging fruit that you noticed was having a negative impact on starting out?
Test I showed later, we can look at that. But yeah, but we should talk about that. So there really isn't any low-hanging fruit. It's all hard. Because if I asked you, well, first of all, let me say, if you throw away lifestyle, because we know about that, and that's, exercising, diet, and drinking, and alcohol, and everything that's fun. Everything's fun. And by the way, the things that your doctor says you should worry about in terms of your heart health or your overall health also affect your skin. Okay, so that's.
I was shocked to see this screen effects from. That's bizarre.
What?
Staring at your phone or watching too much TV.
Yeah, well, that was interesting. Yeah, that's a Danish study. Yeah, that was pretty interesting. He had couch potatoes. Right. It's tied to that. So you're watching your screen, you're not outside exercising. You're not riding your bike. You're not, right? So it's never one factor at a time.
Yeah, not so much to do with the light jumping to your retina, more to do with you are sitting down right now.
That's right. There is, I have to say, a lot of interest in the question of whether electromagnetic radiation from devices is affecting strong health. And
like laptop use, with the laptop to sit right on the truck.
Right, or in the phone in the pocket. I'm not endorsing that, or just, urging it. I'm just saying this is now an active area of investigation. Yes, because the exposure is huge. So if it has an effect, it's major, right? So, let's go back to electromagnetic radiation, and you asked what other factors, what are the low-hanging fruit? Well, the problem is that if you put aside, by the way, genetics is not playing a role here, it's too fast. 2 generations, 50 years, 2 generations, right? We can't have evolutionary change. So then it's environment. So what's environment? Lifestyle and others. So what's other? That's not your lifestyle. And that's really what interesting. So there's chemicals of various kinds, which we come back to. And then there's things that are non-chemical, but not lifestyle. And they're pretty broad, actually. Could be sound, could be radio frequency, emissions, and so on and so forth. Those are not chemicals per se, but they're also not lifestyle, right? Okay. So I'm going to put all that aside, and it's That's not what I studied. I kept going over to the chemicals. So, why chemicals? Well, along with the increasing, rate of killing, which we will talk about, and the decrease in sperm count, at the same similar rates to the increase in the chemical burden that people have. But it's huge. It's, 80,000 chemicals. So how do you know where to look? And so, since I was starting with reproduction, I wanted to think about chemicals that would affect reproduction, and major players there are the chemicals that can interfere with the body's hormones. Okay? Because that testosterone matters for reproduction, estrogen matters, these are steroid hormones. Okay, so if something could mess with that, because that's so important for reproduction, it could affect. So I began to look, and others began to look, at types of chemicals which we call endocrine disrupting chemicals, or EDCs. By the way, that committee, remember that committee that I started out with? That committee was looking at those topics. By the way, back in the 90s. So it wasn't a news story, but it was a new way to look at them. And so I began to focus on the chemicals that could affect reproduction. And then a very lucky thing happened. I went to Japan, which had a 5-year big research effort on endocrine disruptors. And I was sitting next to a chemist, who's a friend, and he said, "Honey, you should look at phthalates." What? Why should I? What are they? I said, "Phthalates, what is that funny word?" It is a funny word, and I've never heard of it. And so he said, "Well, first of all, we know throughout studies at the CDC how to measure them, and we've shown that they're in everybody. Over 90% of people in the U.S. sample study, they have them. Yeah, really? Right? Probably that's an analysis. Anyway, so he said phthalates, and I said, "Okay, why would you care?" And he said, "Well," and then he told me this story, which changed my life. He said that his colleagues at EPA and at the National Toxicology Board had been feeding phthalates to pregnant mice, rats, rodents. And what they found was that the male offspring developed in a way that was not completely what you see in the genetic male. It was not exposed. Okay? And this, they've studied this over and over and over again because they were really sure that there was and then they published. And what they published was that when the mother, let's say rat, was exposed to a phthalate, let's just say, I'm going to give you a name, diethylhexylphthalate, DEHP, just so I can talk about it. That's probably the worst actor in this class for lowering testosterone. When the mother was exposed to that in early pregnancy, then her male offspring developed smaller penises, smaller scrotum, testes were less likely to descend, and there were internal changes as well, changes to the vas deferens, and so epididymis, and so on. And this distance that they've been measuring for years, which I and no other epidemiologists have not heard about, the distance from the anus to the genitals became shorter. And they called it the phthalate syndrome. So this is the first syndrome that was named after a chemical that a woman is exposed to. So that means sorry?
your colleague.
Japanese, he was American, at CDC, American.
Oh, he was at CDC.
Yeah, he studied the chemistry, but the people who saw this and discovered this in roses were Earl Grey and Paul Foster at the EPA and National Toxicology. So they showed the Sally syndrome, and then I thought about this, and I thought, well, what about you? John said we're all exposed to it, so what, do we see this? We do. So that became my next big project of unraveling this mystery, right? By the way, I'll tell you a couple of other things about that. What Earl Grey said, HB is forever. So if you have a small HB, sometimes called the tank, or the gooch, or the grundles, yeah, those three terms are better known than the technical terms. But when, that distance is shorter, when the mother has been exposed in this critical window, then the exposure was during days 18 to 21, and found that out later with the pregnancy. Then we get this person.
That just came after 18 to 20 days after conception.
Yes. Gestational day 18 to 21. And the analog in humans is not as specific. We don't know exactly what it is. But we know it's the first trimester. We know it's the earliest. Okay. So I wanted to see how do I look at this. So they had rats. They fed the rats the phthalates. We can't do that. We can't feed pregnant women phthalates. Right?
No, that would be unethical.
But remember the study for future families? The first one? Okay, remember I told you that we saved the woman's urine? How lucky is that? Now we can go back, get their samples, test them, and see how much phthalate is in their urine when they were pregnant. So that was just really fortuitous. And all my graduate students, I say, you can't just say cheap. You're in the store, and it's going to turn out. Right? So we had this urine, we sent it to John Brock and others at the CDC, and we said, tell us how many, which phthalates are in these women and how much. And there was a gradient. They all had it, but some had a little and some had a lot. And then we wanted to do that. We wanted them related to offspring gender, right? So we had to get the kids, all these people to come in, and that was no easy task. But we got many of them. We didn't get them all. We got many of them. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we should look it up. But it was in the hundred, like several hundred. Yeah.
By the way, what is this rat, Stephen?
It's like one of the rounds right now. One of the rounds is not now because she got knocked out.
Yes.
Okay,
Canada. Okay, that's interesting. There's no DEHP on the east coast of the U.S.
No, maybe they didn't sample that.
Okay. But they have that big round there that's MEP. So there's a bunch of red in the New York area.
Yeah.
And MEP. Where's that little? Okay, that's like Europe, or Western Europe.
I actually don't believe there's anywhere between
A giant spike right on, like, what is that, Iran or Saudi Arabia? A giant one. But ME is mostly MEP, red, and DEHP.
So MEP, monoethyl phthalates, in personal care products, fragrance, skincare products, makeup, that's very polish, nail polish, like that. And you see a big color nail. It's not actually one of the worst actors in terms of being anti-androgen, but DEHP is the worst. And then dibutyl phthalate, DEP, and versions of evil phalli. And now what's interesting, there are new ones. We can talk about that. The new ones that are coming.
So where were we?
Yeah. So I wanted to figure out. So John, others at CDC, got the samples and did the measurements, right? And we got the children. And then the question is, what do you look at in the children? So it wasn't obvious what an HED was in a child. We knew it wasn't a rat.
Okay.
But what was the testing? So it took a while, a couple of pilot studies, to actually figure out how to replicate the rat exam, if you will, to an infant. Pediatricians and developers and stuff. So we could do it reliably, repeatedly, and consistently. That's something every time. And once we figured out what that exam was going to be, we brought the babies in. And with the mother's screen, measured the syndrome markers in these children. Right? Okay, so we found the phallic syndrome. This means that the mothers with the higher levels of the anti-embryonic phthalates, particularly those three that I mentioned, they're more likely to have a child with these symptoms, and most markedly shorter pooch. Okay, right? And of course, I didn't use that in the publication, but sugar and cheesy. And that paper also made it really, but maybe you can have scientifically, and lots of other people started measuring HED. It also made an impact in terms of politics or actually public health, because phthalates were then investigated and included the Consumer Protection Act, the Consumer Protection Committee. Yes, thank you. And I testified there, and they did that. And when they read their report, they recommended that phthalates be taken out of the children's products. And they were through the Consumer Protection Act of 2008. The paper came out in 2005, and we had this legislation. Now, I have to say, they were a little off the mark because of products that they banned these phthalates from children's products.
That's too late.
You get an A. That is right. What they really should have been worried about. So I think it's great that it came out of pacifiers and sippy cups and toys and rubber duckies. Important also, certainly continued exposure is not a good thing, but it did not protect the pregnant woman or the fetus. Right? Anyway, this paper made a huge impact. And then it left me with this question, and you alluded to this earlier, which is, if you look, if you look and measure the HED, it could be big or small, you wouldn't by eye see the difference. It's not anything that jumps out at you. It's not like the child looks weird, right? It's just something you can measure. Okay?
I wouldn't have thought that. Like, what should it be?
I can't.
Is there an equation?
No, there is no proper measurement. It's because it's a function of body size and age. And so all of these measurements are adjusted. So, what's your height? Your child's height. You say, is that child very high and tall? It depends on their age, right?
Right.
And for something that's measured very close to birth, which you did in our X-ray, what's the gestational age? How developed are they? So I don't want to, people could read the paper, they can read the book, but I don't want to have people going out and measuring their children's HED and worrying about it. I don't want to do that.
So, like, for example, if you have a newborn, you can bring them in for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months check up, and they give you a percentile of height, circumference, weight, and all that.
the standard of care at the newborn exam. Just like you measure the head circumference, you can measure their age. And it would be simple, quick, and would give us unbelievable amounts of information. Because it turns out this little measure is kind of incredible. It tells us something about the past and something about the future. So I've told you a little about the past. It tells you about the mother's exposure to things that not only phthalates, but other things lower testosterone. So it tells you about what was the what we call androgenic environment in the womb. And by the way, it's relevant for girls too. Yeah. But it also tells you about the future, and that's the next step in the story. So when you say who cares, why does it matter? We were asking what does this have to do with fertility? What does it have to do with function? What does it have to do with
The life expectancy.
Right. So we fast forwarded and thought, well, okay, let's at least see, because we at least children were very young, we couldn't see their function sexually, but we could look at young men. And Earl Grey had told us that ATD is forever. If you adjust for height and body size, then if it's short, I told you it's short forever. So we thought, okay, so if a man in college has a short ATD, it's likely he was born with a short ATD.
Is that also a small
Those are separate measurements, but they're correlated. And on average, the values in our study included small penis. But
small balls or testicles aren't.
we didn't measure the length of the penis, we measured the width.
Why is that?
Because the length is very much. No, not much. Not much. It's much more stable. So that's what we measure.
So there's a strong correlation with
Yes. So I would say more directly, there's a correlation between yes and also to the phthalate levels and the and the phthalate levels and the length of the age. So we went to Rochester where I was living there, university, and we put up posters, and I had a wonderful postdoc working with me who tried to do study, Jaime Medina, and he ran the study, and he got these volunteers to come in and give a semen sample and let us measure the ATD and complete a questionnaire. Okay? And they were very, wonderful and helpful. And one of them said, well, for $75, I'll do anything. Because that's what we did. And so what we found, or Jamie found, that the longer let's start with sperm count. The lower the sperm count, the shorter the HG. The longer the HG, the higher the correlation. Linear correlation. Right? Okay. Linear relation. And then we just couldn't ask about fertility in that population. We didn't college students. But in California, a colleague named Mike Eisenberg looked at men in an infertility clinic and did a similar thing. He got the sperm count and he got the HG, and he showed that, again, that it was related to sperm count related, but also that fertile men had a longer HG. So many choices. So when people say who cares, I say everyone should care because that measurement tells you something about the future. Not only about the past, what was in the womb, but in the future, how that boy is going to function. Right. So, let me stop that.
You also said there was correlation.
So that's not a correlation directly with phthalates. That's another, that is women primarily, and that is a whole other line of work. to sort of get into this today, but it's very, very important and interesting that the age of puberty in women is dropping. Most markedly, apparently, in African American women.
So you did a very good job in the book just explaining to me how during development the baby's sort of like sexual reproductive organs are made. You basically explained there's a certain time where testosterone has an opportunity to kick in, which creates this sort of area, groin area, that develops the testosterone. And it seems like when these phthalates are introduced, it stunts the growth of that area specifically.
Correct. And that's very well put. So let me just back up and say, or let's leave phthalates out of it. Okay. Just in every baby. In very early pregnancy, the male and the female genitals are the same. Right? But they can't separate them. You don't see ovaries, you don't see testes, you don't see penis. It's actually just a rigid tissue. Okay? And then, at the critical time, which we know in rats specifically, we don't know specifically in humans, it's early pregnancy, the testes start to form. And that's genetically programmed in an XY chromosome, right? And so they start to form, and at a certain point, they're able to produce testosterone, and they do that. Okay? In the genetic male. Female also, but just a little bit, but mostly much more. Okay. So what they showed in these animal studies is that when the mother was given phthalates in her food, at that time, when the testosterone is surging, that the surge is limited. The graph is very dramatic. It's completely flat. So that says that male needs that testosterone at that time to develop normally. Okay? And so the default, if he doesn't get it, that genital tract will remain the default.
Right.
Okay? So the degree to which it differentiates from the female, so the development of the testes and the set of ovaries and the development of the penis, so the clitoris, and so on and so forth, that the way that separation takes place is dependent on this hormone.
That's just a large variation helps develop these babies.
Right.
And so, in your book, you describe Joey Tracy and her son Barry, who was a boy who identified as a girl. What sort of correlation would you find with children with gender dysphoria, and as it relates to sort of like a more recent surge with gender? I know there's no actual evidence, there's no real studies done on it, but what was your take on that?
So first of all, in terms of our studies, we did not study it. We did not have children. We did not get information on sexual identity from children. That is an important study, and it should be done, and that should be related to chemicals that they were exposed to. But that has not been done. My suspicion is that just as the genitals differentiate into male and female, the brain also does. We know that there are, for example, men. This is a stereotype, okay? And it's social stereotype. It's very politically very difficult. But there are certain things like socialization seems to be easier for females, and spatial ability to manipulate things spatially, which is testosterone dependent, seems to be stronger in genetic males. That's testosterone dependent. Spatial,
like
yeah.
visual, spatial.
Yes, yes. You ask men to rotate a figure in space in their minds, they can do that and much more quickly and easily than females. That's a, yeah, that's a
Throughout life or only in early
no,
puberty?
it's not. I don't know,
Okay.
but my understanding is it's throughout life.
Okay. Yeah.
Not early. Okay. So in any case, there is a difference. No question, there's some differences in the development of the brain, and that these are governed by in part by testosterone as well as the genetics. So it's very conceivable to me that possibly the surge of chemicals which can impact the body's hormones might be doing something somewhat different in the brain and in the genitals. So they could have the little effect on the genitals, and physiologically the child could be male typical, he's a genetic male, but perhaps the surge to the brain has limited the development in that direction. So this is just a wild hypothesis and maybe totally wrong, but I believe that these changes that are important and hormonally driven are happening in utero. So I think that whatever we find as we go down the road for gender dysphoria is going to relate to exposures in utero. That's the only hypothesis I have. Whether it's going to be due to a specific chemical or a class of chemicals or not. And let me just say that this whole area is very difficult because it's difficult for trans people, and I understand it because it medicalizes the identity. It says, why would you love this? And we don't ask that generally. And it's similar concerns for people who have other versions atypical development, for example, ASD. What how did that work? I'm not sure that question is yet we've learned how to phrase that question in a way that does not make people feel that the way they are is the way they should not be. And I don't want to give that impression.
Right, but it seems like that's the kind of especially with related to some of these chemicals that are everyday talk about the element of sexual being stuck in utero and doing a lot of those same things we do with genitalia, not necessarily 100% developed with testosterone, not 100% developed testicles or dropped testicles. You could imagine how that would translate to somebody being, or the way you describe, I feel like you could say there's a male in a woman's body or a woman in a male's body. That I can see a connection. But the thing is, you can study, you can ask rats how they feel. You can ask a rat, what do you feel like?
Right.
So it's I'm definitely curious about that.
I think we're all curious about that. And I think maybe, animal toxicologists will find some clever ways to figure out what an animal's preference is. They can certainly already find out who that rat wants to have sex with. And they can produce rats, unless I told you that males want to have sex with other males.
Really?
Yes. Yes. That can be produced with the exercise we talked about before, atrazine.
Right. And this was a study that was done on fish and frogs as well, right?
Right. Frogs, particularly. Right.
Yeah, homosexual frogs.
Right. So that is possible. But what that has to do with gender dysphoria is a really open question, and one that I think is very delicate. We have to be careful about even asking without offending people.
Yeah.
I think, honestly, that we need some trans people to come in and do this research because they will do it sensitively and they'll understand what the concerns are. And as a non-binary person, I'm afraid I'm at risk of sticking my foot in it. You know what I mean? Saying things that would offend people, and so I'm being really careful. Maybe you could have somebody on your show who's trans and talk about it.
Yeah, well, it's hard, serious academics like yourself problem with it is it does stifle discussion. You said you don't want to touch it, and that's a problem.
No, I didn't say I didn't want to touch it. I said I didn't want to talk about it now because I don't know. I can just tell you that a study that I think would be relevant and that I think should be done. Right? And that's what I always do. I always just not think, oh, how would we do this? And then I do it right there. But this one is going to be hard. But it could be done. And there are databases in Europe and the United States where urine has been stored from a long time ago. And you could test that urine for environmental chemicals like phthalates or whatever. The bisphenols, we'll talk about other pesticides and so on. And then you could see if you have a very large sample, how the children developed and what percent of them were trans. That option, or consider that option, is probably great. And see whether exposure to heroin was during, say, the adolescent years around sexual identity. That study would really be valuable here. The problem is that, like I said, asking that question and writing it is controversial, and I'm afraid that we'll take a very open-minded funding agency, or to say we're interested in this, we want to fund this, we want to find this out. But I'm not against studying it. I'm just against talking about it with ignorance and talking about it without the participation of the affected people. We can't always do that. We can't always include the affected population in our design of our study, our conduct of our studies. To the extent that we can, I think we're being more and more sensitive to people's needs. So that's what I would like to say. I actually know one person who's at marriage with these trials, and she was great. So,
Oh yeah.
And yeah, I think that would happen, but I don't know.
Do you think there's any correlation with the gender dysphoria and anxiety depression?
I've read some that there is, and certainly gender dysphoria people are under considerable social pressure and stressors, so I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't more anxiety and
Prescribed things like antidepressants.
I didn't write down those data, but I wouldn't be surprised.
The pharmacology and medicine, specifically the antidepressants, that they seem to be much for not, but I know that a lot of people that I talk to are up and down on antidepressants, so I'm still something like Adderall or whatever.
Are you talking about hands?
No, just in general. Just young people in general.
Oh,
Not necessarily training people, but like TV.
right.
But I imagine if you combine the two, right, it's got to be testing that. So of course, you're already feeling this feeling of gender insecurity or dysphoria, and compound that with things like depression and anxiety because of cultural discrimination. Let's talk about testosterone. So you talk about testosterone now? So how does testosterone work exactly with all of this?
So obviously testosterone is very key here for it's important for the production of development of testes, the production of sperm. And by the way, now that more and more young men are seeking testosterone,
Yeah, we talked about this yesterday.
I'm concerned because they're not going to have adequate sperm when they get around. So, yeah,
I've been on some of these online Reddit forums that talk about testosterone. It's basically the website is about just talk about testosterone.
yes.
But there's lots of kids on there, like bodybuilders, who are in their early late teens, early 20s, that are a lot of them. Some not, but some getting their blood work done beforehand and having a big testosterone. So they're talking about how their testosterone is under 1 to 200 nanograms it was something like very, very modern scale. That you specialize. These guys getting on testosterone because I think it's just the trade-off. Like, do I start testosterone therapy and feel great, feel like a normal person, and be able to go to the gym and feel healthy, and sacrifice not being able to have kids? Like, it's a very heated sort of topic because it's so there's an obvious trade-off to doing that. Like, there's a huge advantage to doing it too because you feel so good.
So the information I have about testosterone, which is increasing as I study this more, is that it is declining just as sperm count, and probably at a comparable rate. And because we know that many environmental chemicals have the ability to lower testosterone, it's very plausible that that's why this is happening, right? But that doesn't actually mean that we have to do something similar, that we did with, for example, those Rochester young men. And we were just getting an idea that we might be able to do this. We could maybe, if we have those samples still stored, measure the testosterone, which we didn't do in those young men and relate it to the balance, which we did measure.
Right.
Remember I told you that maybe we've just started a study here.
Wow.
Yeah. That would be really, really interesting. Or maybe not in these men, but some population where we do prenatal exposure, because I do think that that's where it's happening. And then we kind of measure testosterone maybe several points in a young man's life to see whether there's a relationship. So that's it. I give that out to people if they're listening, because they can do a study, they can contact me and we'll put this together.
Yes, include your contact information below. So testosterone, sperm count is declining currently by 2.5% per year. Do you know what the number is for testosterone? How that's declining per year?
The study, no, and the studies on testosterone are not recent. They're not as recent as the ones in terms of look, that little upgrade we did, and then
Yes.
yeah, we haven't done that for testosterone. Okay. So we will. We will do that, and then I can come back and tell you. Okay.
Testosterone is very much linked to cardiovascular health, cognitive function, many things.
Yes, and by the way, so is sperm count.
Really?
Yes.
I thought sperm count was just because it's tied to testosterone.
And it's hard to separate, isn't it? Because they're intimate. It's one that kind of confounding we were talking about. But I will tell you that there's a number of studies now that show that men with low sperm count have more cardiovascular disease, have more diabetes, have more reproductive cancers, and die younger. So it's a marker of overall health, right? As is infertility, as is women's infertility, by the way. So all of these things are not, they don't stand alone. It's part of a mixed, complicated picture where you're all
right. I wonder if you had somebody who was like a young boy with their and that killed all his sperm, and he wasn't able to produce sperm. I wonder if that's the same thing. Still correlates to shorter lifespan or shorter worse cardiovascular health.
Yeah, great question. Finding all these studies here. No, it's a very good question. And by the way, I have friends, a young man who did go through treatment as a child for cancer, and he did banks of sperm. And he was told that he was aspermic, had no sperm in his cycle, but in fact he did conceive a child. Yeah, well, they missed it. Counting is not a, you have to guarantee of counting every sperm. And he had some left. It's possible. And he walked out. And he is very I'm happy to say. So it is not an absolute.
Who was the name? Oh, I'm sorry, we talked about it last night. Who was the name of the gentleman who studies on the fly, the frogs and so forth?
Tyrone Hayes.
Tyrone Hayes. Okay, he's a Berkeley.
He's a Berkeley. Yes.
Okay. What are the specific chemicals that he used to these frogs?
He studies atrazine. That's the one that we showed was related to sperm count.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to ask you about glyphosate. Yeah, and Roundup. What specifically did you find out about glyphosate?
So surprisingly, glyphosate Roundup have been one of the most poorly studied pesticides out there. And given that it's the most widely used pesticide in the world, it's right? But there are now studies going on, and we have some pilot data showing that glyphosate exposure does affect antigen resistance. But in these studies, which are small, and I don't, put a lot behind it, these were the female side effects. And they had longer and yes, so a chemical could be anti-antigenic, down androgens, knock down testosterone, or it can be pro-androgenic, increase testosterone. So anything that increases testosterone will make girls' androgenesis reach longer, more in the male direction, because they're getting more testosterone, right?
Right. What happened in that too?
No, because they're already so high that the amount that can be increased by an exposure would be double. But if you're very low and you get an increase, it could double your exposure. And so, but this is very, very tentative, and this is an area of very current study that people are looking at the effects of glyphosate. Various obesity, lots and lots of things. It's one of the hot things.
Yeah. It seems like all of this is put it all in the same bucket of our problem trying to create it. And one of the big problems is like what's getting around us. They use these spray crops and just spray the weeds individually. And now what they do is they develop this thing called corn grain Roundup. Have you heard of that? They basically take a airplane and put acres and acres of farmland with Roundup and use it all over the corn crops. But some of the reasons only kill the weeds that doesn't affect the corn. So basically that's this stuff is crazy. That's not good. That's not good. Yeah. And this just goes back to what we're doing now because it's obviously but how do we turn the ship? Like all of these massive plastic and chemical companies that I'm sure have billions of dollars and have lobbying behind them. How do we convince them that this is a problem? How do we convince them to leave billions of dollars on the table and from their perspective, they're like, okay, we'll have thousands of people unemployed and potentially collapse our corporate empires for a benefit that will be seen in hundreds of potentially right generations or more than that.
I think benefits will be seen more quickly. I think that what might turn the tide is some specific individuals who have personal concerns. So some powerful person who has unable to have grandchildren, or they are unable to have a child, or they see various problems related to these exposures in their family, in themselves. I think, that's why people don't make money. Many donors are donating because of the own personal history. So, I don't know. I mean, that might be one way to, so as we get this information out to more and more people, hopefully more people will be concerned. So, a couple of things. One is you can take personal action. And that's good, and I definitely recommend it. And in the book, there's a couple of chapters about things you can do. We can talk about that. And on one putting those down at all, those are very important. And also make us feel that we're doing something, which we are. We can take social action by, sending letters, and that's, nobody wants to do that, right? Realistically, I don't know. More podcasts, maybe we can do something. I think the first thing is that people have to know that this is a problem. As Joe Rogan said, why don't we know about this? Right? And that's why I'm talking to everybody I can, so that people know about it. I think that's what happened with climate. So originally there were, scientists and others that were speaking, very forcefully about climate, but they weren't being heard. And then, partially through personal experience of hurricanes, floods, whatever, people became more concerned, personally concerned. And then they began to take more action. We started out by saying,
polarizing effect. Fight about it.
Yeah. I know. But by the way, our problem,
That doesn't happen with this.
right? Our problem here that I'm talking about today is, maybe people don't know this, but the chemicals in plastic are made from petroleum byproducts. So it's not, we have a separate problem from climate change. And one of my concerns, the concerns of many people in the field, that as we start pulling, making fuel and for homes and cars and so on out of other products other than fossil fuels, then those regimes will have to go somewhere, and they'll go into more plastic. In other words, that changing the source of our energy away from fossil fuels will increase the problem with plastic. Yes, as a society, say, okay, we're going to go to clean energy, we're going to go, right? So we're not going to use fossil fuels. So what's going to happen to those fossil fuels? Right? And they can be put into plastic. And so there'll be more. Economically, they have to go somewhere. And go.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So they're out there, and their use probably will increase as in these areas, household products and so on, as we decrease. So that's, who knows, that's a speculation. But it's a concern of mine. It's just another way that we're dependent on fossil fuels.
So, when it comes to plastic, how can people everyday lives, don't have the necessary everything is up there and everything is out there, other products. So what is it? Sort of just I told you I got rid of all my plastic baby bottles. I didn't know what to throw them all away. Got plastic.
That's great.
But
that's good.
Right.
So, to the extent that you can, if you can eat unprocessed foods, like carrots in a bunch, lettuce in a head.
Yeah,
that's true. Here's the thing about chemicals, even the plastic, if they're warm or if there's liquid, it's more likely, if it's environment is warm and liquid, it's more likely for the phthalates to, or the phenols to leave the plastic, right? So, carrots are not so warm, but if you go to a farmer's market, if you're lucky enough to go to a farmer's market, you could just buy it from the farmer. That would be the ideal, I would say. I think I told you yesterday about an experiment where they took this farm, and some of the cows were milked by hand, and some of the cows were milked by milking machine. And the cows that were milked by hand had no phthalates in their milk, and farmers that, and those cows that were milked by the milking machine, that milk had phthalates. So it's really hard to know
that on every single product, like the FDA is paying and all that stuff.
No. So you're asking something things people can do. So I would say, if you can afford it, eat organic, because a food in organic food keeps out most pesticides. That was, by the way, also pesticides as a bigger ingredient, because they increase absorption of the molecules. And in general, organic food is pretty wonderful with respect to environmental risks. Okay? So I would say if you can afford it, and not everyone can, that you would buy organic food. Farmer, I feel like that farmer is working or something. But and try to avoid fast food. These tend to be ultra processed. So again, I said economics are some people have to, grab a meal at the end of those huge long day, But so then in the home, besides food, we talked about this, but we need to treat water, because we now know that water contains lots and lots of micro and nanoplastic, and I would prefer not to drink that myself. So I distill my water, and I have used a reverse osmosis. Those are both very good ways of treating water. You can also get a filtration system, which is a little more problematic because you have to change the filter. But don't buy water in plastic bottles. Right? So, don't leave water in plastic bottles in your car. And then as far as air, all air environment, so HEPA filter is pretty effective. Another thing that's effective is to put some bigger shoes at the door, then you're not bringing in those particles from the outside and vacuum with the HEPA filter. So try to keep your air clean. So these things come in every which way. Through inhalation, through ingestion, that's eating and drinking, and dermal. So the dermal is your skincare products, makeup, sunscreen. You can worry about what's in those. And we don't have a completely perfect way of splitting those. Environmental Working Group does a good job. And they have a consumer guide to personal care products. And cleaning products, by the way, also contain a lot of these. So I would say going to some of the guides we suggest in the book, or some of the haven't suggested, but you can look for on the web. Try to buy products that have been screened to some extent, not very thoroughly, I would say, but to some extent to be free.
Now you talked about how you walk me through how you distill water and how it's done.
Sort of. I mean, I can't tell you the actual mechanics of the machine.
Right, but like, is there a certain thing that you bought somewhere?
I bought a distiller.
Oh, distiller.
Yeah.
Okay, where'd you buy it?
On a ranch.
Okay. Search for distillers.
I would put, if you don't mind, countertop distillers. Yeah, because you don't want something that's going to be huge for business or, a countertop, home distillers.
Okay. Is one of these just sit on the counter?
No, the one on the left is actually. But it doesn't mean it's about. And that's how it works. You can fill it up. By the way, I don't want to be endorsing any particular brand here, but just say this.
Oh, yeah, we just look up a simple stuff.
Yeah. So, you put it in at night, it drips out, and put it in, evaporates. Condenses, comes in a glass pitcher, and then in the morning, I just pour that water into 2 glass pitchers that we keep in the fridge. It's wonderful tasting water, and then my husband cleans it out. And by the way, what's left, I live in South Francisco, the water's good, but what's left after we pour out, after it's been distilled, the residue doesn't smell good. And so we cleaned it out with vinegar, and then we were ready for the next batch. So we did it every couple of days.
I've seen some of those water treatment. I have a friend who builds the water treatment tanks that are for like different cities. They basically filter all the toilet water for all cities and put in giant tanks bigger than aquarium people. And then they pour like tons of chemicals and stuff in there and bring it out. And it's all siphoned out to our drinking supply, which is like nasty.
Right.
Those chemicals are like $4,000. And they're walking around up in there, bro.
Oh, I'm sure. And pharmaceuticals as well.
Right. Yeah.
So that's a good choice. And I knew I was going to say anything about RO.
Yeah. What is RO?
Reverse osmosis.
Oh, yeah. I don't know anything about it. I just follow it.
Yeah.
I got to know. It's just like these three filters that are installed under there, and the water travels throughout. It's very complicated, but it makes the water taste better for sure. They say there's a stark difference. I can tell the difference between tap water and tap water.
Absolutely. And an interesting little experiment, which would not be hard, would be to compare taking the same source and pass it through a distiller, an RO, and a filter. And then blindly ask people which they prefer and test them for chemicals. That would be a great simple experiment.
And you know, it's look with that green
Yeah, that's really
not in plastic. You know, I think it's like 70% of all recycled plastic goes in landfill.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
It is not. It makes people feel like they're doing the right thing, which is, unfortunate because in fact they're not.
It's not right on that. If it is 70%, it's true, but it's not true. That's 70%. Where does this go generation? Like, if we can't start turning the ship now, right? If we stay on the trajectory we're on right now, where do you see this going in 50 to 100 years?
Well, first of all,
Okay, 79%. Only 9% has been recycled, the vast majority is 7%. And you mentioned in your book, so 79% goes into landfill. But you mentioned in your book there's this giant floating island in the middle of the ocean, the size of Texas, right?
yeah.
So all this plastic junk.
I think that's pretty well known. That's the Great Garbage Patch. Yeah, and people have seen, probably are tired of seeing all these animals, fish, turtles, with plastic around their neck, and the impact of these chemicals on wildlife is tragic. But you were saying, where do I see this going? I just want to say, I think I am an optimistic part, and so I have hope that we can, once alarmed enough, make changes that will really move the needle. And I think we did that after COVID came out, and we desperately needed a vaccine quickly. And it was produced faster than any vaccine ever been produced, right? So I just think that what we need is alarm. We need concern. We need pressure to get governments and philanthropists and people that have the resources to do this to say this is a moonshot. This is the moonshot we have to take. We have to make alternative forms of plastic. We have to get people to clean up their personal environment. And in animal studies, in 3 generations, no fertility can be restored. We don't have 3 generations. Because for an animal, 3 generations is 6 years. A rat?
For a rat, right? Okay.
It's about 6 years. 3
2
generations.
years is the life lifespan of a rat.
Then for us, our life, we have intergenerational is 25 years, so we have projecting about 75 years. At the rate at which sperm count and other things are declining is probably not enough time. I think we have to clean it up. But the other thing that gives me hope is that we have alternative ways of conceiving. And more of those are, artificial insemination and assisted reproduction in general has developed tremendously. And I think that we have to do that a little bit more and more techniques for reproducing will be not the typical way. For that to happen, people have to want children. And that's something that worries me a lot. We talked about this a little bit, but in many parts of the world, the desire to marry, to have children is decreasing also. I haven't looked at the rate, but it's pretty dramatic in some countries. And South Korea, Singapore, Japan. So for the species to maintain itself, we have to have 2.1 children for every couple in their lifetime. Okay? That's man, woman replace themselves and a little bit extra because there's something else. Right? So that's called a replacement rate for total fertility. And we're below that, and we're dropping. And that's gone down about 50%, 50 years also, just like sperm count, right? And think about 2.1. That's where you want to be. If you want to keep the species replacing itself. South Korea is now at 0.83. And other Eastern Asian countries are around 1. And China has a big problem. And here's the thing. People don't want purely to have more children. These countries are giving economic incentives for people to have more children, and they're not buying it. So, I don't know what will turn that around. And economically, countries are recognizing that if you don't have enough children, you won't have the middle of the population pyramid to support the old people who are increasing, and you have economic chaos.
Yeah, it's like we talked about earlier in culture. I personally see younger people, my generation and younger, when you ask them why they don't have kids, they're just like, oh, I'm way too rich. I don't wait till I get my life figured out, or I want to get my career figured out. A lot of people have been in their mid-30s, I've never, 30s and 40s, I've never even considered having kids yet because they aren't where they are financially to have kids. And I think that what you're also alluding to is that there's a societal thing that's happening with women in particular that are finding more and more successful careers in various industries or whatever it might be, that they don't want to necessarily raise children, they want to have successful careers. They think maybe I'll do that after, but they don't realize that you can't do that after. And then you look at these stars, you have like Kourtney Kardashian, who just came out as, she's pregnant with her, I think it's her 4th child with Travis Barker. She's like 45 years old. People think, oh, Kourtney Kardashian did it, I can do it too.
Right. And some can, but it's much more difficult. And the pregnancies are more complicated. And actually, parental age is a risk factor for lots of bad outcomes later in life, which is interesting. For example, older parents have more autism.
If I remember correctly, it's mid-20s. There's a 1 in 800 chance of having that chromosome dysfunction and above where it increases less than 100.
So before child birth is risky. It's risky because you want to see, because as women age, they have fewer and fewer eggs that are available for useful eggs, and more chances of chromosomal abnormalities in the sperm. And so more chances for failure of that pregnancy. And by the way, we don't talk about this, but if you look at couples going for assisted reproduction and test their urine, and that's the man and the woman, the presence of a number of these inducing chemicals in the urine affects the success of that attempt to conceive that pregnancy. The embryo quality, the number of embryos retrieved, the embryo quality, the number of eggs retrieved, the embryo quality, the implantation rates, and the birth rates are all affected by the chemicals in urine. And that's a study out of many studies out of Harvard, a lot of what's called the birth studies, and other people are looking at that too. But it's not just affecting the fetus in utero, it's affecting the fetus before it gets there. Well, it's not a fetus that, but affecting the eggs, affecting the sperm, affecting what after they get put together, and even affecting everyone after it's been implanted. So there's risks all along the way for the failure of this process.
I love the fact that you're optimistic, but I don't see how we're going to be able to fix it. I hope it does, but it's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take really shaking up the horns to try to get people to get off their ass. Absolutely. So can you mention that we should talk about?
Yeah, I would like to just say that it's not just humans, right? So, I mean, there's a lot of information on the kinds of species, insect decline, insect decline, that we already talked about, right? And now there are studies that show even sperm count in horses and dogs is declining as well as humans. So, of course, animals living in the environment or domestic animals are going to be exposed. Those domestic animals, those dogs, to the same air that we are, and the same water that we are, and probably they have a lot of good stuff in their food that I've never analyzed. But and then in the wildlife, like the alligators and like the papa that were producing smaller and smaller litters, and by the way, having smaller anogenital smaller penises, right? Penis size. That was the first thing that really showed was that alligators and like the papa had smaller penis. Like the papas can contaminate pesticides. So that was how it was that. It was like in the 90s. And so this is not a new story, and it's not just a human story. That's the point. What I don't think I'm talking about is what we can get into, but it's a planetary story, right? I won't rule out that there are some other forces that are changing, but certainly we see direct relationships as in like a conflict between the pollution and the fertility of and I think everyone knows about species decline and other species that are declining or endangered, and actually we are as well.
Is there anything specifically that we're seeing with the decline other than like alligators or something like that that in the ocean? That talk about how specifically in Florida there's all these sugar plantations that pesticides are running off and they're creating this giant algae that happens in Florida every year where it basically kills off hundreds of thousands of fish and wildlife that all wash up on the beach.
What's your answer?
Yeah.
You've answered your own question.
But I wonder if there's been any sort of people like looking at this on a massive scale with
researcher took 2 lakes in Canada and actually polluted one deliberately with PVCs and left the other one clean, and then compared the survival of fish in those lakes and showed very dramatically that the fish in the treated lakes were too much butter. So there's no question that you do that. That's going on. And by the way, a lot of the chemicals that are manufactured have byproducts that go into the runoff and into the lakes, right, for the waste disposal. So that's not a happy picture. I'd like to just end by saying, countdown, first of all, very rough. Yeah. First of all, the book has a lot of humor in it, has a lot of personal stories, and makes it. Yeah, and my co-author, Stacey Polino, is an environmental journalist who was really responsible for that term, that ability to bring some light to it and some humor to it. And we have 2 chapters of things you can do. So get totally discouraged, get the book, read it, and then share it. I think sharing it is really important because that's how we spread the word.
Where we want to tell people where they can find more about you.
ShaunaSwan.com. That's me. It's all over social media. You can look for me there. I don't remember my Twitter handle.
I'll figure it out. I'll put it down.
Or I can send it to you.
Perfect. I already got it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you again. I very much appreciate it. And that's all, folks. How did you get into this world of publishing books?
Yeah, so I was a lawyer for a couple of years first, and then I joined my father's little publishing company. Worked with him for about 7 years, then we sold the company, and then I started selling.
Is this book right here the book that kind of like really set everything off for you guys? Is that like the biggest selling book?
Yeah, it's definitely the best-selling book that we've ever had. And yeah, it's just a great story. It's a bunch of kind of good story.
Yeah,
But yeah, the Neil Anthony Fauci, I don't know where to start.
how many books did you sell of that?
So we wound up selling more than 1 million copies of it, which is kind of an incredible thing when you think about the fact that there were just clearly so many people who didn't want anybody to read this book, and they were just doing everything they could do to make sure that the book was hard to find, that it wasn't carried in bookstores or in libraries, it didn't get a single review in any major newspaper in the country. Nobody was interviewed about the Kennedy to talk about it. They were scared to death that this was a book that was claiming that the whole government narrative of everything Dr. Fauci was saying day after day on television, that it was just all corruption and all just a process of trying to make more money and have more control over people, and it was never about public health. So the idea that a book comes out by somebody like Bobby Kennedy, who's a well-known guy, who got 2,194 citations, got blurbs from doctors and lawyers and Nobel Prize-winning scientists, it should have been a really big event, and it should have made senators, Congress question it and want to sit down with Dr. Fauci, interview him, interrogate him, and find out whether this is true. Because this is somebody who's risking their whole career. Somebody who could have had an easy life with the Kennedys, standing up, speaking out, and saying that he doesn't care what happens to him. There's no benefit to him. It makes him perfectly trustworthy. And he's coming out and risking everything to tell the world that Dr. Fauci is corrupt and that the government is corrupt and that they're trying to hurt people. And what happened was they just tried to silence him in every possible way. So you could even place ads on, in newspapers. The New York Times turned down an ad. Usually they're chasing you down to get more ads. They turned down ads, yeah. And, they had no reason for it. So I asked them why. And they said that they wouldn't take an ad of any kind. So they have this division called standards management, where they look at ads and they try to figure out if there's something in it that isn't true. So basically, they're saying they don't care whether a book makes claims that are untrue. All that they're looking at is whether the ad itself makes claims that are untrue. Okay, so they would not tell us anything. They would not. They didn't ask us to change anything. They just said they wouldn't accept an ad in any way, shape, or form with any language for this book. So they changed their whole policy that they had described to me clearly beforehand, and just would not place it. So they were obviously getting pressure from the government not to be involved in any way. So the only thing that all the major newspapers were willing to do at the time was to run hit pieces against Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Just to say everything bad they could possibly say, to try to discredit him, to try to claim that his books and his speeches and everything that he was putting out was misinformation, was misleading the public, and it was harmful. But they wouldn't say why. So they wouldn't just say, Dr. Fauci could have come out of the yeah, the Black Helicopters. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, they're here, and I don't care, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. doesn't care. So, here's the thing. Dr. Fauci, at the time, was probably the most powerful person in the world, right? He was making all the rules that told everybody on the planet what they could do and what they couldn't do. So he could have gone on any show and preached any expert that he wanted. So why was he so afraid? Why wasn't he willing just to meet with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on a network TV show and debate him to the end? So if you're really worried that there's not going to be trust in government, the best way to do that isn't through censorship. It's through dialogue. It's through proving that what he's saying isn't true. So the way that people actually become more powerful in many cases is by being censored, right? Because people wonder, why are you doing that? What's the point of it? I mean, if you really have plans, go through some of those 2,194 citations and tell us which ones of those are wrong. Make a real argument. So we were the second point was yesterday, like relationship is wrong on the internet with the but seems to more harm or censoring harm all of that. But what it does is it rallies that base, the people that kind of question stuff, people that want to let people into it. So I feel like that's censored off of YouTube, censored off of New York Times. They think you ought to look into it more and figure out what's going on, what are they actually saying. Right, so things like that probably help a lot with what's. Well, I think what happens is, we've got this whole team of people, and I was part of it, and I just went on to every show that would have me on, every video show, and I was doing it all day long, just going to stuff, going on to all shows, big shows, anybody who would have me, and it was a whole group of other people doing that. And I think that the Rothschild'S doing that, and Bobby Kennedy doing that, it just sort of caught fire. But it was not because people were hearing about it powerful government on the planet, the most powerful public officials probably in history, and he was telling the American public that they were all lying. And that's a pretty gutsy thing to do. Yeah. I mean, these are the most, so if you believe this, that these are the most corrupt public officials in history, these are the most corrupt companies in history. You know, these are the biggest, most powerful people, the biggest, most powerful companies, and he's standing up and saying they're liars, they're corrupt, they're stealing from the public, they're ruining your health. You know, these are really dangerous people. And it was difficult for them, I think, to know what to do about it. And I think they probably sat around thinking, if we engaged in dialogue, we would lose it. Because we don't really have anything. Right? So we're telling the world what to do. We're forcing them to do it. We're threatening them if they don't do exactly what we tell them to do. They're going to have consequences. They're not going to be able to work. They're not going to be able to go to a restaurant. They're not going to have a life unless they do exactly what they're told. And he was telling them not to do it. On top of our intelligence. Maybe after this show. I would just imagine that there would be some sort of something going on. That there might be like a invasion or something that's trying to talk to you or influence you in some way. Like, hey man. Yeah, I don't know how that all works. I mean, I'm told that there's something like 17,000 doctors stood up and kind of disagreed all around the world. Some stood up and disagreed with the mainstream narrative, with Dr. Fauci's narrative. So, you know, that's a lot of doctors. There's not a lot of doctors in the sense that there are, tens of thousands of them. But it's a lot of brave people standing up. And they did go after a lot of those people. They went after their medical licenses. They tried to discredit them in every way that they could. They used the same kind of playbook, but there were a lot of other people in the background just not willing to accept it. What was it like? Did you try to get this book published by any other publishers before coming to you? Or what was that process like? This book sort of opened your eyes to everything that was going on? Yeah, so I had known about Kennedy for a while. He had published a book called By Narcos, What the Science Means, which I think was in about 2014. And when that book came out, it was the same sort of story. I mean, it was a much smaller issue at the time. Meaning that the didn't involve every person on the planet. But it was still a big story because By Narcos, which is a foreign product mercury, is in certain vaccines now. In the past, it was in many more. It's in many vaccines that are sold all around the world in 4 countries. And thimerosal does have really bad side effects. And so he came out with a book that went through hundreds and hundreds of peer-reviewed studies. And while the CDC was saying that it was perfectly safe, they said that they took it out of certain early childhood vaccines. Basically because they were just being really cautious. So they basically said, it's really safe, we didn't do anything wrong, but we're taking it out anyway. But then they refused to take it out of all the vaccines that they sent to Africa or to South America, to any poor country. They get the vaccine to full mercury. So the depravity of something like that, when all of these studies, this was just an incredible research project. And once again, they didn't respond to anything. So they didn't say, some of these peer-reviewed stories have been proven to be incorrect. Nothing. So the book came out once again. He's claiming that tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of children's lives are being ruined by something that's in the vaccine that's being given to them, and all the families are being told that it's perfectly safe. So it's the same kind of story. And this book comes out, and there's no research, there's no investigative journalist looking at it. there's a lot of sort of mixing up of the ownership and the boards of all of these different companies. And they're even when you look at the CDC and the FDA, you find that people working for the government can own companies of the patent. Right. So they're supposed to be regulating one of the pharmaceutical companies, for example, and yet if they approve something, if they approve a drug or a vaccine, they can actually earn royalties on it. So the entire public health system is just riddled with these conflicts of interest. And once again, nobody is investigating it. Nobody is, there's no sort of watchdog group that's looking at these vaccines or these drugs really carefully. There's nobody protecting the American public. Bobby Kennedy sometimes says that the only people standing in front of real harm to children in this country are the mothers. The mothers who know their own children, they know that their weaknesses are, they know that they had a prior vaccine and had a bad reaction to it, maybe they're more likely to use another one. But the whole idea of public health now is just to give the exact same thing to everybody. Yeah. And so the reason there is that it's all about the money. Because if you were not concerned with just maximizing your return on investment, you would look at all the subtleties. You would say, well, we want to give the same dosage to a kid who weighs 200 pounds that we give to a kid who weighs 50 pounds. But they don't do any of that. They have no concern with public health. They just want to help their pharmaceutical partners make as much money as they can at the expense of millions and millions of people's health. So how is the relationship with possible again? Because it was part of public health first. But yeah, so I have listened to giving speeches at various places, something like 12, 13 years ago. And he's given some speeches in New York City where I live, and where I still live. And in those speeches, he has just been really convincing that there was this growing corruption in public health. And so I was really happy to publish that book, and then I stayed in touch with him. And when this book was ready, I was called in to hear the whole story, to learn about it. I was part of the entire process. Oh, really? I was like, no, but I read it several times, and I was in close touch with all of his team, and his team was just this incredible team of fact checkers, and they were so meticulous, and I could see that Bobby was working on this book 16 hours a day, 7 days a week, for something like 10 months, and he was just at it, and he was so incredibly invested in it. For one reason only, not that he can make a penny, he doesn't even get royalties on the book, but it was a company in the front. Just not a penny on it. It all goes to Children's Health Defense, which is his nonprofit here. Okay. So his only concern was to protect people's health, primarily children. And it's so dedicated to that, and that's why I think he would make such a great president. Because I don't think we've had a president in recent history where the person is just really dedicated to make the world better, to solve problems. Not just public health problems, but any problems. And so, part of the reason that we published this other book, which is The Real RFK Jr., it's the same kind of title. Yeah, but the idea was that many people have an idea of who they think Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is. Have that idea because of an incredible sort of a psyop of control over what the media does, and also over what people think. So when you have this incredible sense censorship on the one hand, then you have incredible propaganda, and the whole media is just helping with that propaganda. Almost like they're reading, from the same press release that's given to them from Dr. Fauci or somebody who's with Dr. Fauci. So how are you ever going to know who the candidate is if that candidate is censored so incredibly? Even when he went on to ABC News, they taped him for, I don't know, something like an hour, then they cut it down. Then they weren't even happy with cutting it down. They cut out some of the things that they didn't like and tailored it to a presentation that they were happy with. But even that, they decided to kind of bookend it with this claim of saying that it was misinformation, that Bobby Kennedy shouldn't be trusted, and then they added in that many of the claims had been debunked by serious scientists. So that is so incredibly improper in a democracy to do that. I mean, this is a candidate, a serious candidate, who's polling at 20 to 30% of the Democratic Party. At the very least, they should bring in people who disagree with him, and give him the opportunity to respond. But to let him speak and then dissect it, put their disclaimers in there, all his names, all of his information, and not give him a chance to respond to any of those compliments. Yeah, I saw something recently where someone combined all of those articles published about him in like big publications. Yeah, every single, there was like 10 headlines that all started headlining on the anti-vaxxer Robert Kennedy Jr. Right, and it's bonkers that they use that to just like discredit him as an anti-vaxxer. What? And my heart is right if I haven't done the research, but what does he say? What does he say can be done if he was to become president? As far as how you're showing the president on the participation of possible. Yeah, so I think one of the first things he would do, what he said time after time, is that the people running the agencies of the U.S. government, the FDA, the CDC, the EPA, many of those people, many of those top people are corrupt. But most of the people working there are honest, sincere, hardworking people who really care, who study for years and years, who do all kinds of research, and who believe strongly that they really want to do the right thing. But the problem is that the most corrupt and the most greedy people rise to the top. That this is a country that's just based on money. And you have to find a way to kind of decouple money from public health or from any of the other agencies. So you can't have this sort of system where time after time people work for the government, then they go work for Pfizer or some other big company, and they all know that their whole life is tied to greenlighting certain products. So when people say that Robert F. Kennedy is an anti-vaxxer, that's a ridiculous statement in the sense that what he said all along is that he wants to look at the safety of vaccines. He wants to look at what's put into vaccines and what those things are doing to people. So that doesn't make you an anti-vaxxer. It doesn't make you anti-anything. That's just a word that they come up with to confuse people. In the same way that they use words like misinformation or disinformation, malinformation, or even domestic terrorists, they just come up with all of these terms, conspiracy theorists, when they don't have a real argument to disprove it. Because if they believe in dialogue and debate, then you always have to call people names. I mean, people should not be against vaccines or for vaccines any more than they're for a pill. So you look at a pill, nobody would say pills are safe, right? So the question is, what pill is it? What's in it? What do you do? Right? Let's research it. Let's figure it out. What is a vaccine? It's a delivery mechanism for things that are in it. So if you put cyanide in a vaccine, I think you could agree So if you're putting mercury in the vaccine, and mercury is toxic to a child's brain, clearly that's not a good thing. Right? If you're putting aluminum in there, is that safe? What's the research say? Perfectly fine for serious people to question what's being put into their children's bodies. Yeah. I mean, it's insane for them not to question that. It's anti-pharmaceutical. But I don't see that he's really anti-anything other than the greed and corruption that has taken over this country. I mean, if you look at some of the research that's been done on vegetables and berries, which we would all think that vegetables and stock and blueberries, raspberries are all rich with, right? But, even there, you have to think about, well, what's happening? Are these, just doused with, drenched with pesticides? And if they are, they should be the most toxic foods out there. You might be better off, eating a candy bar than having broccoli that has pesticides in it. So it's not about what the delivery mechanism is. So is it organic broccoli that's really good, healthy, clean broccoli, or good, healthy, clean meat? That's probably really good for you. But you want to know. So you can see two pieces of steak, and one of them could be pumped up with hormones, but they look exactly the same. One of them could have all kinds of chemicals in it. You wouldn't want to feed that to your family. You look at the other piece of steak, and you have no way of knowing that steak is, fed much better foods, isn't pumped up with hormones or other drugs, is grass fed. I mean, any of those kinds of things really matter. And there's nothing wrong with people wanting to investigate these incredibly large, powerful, greedy companies and a government that is in everything. So we need more people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And I think that there are thousands and thousands of people who are seeing what he's done, seeing how he's suffered in his quest to kind of make the world more accountable. I mean, how is it that people, that the New York Times, the Washington Post, that they don't question the fact that we're the richest, most powerful country on the planet, and our children are the least healthy? I mean, how does that happen? So I'll tell you how that happens. Oh, sure. I mean, you can go to third world countries all around the world, and their infant mortality rates are lower. Their rates of autism are lower. Their rates of allergies are lower. So how is that possible?
Sorry to interrupt, but this episode of the podcast is brought to you by Orso. We all know how important it is to get the right amount of nutrition, exercise, and sleep as we age. It's something I'm really passionate about, and I discuss at length with doctors and nutritional scientists on the podcast. That is why I use Orso. Orso is a company that's dedicated to translating scientific breakthroughs into products that hold the potential to increase longevity. I take Cellview every day to help combat aging by increasing my NAD levels with powerful ingredients such as NMN, transresveratrol, and DHA. NAD Plus is arguably one of the most powerful molecules in the body. It declines with age. Keeping NAD Plus levels high helps guide longevity and health control. So genes are called longevity genes because by activating them, they support overall health and slow down aging-related effects by regulating important processes inside of cells. High NAD Plus levels can improve your metabolism, repair damaged DNA, and ramp up energy production in the brain, system, and muscles. Now, you can't take NAD Plus as a supplement because it's too big for the cells to absorb. But NMN directly converts to NAD Plus, while resveratrol activates your circuitry, which increases their attraction for NAD. These two molecules act synergistically and increase your NAD Plus more than just NMN on its own. Orso also publishes third-party testing that each batch produces absolutely unique. Head on over to bbr.so and use the coupon code CONCRETE at checkout to save 15% off your entire order. Or go to bbr.so/KONCRETE right now. It's linked below. It seems like
for probably 6 months, close to 6 months. And right when they were getting ready to press the publish button on it, his editor at that publication said, you got to clear this with his deputy director, the CIA. Got on the phone call with the deputy director, and he said he has an off-the-record agreement with his publication, which basically saying one, yes or no, or kill this, don't kill this, and they have to do that, and they can't get it completely off the record. So, for example, if you haven't published the article, the publication is going to publish it and say, this is what Jack says, but the deputy director of the CIA denies this, and this, and this, and this. They can't do that. They just say, okay, deputy director disagrees, we're going to kill the article. Right. So that's what happens with some of the biggest publications. They're all in cahoots with. And look, I get it. I understand that the CIA's job is to keep covert ops on the front page, right? Like national security or whatever it might be. But in this case, it just blows my fucking mind that it is literally affecting the health and the lives of kids in our country at their children. But that's what happens when people get too much power. So, there's a Rachel Maddow clip that I saw yesterday. This was Rachel Maddow talking to Chuck Schumer. And they were discussing some claims that Trump had made where he was coming down hard on the CIA and the FBI. And this is, 6 years ago. And Chuck Schumer said with a smirk on his face that Trump will learn what happens when you get against the intelligence agencies in this country. And he seemed to, in some ways, be proud of that. And not to say it's a scary moment, but it's easy to find. And it's real. And he obviously knows that they have just incredible amount of power, too much power. And it's the same kind of thing. I mean, Robert F. Kennedy, Bobby's father, was a corruption fighter, and he was saying the same kinds of things. And JFK was saying the same kinds of things. And, they were likely shut down for saying those things. They were likely killed for saying those kinds of things. So it is very serious, and like I said, it's very real. And, it's hard to imagine. I think it's hard for a lot of people to imagine that there could be people out there who would give children something that is safe. So I think that's one of the reasons why people are against it, because they don't think that there could be this many powerful people. It's sort of like the general theory that if the conspiracy is too big, then it can't be real. People are willing to imagine a conspiracy, whether it's 5 or 10 or 12 people that are together, but how can it be thousands and thousands of people? Right? But you look at something like the opioid crisis, and you see the same kind of thing. Over years where I think 200,000 people died unnecessarily from it, and that's not long ago. And I don't think that's just the Saturday family. They were sort of like, they were the face of it. But it was pretty clear that many of the other big pharmaceutical companies were doing exactly the same thing. And then people all the way down the chain were just sort of following. From the government to the doctors, to the pharmacists, and they were all taking part. So if you see that, and you see that they were hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people killed unnecessarily, why is it such a leap to think that maybe they would approve and sell and force you to take and give exemption for safety to all of these big companies who are creating a COVID vaccine that maybe doesn't work and maybe harms millions and millions of people. So that shouldn't be such a leap of faith. That should be a real sincere fear after what we saw with the opioid crisis and what we saw with mercury in early childhood vaccines, what we saw with biohacking, just time after time after time. So nobody should be shocked by that. But it is hard to go up against such incredibly powerful forces. It comes to public interest,
they wanted to say as little as possible. They would never let him debate Bobby Kennedy. They would never let him debate anybody if he didn't absolutely have to. So Bobby Kennedy, on the other hand, was flying all around the country talking to anybody who would talk to him on every show, big shows, little shows. He is going full throttle 24/7 because he knows that he has to break through this censorship. So, he went down to the border, I think it was last week, or the week before, and who else has gone down to the border? So he actually created breaking news. So the mainstream media didn't really cover it, so you didn't see a big New York Times front page story. But, he pointed out, he interviewed something like 150 people, and he found people from all around the world who were coming across the southern border with nobody stopping them, with no system, no plan. And they were from Africa, they were from China, they were from South America, they were from everywhere on the planet. So, that's a real problem. And that's not, COVID, that's not racist. It's a problem because you have to have a plan. So, and the plan could take a lot of different forms. So, he has said that he would make the southern border impervious. And I think, that's a great statement. What major power in this world doesn't let people walk across their border? I mean, why would you do that? We really need people to use those kinds of jobs in this country. We have shortages of all kinds of workers. So, but we could easily come up with a process where we say, hey, the country is short of carpenters. Let's bring in carpenters from all around the world. And they can have paperwork, they can process correctly. There's no reason for this to be so. And there's nothing wrong with having a real plan. I think so one of the things that clearly Bobby Kennedy would do is he would have a plan. It doesn't mean even that so many fewer people would come. It means that the immigrants coming into this country would do so in an organized fashion. We would know who they are. We would have some kind of balance of where they're from, what their skills are. And that's just good planning. Everybody should want that. That's what the Trump wants to do, right? Building my wall, it's not being much got done. It's just some people run on these ideas. And again, I'm not sure how the Trump was out. But, there's things that seem to happen throughout history. People will run on these things and they get into office. It's like some guys that come in and say, this is going to happen, this is not going to happen. Yeah, I'm sure he's got to be aware of that. Yeah, but I think part of the reason that Trump wasn't able to get anything done in that area and in some other areas is that so many people hated him so much, vilified him so much, that they have this idea that anything Trump said, even if it was just accidentally correct, anything at all that Trump said, they just wanted to do the opposite of. And I think that that's where Biden got in trouble with the border. That he then told the whole world that we were going to have sort of like this kinder and gentler border, where we were going to treat people better. So what is that telling people? Right? So we're not going to have any plan. We're not going to have any real border. And he's telling people that they should come. That they're not going to be processed. They're not going to have to have paperwork. We're not going to have to know anything about who they are or where they're from. And of course, that was going to result in a lot more people coming and the border getting less and less organized. So I think that Alan Dershowitz's book that I have here too, which is called Get Trump, and the right to civil liberties due process and constitutional withdrawal. So the idea there is that so many people just wanted to get Trump, wanted to get rid of Trump, wanted to, discredit Trump, but they did not care at all whether he had a good idea in one specific area or whether it was a bad idea. So the whole point is just get Trump in any way you can. And part of that may well have come. Chuck Schumer may have been right that he went up against the intelligence agencies and they were find a way to get in that. And in that clip, Chuck Schumer, with a smile on his face, says they will find a way to get you back. Right. So I think that's a great point that Alan Dershowitz makes, and that Bobby made in Time Two, because when you give up rights, it's not so easy to get them back. So people say, well, we want to, get rid of COVID so we can force people to do all kinds of things, censor them, we can, make them stay home, we can do everything that we want, just as long as we have this goal to end this crisis, or we can try to get rid of Trump and just say it's okay to do anything. Take away all of our constitutional rights. Let's just get rid of Trump. Let's get rid of COVID. Let's end the war on drugs and the war on anything. Let's end the war on something. So there's always a reason now for people to give up their constitutional rights because we're in this constant state of war. But the problem is that once you give up rights, it's not so easy to get them back. Once you give them up, you might never see those rights. Yeah, that's very true. Alan Dershowitz, is he in a similar boat to Bobby Kennedy, where he was having issues with censorship and putting stuff public? He was having a lot of censorship. My view of him is that he stands for the rule of law. So, he's a real lawyer in the sense that he believes in the constitutional right to have a sincere, hardworking lawyer defend you. And that you're, that you can't be guilty in this country until you're proven in a court of law to be guilty. And then, we get into the whole question of cancel culture. And so he was right in the middle of that, sort of hopefully I've called cancel culture. But, we've gotten in this country to the point where, and one of the things is called guilt by accusation. And the idea there is that you can accuse somebody of something and then they have all the consequences, or at least many of the consequences that they would have as if they had gotten their day in court and were found guilty. Right. Especially when you have these publications that have so much trust by a lot of people in the country, like the New York Times, and that people take it seriously because they're looking at stuff and they have throughout history clearly been wrong about stuff, and they found out good stuff. But they fix stuff, on page 22. So they run their big stories. The Biden's laptop, right, was Russian disinformation. I think they ran 7 stories on that. And they ran a whole bunch of stories that, Bobby Kennedy was one of the disinformation dozens. And that whole story of the disinformation dozen that came out right at the right time was that there are these dangerous people who are going to tell you things that aren't true. We don't have to disprove them. We don't have to have any real discussion. What they say is a democracy. We can just tell you that they're part of the disinformation dozen. Nobody even knows where that comes from. So it comes from these very little nonprofits that are very well funded, a bunch of kind of shadowy groups that didn't exist before. So it's this entity which has no gravitas, no history, no scientists working there who have researched things. So how did they decide if this information doesn't? And it's obvious how they decided. They were told to put on that list because that was a government operation to control the narrative. And they had to create these villains. And they had to say that everything that they said was wrong. Even in many cases where it's so clear that what they said was right. And even at the time, many people thought it was wrong. Now it's sort of mainstream knowledge that you can still get COVID if you're vaccinated. You can still spread COVID if you're vaccinated. You can still get heart problems if you were, at no risk from COVID. You can get heart problems and you can die of those heart problems. So, all of those claims, which were considered to be disinformation by all of the major newspapers. But you take somebody like Dr. Mercola, who's a sort of a well-known natural health doctor, has a big, has a podcast and a daily newsletter, and he was called part of the disinformation dozen too. The New York Times wrote a big hit piece on him. Then they did a video on him, which was at a very high level. So they were really going after him on all these different kinds of platforms in the same way that they went after Bobby. And so the fact that Dr. Mercola and Bobby Kennedy and so many other doctors and scientists were actually, even by the mainstream now, they've been proven to be right. Nobody has apologized to anyone. Nobody's taken them off the list of the disinformation. Nobody's taken down. The Times hasn't run articles saying, hey, we're really sorry that we said these things about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. We're really sorry that we said all these bad things. With so many people, just hundreds of people vilified, had their lives ruined, and they were right. And it isn't even clear now, in many cases, how right they actually were.
Yeah, and when it comes to presidential candidates, it seems like the ones that the quote unquote deep state, whatever you want to call it, it's not one of the best terms that Trump came up with. My favorite one was bring the swamp. I think
Right.
he was right on point with that. It is fun the swamp. But like the people that they're worried about the most are the people that can't be controlled via Wall Street. The ones that Wall Street, they don't need the funding from Wall Street. Trump being one of them. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know Bobby's situation with that. But it seems like some of the people who are most controlled by Wall Street are the ones that are most easily controlled, period.
I mean, Bobby Kennedy can't be controlled by anybody because he's not in it for the money, not in it for the power. He doesn't want to go to Washington and be a politician for the rest of his life. He believes that we're at this kind of turning point in history, and that we're at this point where the future of mankind is at serious risk. So I think he wants to be president to kind of set it right, to put people in at the heads of all these agencies who will actually change them, who will decouple them from Wall Street, from the big pharmaceutical companies, from the big agribusiness companies, and set the world in a better direction, and then go home.
And with the FDA specifically too, when you're talking about some of the other pharmaceutical companies, but FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, food is like they don't pay attention to food at all. I just had a guy in here who was a former executive of the FDA, in charge of the supplement branch of the I forget the exact title he had, but he was saying that I think it's upwards of 90% of their budget comes from pharmaceutical companies, and like less than 5% of their focus is on actual food. And food is a huge problem in the country.
Yeah,
with over-processed foods and the amount of people that are unhealthy and overweight.
yeah,
That's a major part of it.
yeah, and then there are all these, so I mean, the first point is a great point, and it was to the New York Times' credit, they ran a good story on how something like 75% of the FDA's budget comes from the companies that they're supposed to be regulating. So it's just so clear that kind of system won't work. It just can't work. It's just much too much of a conflict of interest. And the idea of it was that they would get good products that would help people to market quicker. So that's how they sold it to the government. That they said, we're willing to pay for the CDC, we're willing to pay for the FDA, we're willing to pay for the EPA. And all that we want is a much quicker process. But the problem is that with a lot of these things, you don't want a quick process. You don't want a quick process with something that you're going to put into the arms or the stomach, of billions of people on this planet. You want real caution and real research, and you want to listen to dissenting voices, right? So you don't want to outcome is really just more money and power. It's not health, it's not progress, it's not speed to market of life-saving drugs. That they could have done at any time. It's a process by which everything is controlled by the most powerful people. So, Bobby often talks about how the middle class has been gutted in the last few years. That there was a new billionaire, I think, every day during COVID.
Right, right.
And so the middle class got poorer and poorer, and a really small number of billionaires got richer and richer and more powerful. And, so when you look at that, there's a system in place now which isn't good for anybody. And it's so clear. I mean, even the mainstream newspapers run stories like this one. And Bobby quotes this one from time to time. And that story is about how 53% of the people in this country don't have $1,000 that they could spend on an unexpected charge, like a medical charge that came in. So the richest country in the world, you know, with more billionaires than any other country, more powerful corporations than any other country, and yet the country itself is suffering. So we're not only, you know, extracting money from countries all around the world, but we're not happy with that. We're not happy with our sort of empire that we're extracting money and bringing back to the people of this country. But we want to also extract the money from most of the actual people who live in this country, so that, like I said, there's worse health care here than in third world countries. Right, and worse health outcomes here than in third world countries.
Yeah, we're like below Costa Rica when it comes to health outcomes here. I think
Yeah,
it's fun to say that.
yeah. So that I think is really what Bobby is fighting. It's not about vaccines. It's about corruption, and it's about corruption in all areas. Corruption at the border, corruption in our foreign policy, corruption with our funding of other countries, and corruption with pharmaceutical companies and agribusiness companies. It's just a whole system that is sort of like a system of funneling money from the people who do the work to a very small number of people, and with no regard whatsoever to, like you said, the health outcomes of millions and millions of people all around the world, or their lives, or trying to actually make their lives better.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much focus in our government on different countries around the world overseas with like the military-industrial complex, and there's so little focus on what's actually happening to the people inside our own country, like inside the walls of the United States. When it comes to how much we pay for healthcare, or how much like these inner cities that are dealing with this poverty are figuring out a better way to educate people.
Right.
To make your country better, you want to have smarter people. You want people to have an opportunity, or at least a shot, if they're interested, to get a higher education and become something. They should at least get that shot.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and that's something that has always been overlooked in my lifetime, at least I feel like.
Yeah. And then there's all this sort of crazy stuff going on where we were sending, something like $200 billion to Ukraine, and we're funding that by cutting people's benefits here.
Right.
So we're sort of saying, screw you to the middle class here, and we're getting involved in some war there, and we're actually pretty clear on what our objective is. It's not to save Ukraine. It's not to make people's lives better, even in Ukraine. I mean, it's clearly making people's lives worse here, because we can't do any domestic projects here. We can't deal with homelessness here. We can't give people decent benefits here. But it's all about the UN. It's all about this sort of chessboard of the world. Right? And so, people have to recognize that this whole period where everybody has a Ukrainian flag, in the back of their car, in a front lawn, hanging from their window, a 22 Ukrainian restaurant over down the Yeah, never. But when you think about it now, it's the same way that people think that maybe Bobby Kennedy is crazy. And they think that because they've been told to think that by the most powerful, most well-funded people on the planet who are running these disinformation campaigns and these propaganda campaigns. So they don't want you to know who the real RFK is, which is why we did this book. But at the same time, they're telling people it's all about Ukraine. We're going to make our stand in Ukraine. Nobody even knows what they're fighting for, or who they're fighting for, or what the plan is. So they've forgotten all about Afghanistan because they've been told to forget about Afghanistan. But they shouldn't, because Afghanistan is a big problem. There are billions and billions of people there who believe in us, who believe the things that we told them. We believe that our adventure there wasn't about politics. It was about actually wanting to help people in this country. So we went there, we spent, $1 trillion, some huge amount of money that's inconceivable to anybody listening, and is inconceivable to me. Right. And we spent it there and we got nothing for it. Nothing. The people there are no better off now. And to some extent, they're probably worse off, because it's possible that certain countries have kind of a development that takes time, and that there's sort of steady progress that they could make, and then it would be legitimate and long-lasting. So we went there and we promised that we were going to give them a shortcut to real lasting change, where people were going to have rights that they never had before. The idea was that they would have rights like we have here. But they didn't get that. And so they got the taste of what it's like. But then they got the incredible disillusionment that they had been lied to. So the same government that's been lying to the people in this country has lied to people all around the world. The promises that they made, that they really are looking out for their welfare. And you have to kind of wonder, why did we go to Iraq? Why did we go to Syria? Why did we go to Afghanistan? And why is there no kind of reconciliation of that whole story? We changed the world there. And there were millions of refugees who flooded the entire planet. We had no objective. We didn't succeed in anything that anybody was campaigning to. Yet, because we have so much power, we didn't commit any war crimes. Russia is said to be committing war crimes all the time, and for all I know, they actually are. But it's inconceivable that in this, almost 20-year period of us fighting wars in all these countries, bombing people all around the world, when we say we care about the environment, or we say we care about gun control, or something like that. But why do we really do all this? And the idea is that it's the same kinds of issues that are raised in the Iranian factory. That it's all about money and power. And if it's not really all about money and power, then I say, explain to me what it was about. What was this idea? Yeah, so he says that he wants to bring the troops home from all around the world and try to have the kind of peace that his uncle described. His uncle didn't want to go to Vietnam at the end. He was getting closer to real negotiations with Russia. He was an incredibly well-loved U.S. president in Russia. People, put up posters of him in Russia, but all around the world, people put up posters of John F. Kennedy, because they believe that he stood for peace, that he wanted to envision a world where we could peacefully coexist with people. And so I think that is Bobby's view. Now, clearly there are times when you have to have some kind of response. and it has to be decisive. But I think that it's clear that so much of it for us now is just once again about making money. It's about making weapons that we're never going to use. It's about selling weapons to countries all around the world. It's a game, but real people die in these games, and real people's lives are worth just as in the COVID vaccine game and in many other of these countries. What it seems like it's become like the publishers of this. Did that start with Rothschild, or is that sort of the truth that happened way before this? Yeah, I don't remember a specific turning point, but we're the biggest publisher of JFK assassination books. I think we published like 60 of them. Many of them were classic. But I think that there's been this, what crazy nights, and more and more production, and a more and more powerful government. So I don't know when that turning point was for me, but there's just been case after case of it. It's grown to be a bigger and bigger part of what I think about all this. Yeah, and talking about John too, just got very awkward. I'm going to try to throw blame on some of the work that they've done, like the anti-radiation work that John Kerry where he was really trying to stop it. Right. And there's just this incredible bureaucratic force that is just unstoppable. Right. Right. So if you disagree, and if you push back, and if you don't enter total line, separate consequences. John Kerry is an incredible example of that. As is something like Snowden. Right. What sort of blowback have you used in your life, like personally, from doing this kind of stuff? And do you try to get discredited personally for publishing some of this stuff, or what else do you do? Yeah, some of the time people ask me whether I'm afraid of the consequences. And I think that's a good question, because a lot of people have self-esteem consequences. But I think for me, personally, I'm more afraid of the consequences of not publishing the books that I want to publish, or that I think are important for people to read, and not personally just coming out and saying what I believe. So if there are going to be consequences, I think that the consequences of saying what you honestly believe, and fighting for freedom of speech, that so far outweighs anything that anybody could ever do to me. That I want to be able to be proud of things that I've done in my life when I'm laying on my deathbed at hopefully 120. I want to feel, not that I back down, or that I complied, or that I was, afraid to publish something, or to say something, or to do something, or to make a choice that I believe in. And I think one of the great things that's happening in this country now is that I think COVID brought that out in a lot of people. So I think that, 5 years ago, there were a lot fewer people who questioned their government, questioned choices, who, there were many more people who just believed what they read, what they heard, and did what they were told. And then brought it down to people else, with the government. But I think that during COVID, we had this incredible force of people just saying no. People just saying, I don't believe this. That the government is telling me the truth. The New York Times is telling me the truth. I can't believe that the books on the New York Times bestseller list are actually the ones selling better. I can't believe that I will need to be protected from Bobby Kennedy or the disinformation dozens. And so those people have led to this kind of show, and so many other shows where hundreds of millions of people all around the world are hearing information that isn't censored and that isn't controlled. And that, I think, has never been true before. of the people who voted for Bernie Sanders voted for Donald Trump. And they were just voting for an outsider. They were voting for somebody who they thought could be controlled. And I think that if Bobby Kennedy was allowed to actually speak to the American public, and if Biden started actually running against him, and they debated, and people were able to kind of honestly look in their newspapers and on their TV shows and two different visions of what's going on in the world. Biden's telling you that the government's honest, that everything that they do is for your benefit, and Bobby Kennedy saying that that isn't true. I think the American public should not vote for Biden, that they would not want Biden to be their president. It's pretty clear that they don't want him to be their president. But they're not allowed to see that there's a really strong alternative. It's become clear that the generation of people which is getting older and older, the generation who consumes content, podcast content specifically, people have more of a stress for that kind of stuff. There's long form discussions that are unedited, not curated and on television and stuff that everyone has their own favorite podcast that they trust. And there's this growing sort of organic movement online with podcasters. And Bobby has been on some of the biggest podcasts recently. Yeah, I think he was on a big podcast that shut down or deleted the announcement. Yeah, I was just listening to it 2 weeks ago. It had 2 years or 3 views. I got it back to the other day to sort of finish off the last 3 minutes of it. It was really fun. That's a great point. So there's been some focus on making less censorship now than there was during sort of the height of COVID. But you see time after time now that there's a lot of censorship right now. Right? It's sort of quieter, but there are things being taken down. Shows that Bobby Kennedy did that were up on YouTube that you can't watch. Right? So they just sort of take them down. They don't even tell you when they take them down. They just quietly take them down. So I think it's probably a little bit like Twitter, that there's probably people who are embedded there. And that those people are acting for government agencies to kind of curate things and just try to sort of bring it towards Biden. That Biden doesn't have to run, Biden doesn't have to talk, he's just going to be handed the president. That's where I question that. Personally, when I see 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 podcasts get shut down by Bobby Kennedy, shutting those down. Those are great podcasts. Yeah, a lot of people get into those podcasts. So when I see some of those other podcasts get shut down, they're doing it almost just enough to get people's attention. They're censoring just enough to show people, look, we're going to censor them. So it's like they're still going to let it go on somebody's bigger platform. So it's like enough to get his message out, enough to show him something about, but look, he's being censored. Right. So it's almost like they're wiring people up. It's like lighting a fire under their asses. So I always wonder, what is there any reverse psychology going on? It doesn't seem like it's hurting him at all, right? It seems like it's helping him. And I don't think people are dumb. Yeah, so, I always like to think about those kinds of things too. What are the plans? And, Biden is a tough one. So if you really want Biden to be president for 4 more years, it's hard to imagine that anybody would really want that, other than just as a figurehead, he's been president. Maybe it's just an easy road. But I think that Bobby's able to break through and get on all of these shows. And these shows are harder to shut down. So if you try to shut down Jordan Peterson, or for Tucker Carlson. So Tucker Carlson is it's a strange story what happened in the last couple of weeks, where they were writing stories that his new project on Twitter, that it was better, even when it was just starting. But if you look up his first show, it's got more than 120 million views now. When has there ever been a show that got 120 million views? He was getting 3.5 million viewers when he was at Fox, right? So how can anybody call that a failure? When Bobby Kennedy posted on Twitter his take on what had happened to Tucker Carlson, he got something like 12 million views for a while. He just said that he believed that it was a sign of corruption, that it was him going against really powerful people. It was him in the prior week he had Bobby Kennedy on, where Bobby was talking all about the Ukraine war. It's like 3 or 4 days before. So Bobby was just saying that he believed that it was a sign of the same kind of censorship, the same kind of corruption that he's been calling out in all areas of the government. And that clearly resonated with millions and millions of people. But then once again, you don't see the New York Times running a front page story on Bobby Kennedy's tweet getting 12 or 13 million views, just Tucker Carlson's first new show getting 110 million views. You think that would be a big story? Well, why aren't there front page stories saying that? And so all of it, even with the indictment of Trump, and whether you love Trump or not, as Alan Patriot says in Get Trump, you have to believe in constitutional rights or not believe. You can't say we're going to leave under Biden and not indict him and not really follow that story wherever it leads, but we're going to try to take down Trump and still really have a constitution. Didn't Bobby say that he was actually trying to get the higher cost at one point? He was talking about go on the environment. Yeah, but it's just you want to talk about but I will never have you on the boss. Any of my anchors never do get you on the competitors every fired. Yeah, so I think that story, or the story that I heard, was that he met him at a restaurant and kind of asked him, why he wouldn't like to talk about these kinds of things, or why he wouldn't have him on to talk about the kinds of things that he really wanted to talk about, that he thought were newsworthy. And the guy from Fox said 70%. Actually, I didn't think the guy wrote from Fox. It was from some big network. And he said 70% of our advertising comes from pharmaceutical companies. Because we just can't do it. We would fall apart if we didn't do it. So you see that on all sides, that the companies are funding all of the media, they're funding universities, they're doing all the research that people are afraid to come up with science that disproves the people who fund it. There was something on posted something on Twitter that I said the same as me, man. But I would for some reason I kept making excuses that made me 90% or no, 97% of the science that scientists being like, oh, this isn't my environment, agrees with the people who are funding it. I just felt like he said, and the other 3%, they get censored in platforms. I mean, I have no idea if that's true, but I believe that it is the vast majority of the science that actually gets peer reviewed and makes it all the way through and is taken seriously is science that is just helpful to the people who are funding. Right? Rothschild'S, the real answer is algebra. It's the sort of subtitle that Jill Higgs, this pharma, what is the Yeah, so one of the big roles is that Bill Gates was a big proponent of vaccine, of the COVID vaccine. He invested, up to his eyeballs in vaccine. And I kept going back. I believe so. So I think that the story there to some extent, and this is involved in a lot of different things, but the story just when it came to vaccines, which I find kind of fascinating now, is that there are a lot of clips out that show him saying clearly that the COVID vaccine is incredibly safe and incredibly effective. And then the story is that he sold some of the shares in the companies that he owned shares in, and then his view of the success of the COVID vaccine changed drastically. So he played it perfectly where he was sort of a marketing guy for it, then made all the money, and then tried to join the other side when it was convenient to do that and he didn't have to spend any money. And then they denied him credit for being somebody who, more nuanced. But he was only willing to do that when it wasn't uncomfortable. Right. Yeah, he's one of the weird ones. I don't believe so, but I would do that. No, that's a great thing, that Bobby said about the real Anthony Fauci when it first came out. He said, this is an alarming book, that if you read about the financial entanglement that has gone into our public health since the AIDS crisis, you will be shocked by it. And if you think that it isn't true, ask yourself, why hasn't Fauci debated me on any of this? Why doesn't Gates debate me on any of this? Or why haven't I gotten sued? So he said that time after time. I know nobody can do that for any information in the book being incorrect. Yeah, our lawsuit predictions lawsuits cost a lot of money, and most people don't have any kind of potential lawsuits that are making lots of money. But you would think that if people really thought that they could shut Bobby down by suing over things that were in court, that they would have done that. Right. I think what they believed was that the best way to handle it would be to vilify him and to run districts and try to make everybody in the country think that he's anti-science, that he's crazy, that all of the bad things that they said about him. But it's so clear that they've been this sort of attack on science. And the attack isn't coming from Bobby Kennedy and the disinformation presence. It's coming from this fake science that's taken over the world. That's what the real anti-science is. It's science where you're not allowed to disagree with it. Because anybody knows, any scientist knows, that real science has to stand up to disagreement. That's what the scientific process is. That people disagree and they fight it out to the end. It's like the fight club of science. People bring their very best arguments and their best data, and they disprove somebody else. And that's how we make progress as a species on the planet. Versus just saying the only science that we can heal is the science that will make us more money. And Alex said this very often in that conversation. It's not necessarily debate. So the primary way you just don't want to do it is don't want to do it. Yeah. But I think that a lot of people, well, look at Biden. I can't have a debate with anybody. You just take anybody in any restaurant in the country and just bring them outside and say, here, have a debate with Joe Biden on this. And I think almost anybody would out-debate Joe Biden. Yes. So think about Bobby Kennedy, who's really going into the details of this issue. I'm fascinated by his way of sort of, there's so many different things that maybe he's not an expert in, but care about taxes, okay, we're this, this, and this, or these are our consequences. But this guy's litigated himself over many lawsuits, 500 lawsuits, all the research, read all the reviews and the studies, like, yeah, the amount of time and effort he's put into reading the stuff and writing the stuff. Like, you know what, the president spend that much time on anything. And I mean, he's a scholar, he's a leader, he's a serious thinker. And, you know, when he brought into these lawsuits, he was feeding science for them, right? Because you had to learn it, right? You can't, you know, go out against Monsanto and fight about glyphosate in Roundup. And that is a massive lawsuit, a massive issue that is poisoning people all around the country and all around the world. You can't go into a battle like that with a multi-billion-dollar company without comprehending the facts, without really being careful in your reading of it, consulting, you know, so many different experts in it, so that you can, you know, go up against the most powerful people on the planet and actually beat them. So he was able to win a $70 billion judgment against Monsanto, which then, you know, to some extent led to the 13,000 or so pending lawsuits that they have. So he's took part in taking down one of these most powerful companies out there. So I think, you know, it's possible that one person can do that. One person can inspire millions of people to help do that, so that we could then have a country where we don't allow products to be sold or things being injected into young children that are not well researched. And that we don't call those people anti-vaxxers, we don't call them conspiracy theorists, we call those people folk heroes, you know, or freedom fighters, or, you know, people who really are working day and night, who dedicated their lives to trying to help other people. So the idea that everything's sort of flipped on its head, and but the people who really want to do good things are called the villains. You know, like the book was always mentioned, you know, writing scripture. You know, right now, you know, Fauci got to write the story to some extent, but I think that it's important not to let it go. And it's important to keep fighting it, even though the crisis period is over, because the problem and the danger is that, you know, even though he's just one person, they're paying more people because of many other monsters, and there's just going to be somebody else, and the same kinds of things are going to happen time after time after time if we don't get to the bottom of what happened and make sure that everybody in the world knows what happened and that it was a product of greed and corruption, not about some hero trying to protect us from the virus. Now, run for president is not how are we going to come by this. And this conversation is very personally responsible. President. One of the biggest industries is responsible for the environment or for public health. So we're sort of like the biggest components for funding these campaigns for housing. Yeah, so I think that, you know, he's going out there on all these podcasts, and you know, he's been saying that this might be the first presidential election that's won on radio shows and podcasts. You know, that, you know, and if you look at the actual data, so you look at what are the main TV shows now pulling in, you know, maybe it's 2 or 3 billion viewers, and that's maybe the top 2 or 3. But Joe Rogan is pulling in 11 million, maybe 12 million. Tucker pulled in 120 million, and the second one I think was 50 million, the third one was something around there. So, yeah, right. Well, kind of hard to tell what the numbers always mean. Yeah, there are 2 or 3 people right, you know, viewers at different times. But even if you dissect that 120 million stuff, you have to dissect it a lot of times for it to get anywhere near as low as mainstream media is. So when you involve Biden, he wouldn't go on any podcast. Biden might go on to partner decided somebody else. All of these kind of big statements that he always makes. Right. But to have a candidate who's going on a show that maybe 120 million people watch, and then asking them to help, to send in $25 or $50, I think there's a good chance that the American public is waking up to what's happening. Like I said before, that I think 3 years ago, 5 years ago, there was a small fraction of the number of people in this country who really believed that it was possible that a bunch of big companies were colluding with the government and public health officials and other kinds of government officials and doing things that even they knew were not good for the public. But now I think we probably have half the country. And I think some Democrats think that's all Republicans, and I don't think that's true at all. Even when Tucker was still on Fox, something like 35% of his viewers were Democrats. So there were a lot of people who would watch Tucker and they would disagree with a lot of things that he said, but they felt sincerely that there were a lot of topics that he covered where they couldn't get the information anywhere else. Maybe they could get it on a bunch of smaller shows, they could get it on Joe Rogan, but they couldn't get it from the newspaper that they've been reading for the last 10 years, or from the network TV show that they've been watching for the last 10 years. So I think that power, the power of speaking directly to huge numbers of people in this country, is a very powerful tool. And if Bobby keeps doing that and keeps talking day after day on this big show, but there are so many other voices. So there's some of the polls have come out. So they even mentioned there's the Harvard Harris poll came out from the prominent poll, and they looked at something like 15 Democrats going down to 1% of the vote, including a whole list of people who have already said they're definitely not running, like Bernie Sanders, and they just left Bobby out. So that I think is another piece of the kind of ENC kind of saying, hey, we decided we can call up posters, not to include Bobby, call up our friend at the New York Times, and tell him to do a roundup of Democratic candidates and Bobby out, or they do that pod, or just kind of chip away at the corners of his popularity. Right. What are some of the other most controversial things that you published besides the Bobby talks about public health? Or you have Pierre Corey on there? Yeah, Pierre Corey's book, I think, is a very important piece of the puzzle. Because on the one hand, it seems really clear, and there are a lot of peer-reviewed studies saying that ivermectin helps prevent COVID, helps lessen the effects of COVID. And so if Pierre Corey was allowed to speak, was allowed to show his studies and make the argument on national television at the time that the COVID vaccines were approved, arguably they couldn't have been, because they had to get a waiver of the proper study. And the only way that you can get that kind of waiver is if you show that there's no viable alternative to the product that you're offering. Yes. And so for the whole reason for coming out and having Dr. Fauci and so many other people go on to 100 different TV shows, and I've seen sort of these things that people post on various sites, Instagram, there's somewhere where they have 20 different people at various news stations, and they're all saying almost the exact same thing. Where it's like, ivermectin is a horse medicine. It's only meant for horses, and it can kill you. Right? Yeah, they're all on the same page. Almost the exact same thing. Both of them saying the exact same thing. And so you look at that, and And but it meant 4 units that are 2 different times. One is actually for livestock, but it was a totally fake story that was sort of sold to the entire American public and to the world, and it was a lie. And even now, nobody's coming back. You don't see ABC News or NBC News or New York Times running front page stories saying, sorry, we were wrong about that. If you had taken this, the outcome would have been much different. So you look at what our outcome actually was, and now it's something like 1.1 million people are said to have died of COVID. It's kind of hard to know whether any of those numbers mean anything. But that's more than 4 times the number of people who died on the whole continent of Africa. Right? We don't have other countries in Africa, or was it like the Southern American countries? We don't know. Africa is a very common drug there that have been used for the last couple of decades. And so on the one hand, it's fascinating that with a 1.4 billion population and countries that are much poorer than our country, that they would have something like 1/16 of the death per capita. Right. Yeah. So, how is that possible? How is it possible that we're so proud that we're looking up to this genius, Dr. Fauci? He gives us results that are 1/16 of the results that they were able to achieve in Africa. So part of the reason might be that a large percentage of the population there was taking ivermectin before COVID, during COVID, and stuff. There was no country that was worse than us. Definitely. I don't think it was either. It's such a weird thing too, because if you're gonna eradicate it, if you're gonna fix how do you fix the problem? It's human nature. It's sort of the worst part. What's happening with pharmaceutical companies is it's the worst part of capitalism, right? It really is. It's the bastardization of capitalism, where people just decide fuck taking care of our community or our country or the bigger picture, and let's just focus on driving as much profit as we possibly can. And the patents are a big problem with this, right? Some of these medicines that were being suppressed were the patents are expired. There was no money, right? That combined with the withdrawal control of the regulatory agencies and the pharmaceutical companies, it's if you fix that, how do you stop it from happening again in some other direction? Right? It is human nature, and there's so much money moving around. It's just how do you keep a check on it? It seems so hard for me to comprehend how to allow it. It just seems like recently it was gas and haven't been able to come up with really. And part of that might be, that it started with, Robert Kennedy, Bobby's father, and JFK, and the other people that were killed during the 60s. But since then, we haven't had incredibly smart, incredibly dedicated leaders. And then you see all of this data of senators who came into power and they had a net worth of $500 million. During the Senate for 30 years, now they've got $120 million net worth. You see that every side of it is about money. From the lobbyists to the actual politicians, that everybody's making money. Right. And so one of the things that these corporations are people so that you can have all of these big pharmaceutical companies being found guilty of crimes. So you have this incredible situation that I think people will just be fascinated with in 50 years when they look back on it and they'll study it in law school classes, where you have have some of the worst crimes in the history of mankind. Or maybe go to death. So they're just criminal crimes. So, biopsy schedules show around like 50,000 to 100,000 people, maybe more. There are all these documents showing that they knew about it, that they knew people were getting heart attacks. And they got letters from researchers and scientists worked for Merck at the time, and they just didn't do it because they had no personal liability. There was a lot of money in it. They didn't have another drug to take its place. They were worried that the share price was going to plummet, so they just let these people die. So when you talk about somebody let 50,000 people die in a year, when they know what's happening, and they know that they can stop it, and then the only consequence is that there's a criminal fine, which becomes almost like a cost of doing business. Right. But it seems like the only people who want to get into politics are the rich people, like the people that are even in Wall Street and finance and any sort of politician is just run up with people who have no talent in anything else other than ass kissing and ladder climbing. Right? It's just this societal ladder climbing game of making more money. And those people are not the people that you want around the country. They're not. If you want people that actually have like care, you want people that have the right moral compass, and those kind of people have no interest in politics. Right, and that's a big part of the problem. But I think people need to be inspired, and they need to see a leader who's different. Yeah, and when they do, then I think, when John F. Kennedy was president, I think there were a lot of children thinking, I want to go into politics, or I want to do something good. I'm not the last guy, the last good. But they were really thinking, not just in the United States, but all around the world. And it's true, it's covered in this book. But there really were, like I said before, people in Russia, in Africa, and all around the world putting up posters of John F. Kennedy, or named after him, right? Because they really believe that he was a leader who wanted to change the world and make it better, who wanted world peace so that people didn't have to worry about their whole country being blown up. And, but one thing that Bobby said that I think is important for people to hear about is that, one of the things that they might come after him with is say, well, if you're going to reform all of the agencies of government, and if you're going to make it harder for big companies to kind of squeeze more money out of the population and out of the world, isn't that going to lead to some kind of economic crisis? Right. So the idea, though, is, and he said this many times, is that corruption, destroying the environment, all of these kinds of things that he's fighting are actually anti-capitalist. These are not things that are good for real capitalism. These are things that are good for fascism. These are things that are good for a handful of billionaires running a handful of incredibly powerful companies that want to tell the government what to do, that want to tell every person what to do, that could think what to put into their bodies. But that isn't capitalism. Capitalism is the 53% of the people in this country who don't have $1,000. Because the fascists have destroyed capitalism. Because having a good environment, having healthy people, having small businesses that we destroyed during COVID, that kills capitalism. That's the real capitalism. And fascism is the destruction of all of those companies, and the building of bigger and bigger companies that are just make it impossible for innovation innovation, for progress, for all the kinds of things, or to build a small business, all of the kinds of things that are the other flip sides of real capital. Now, he's a big proponent of real right? No, he needs to have experience there, so I think he's got his back. Yeah. But my guess is there, so he doesn't get with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he just get a really sincere thinker. So, his history is sort of 3 Mile Island in the New York area, where nuclear power plants kind of that history. So the idea then is the possibility that nuclear power, which is really, potentially beneficial to the whole world, the idea is, can we make it safe? And so, if there was ever anybody who would be potentially convinced of something, where they would have a view, like John F. Kennedy started out as kind of like a cold warrior, but he was convinced that peace was possible if you had a real transformation over a relatively short period. And I think that if there's any candidate who is open to ideas, it's Bobby Kennedy. That if he was convinced him, if you could have a room full of scientists who would show studies that prove that nuclear power can be safer than it's been in the past, then I think he would be all for it. So I think that's what you get in. And many times people look at politicians and they find one thing that they don't like, and then they think, oh, I don't like that. So the idea is that you're never going to have a politician who like not everything. What you really want to know with a politician, and with Bobby, you get this in spades, is that you can trust him. That you can trust this person to do the right thing, to not be corruptible, to not be drivable. And if there's anybody who is not corruptible and not drivable in any sense, it's Bobby Kennedy. Undoubtedly. I think he talked about when he comes to energy, he hasn't read all the papers and studies, right? Like when it comes to some of the public health stuff, like he's a bona fide expert when it comes to that stuff, right? Yeah. But when it comes to some of the other stuff, at least he opens it and says, look, I'm not an expert on this. This is what I do know. I can easily have my mind changed with better information. Yeah. But to go back to the transgender question, he made some statements there, and I would imagine that he would make more. So one of the ones that he made was that he didn't think that transgender men ought to be allowed to compete in women's sports. And he said that because he said that he believes that that's going to solve accidentally. That sort of like there's been this progress that's been made in sports where women have really made great breakthroughs and where the sports professionally are really viable and they're well watched. There are all these new superstars in different areas, all of the various sports. And if you allow transgender men to come and play all of those sports, that's actually anti-feminist. That you would then have all of the stars be essentially men. And so I don't think that that's in any way transphobic. I mean, if there's going to be, so let's just say that the world right now is like, and there's this like number of people born into the wrong body. I don't believe that that's true, but let's just say that that's true. If it's a significant part of the population, we can have a third kind of sports. So we can have men's sports, we can have sports for women, and then we can have trans sports. But if we do it the way we've been doing it now, I don't think it benefits anybody show for the country or the United. But then, if you take a step back and you see well, what's the big product that goes along with this. And the big product is a pharmaceutical product and a beauty product. And so, it looks like we're going to get to a point if we don't change course, where there will be millions of children in this country taking these drugs. And these are untested drugs. Nobody has any clue what happens 30 years down the road. And these are the kinds of decisions that can impact the future of mankind, right? And late stage empire, yeah, very scary. But this is, the carelessness, the ruthlessness of it, desire for just another pharmaceutical product that you can sell to millions of people at a very high price. So, and that brings me to something like GMOs. So it's the same sort of thing, where I don't think anybody should be pro-GMO or anti-GMO. It's a lot like a vaccine. It's that you need to know details and you need to do the research. But when you're talking, about having a GMO salmon or, GMO mosquitoes or vaccinated bumblebees. There's a story about that in the New York Times. I don't even know how you do that, but that was the story. Yeah. So, when you're talking about doing these kinds of things, introducing GMO species or feeding the entire planet GMO food or vaccinating people with, genetic products, you're really getting to a point where you're screwing around with the future of mankind recklessly. And, that I think is not something that, free people in a democracy would allow. So people who haven't been lied to or fooled or censored or subjected to, most powerful propaganda that, I've said before, and I really think it's true, that the kind of censorship and propaganda tools that these powerful forces have is the envy of any dictator in history. That they can just get to everybody. Just the racket people get infected. They can, like we said before, they can have 100 newscasters, 100 different shows on the same day, parroting all the same news, all of the same statements, all the same claims. And that stuff, gets into people's brains. It does brainwash people. Go to the top of that number. USDA approves first vaccine brown animal vaccines for American fowl flu and aggressive bacterial diseases in birds, horses, and ducks in the United States. There's no sort of U.S. part of that. First vaccine for having flu, controlling the range of viruses that are disseminated to global population. It was the first vaccine approved in 1997 in the United States. Yeah, so I think that, it's just another product that they're selling. And, I think that any sincere person who looks at these kinds of things and who knows what's been happening in the last 10 years in this country is going to look at that and say, we should slow down. We should do more research. Because the impact of getting it wrong is so severe. And it's the same thing with the COVID vaccine. The impact of getting it wrong is unimaginable. Something that you would put into the bodies of 7 billion people. So I think that's a lot of the reasons why Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
And he's pushing me with a
because
broomstick.
he recognizes that
And
at
what
this
happened?
turning point in history,
He's pushing me with a
and
broomstick to
I
wake
don't
me up.
think that's
For
about
example, those hard makers.
trying to make people afraid,
You know, someone's happening.
but I think it's about being honest. Is that you just have stories like this every day, and you don't know whether to believe that the people who are doing this kind of thing, what their motivation is. Is it just to have another product to sell? Is it just sort of interesting to try it? Are GMO salmon a good idea or a bad idea? The companies that make them want to get them to market as quickly as possible. So I do think that we need some regulation in this country that's not owned, funded, by the people who are going to make money off their decisions. So, and that's what I think we get with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. But we also get this group of scientists who are, some of them have respect for me, but they're very serious people who, like Bobby, have taken a lot of risks to say what they believe is true. And I mean, Dr. Giacomo is one of them that, he could have had a much easier life. He didn't have to take this road. There was no money in it for him. There was no benefit for him. So he didn't have to fight the disinformation campaigns that were being waged where, that he described before, that people were saying that ivermectin or any of the similar things that were available at the time. He could have just sort of toed the line and made a lot more money, probably had more friends, more connections, had a brighter future. But there are a lot of people who have come out during this period and they're not willing to live that kind of life. And so I think people like Pierre Corey, people like Dr. Peter McCullough, people like Dr. Robert Malone. There's so many of these people out there who risk everything, who would make, some people I really like is Dr. Joe Latipo, who's the Surgeon General of Florida. And he's just such a sincere guy. He does real research and just sort of follows it where it goes. And, so people like that group who are running the CDC and the NIH and all of the different medical health divisions, I think that would go a long way to turn things, to a point where the direction could be permanently changed. Not that it gets perfect right away, but that you get a whole bunch of powerful people who feel that it's their mission in life to end corruption. So you need a leader who's taken the time to get to know all of those people. And Bobby knows all of those people well. He spent the time getting to know which of those people are really trustworthy. So the question is, it's easy to talk about, you look at Ed Dowd's book, Cause Unknown, right, which is about the other side of whether vaccines work, whether they prevented COVID, whether they prevented the transmission of COVID, which is pretty clear, that they haven't. The other side of it is that it led to these, massive heart attacks by, thousands and thousands of young people who had no risk from COVID, who had statistically zero risk. And, one of the things that this book does is it shows the actual headlines and the backstory of hundreds of young, healthy kids, mostly athletes, who died suddenly on the field. Many of them actually on the field. People who had never had any health problems before. And you kind of look at that and you say, we have these people who have lied to us product. They started at the middle class. They ruined businesses. They shut down schools. And we don't even know what's going to happen with a whole generation of children in just a couple of years in high school. Right? So we have all of these problems that are sort of the side effects of big lies. And so the question is, what kind of truth and reconciliation can we have to set the country straight and to get in a direction that is more hopeful, where we really will have a sense that our leaders care about us, that our doctors and our scientists and our pharmaceutical companies are actually trying to make us healthier, or trying to make people live longer. And we're far from that now, but I think that we're closer actually than we were before COVID. Bobby Kennedy is kind of the leader of the rebellion. And the rebellion is really broad-based, where people are just sort of sick and tired of what they've seen. And they're just not going to stand for it anymore. And they're ready to join something and to fight against what they see. They don't quite know how to do it, but I think that they're trying to sort of say the world is going in the wrong direction. And that we need a leader who's going to turn that around and lead a broad-based sort of group of people who are willing to stand up and fight. And that's what they get from alternative media, from something like 17,000 doctors who refuse to do things the way Dr. Fauci wants them done. Leaders like Bobby Kennedy, shows like this show, people who are willing to take some personal risk and really try to turn things around. Well, I appreciate you doing this, man. Where can so you said over 1 million books sold in the last 2 years in published? Yeah. Fucking incredible. Yeah, great. Where can people find all these books that you're publishing? Yeah, so the company name is SkyHorsePublishing.com. My Instagram is Tony Lyons is Uncertain, which is sort of like what the truth is. Don't force me to do anything. And I think where else people can find it. Right, so for Bobby Kennedy's campaign, I would really encourage people to go to the Kennedy campaign website to donate money. And then I'm part of a super PAC, which is called American Values 2024.org. And it's a super PAC. I heard it from a time. Do you know what it is? Yeah, so it's super PAC. So if you want to donate money to Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s campaign, the most you can donate in total is $6,600. So it's $3,300 for the primary and then $3,300 after that. So you can do it all at once. Okay. So, but if you want to donate much more money and help him become president, you can donate the money to a super PAC. And so if you donate money to American Values 2024.org, you can use that money to do anything we can do to get the word out and to amplify our Kennedy's message. So, for example, we've done 20 different podcasts and we take clips of those podcasts and create talking points from them, get influencers to go out and discuss those talking points, send out emails, send out text messages. So those are the kinds of things that all politicians do. And they're usually really, really well-funded super PACs. And part of the reason that they're so well-funded is that the politicians are corrupt. So it's become kind of, super interaction political action. So it's super political action. Right. So there's no limit on the amount of money that you can donate. So if you're a pharmaceutical company and you know that you have a candidate who's going to give you immunity from speed them through the process. It's a good idea to put as much money as possible into the super PAC to help that politicians get elected. But it's more like lobbying. In that case, it's sort of like you're almost putting it on your P&L. That's sort of like we're going to spend $10 million to get these three people elected to Congress because then we're going to have enough votes to get something passed that's going to make us $50 billion. You know what I mean? So that's the kind of thinking. And that's the kind of corruption that we have to get rid of in this country. We don't want politicians who are put into power for the sole purpose of helping big companies make more money, right, at our expense. Well, I appreciate everything you're doing. It's fascinating books. Robert Kennedy to John Kerry, I'm a big fan. I'll make sure I link everything below. That's great. And that's good for having me. So, thank you to Hamilton Morris for giving me the title of this podcast episode. Andrew Gallimore is building a DNT machine to connect us to the alien world. Kind of. That's kind of true. I'm not building it, but beautifully stated. So, thanks for coming, first of all. Thanks for bringing your books, beautifully designed books. What do you do, and how did you get into this world of psychedelics and how sleep is extended state trips? So I never really tried it. I got at least 6 hours.
Well, I mean, how far you want to go with that? When I was really young, like his life, it was nice of him. I think he was really trying to be a friend to me, but I was 17 years old. Really, I didn't need that. Interested. Just that time was young, heavily I mean, he had seen good experience. Not just my but the fact that was a cult kind of thing. But as I grew, so this was about sure that incident and talking about together. So why was it before I ever something about story that I thought I really took on Bridge. But I
because of that, the one that great experience. Some great food. Yet, I was shocked for this officer.
Probably 20 weeks. Another 20 weeks on the road. I spent time with my family 23 weeks out of 30 years.
This thing was far, far more than I could possibly imagine.
Just even staying in the city.
Lying on my bed, back in the city, getting struck in my
Actually, I'm going to get up 60, honestly. I try to take one off just to make sure that I'm able
all I could say was
to know what I'm doing when I get to the club. You know,
God,
if I'm going to train it, I'll be on 6 months, I'll get 6 cents.
so
If I'm fucking around, yeah, I'm always back to just for my 3 nights. I can stay Friday night with my family.
I am so happy for the road when I
Yeah, I have to do it twice a month. Yeah, twice a month. That's what I like to do twice a month. So the most I can do, 6 nights. Let's do this shit. Do this shit. Do this shit. Oh shit, at least I had to go look at you. We're gonna do a shirt. Let's do the other shirt. It's not bad.
how did we first discover?
I just come back to
So,
yeah.
DMT has a history of use of thousands of years.
If you don't like that,
Ayahuasca,
there's no fucking state of mind. There's no state of mind when they think that they it's chocolate. It's chocolate.
actually,
Tastes nothing. I was
the
together
first
the other
time
day.
that
Well, it shows that shit. You just go ahead. Oh, yeah, they do.
without
You don't believe how they go.
psychedelic
But it's only the fucking mushroom. I was telling Lee that, you know what, man, I really like the holidays. But those holidays, I really just really rough on me, man. I just wasn't used to fucking rough and go. I had a nice time.
at the time,
Happy
this
driving me
was
over
not
from
long after
Philadelphia, 20 inch nice fucking
psychedelic
people.
because
The show got the
psychiatry
fuck
at the
out.
time
Nobody hung out.
recently interested in
But,
psychedelics
you know,
and
folks like
studying
12,
studying
studying their feelings hurt by what was that.
disorders.
But that's it. I'm not doing it.
So, Zara,
You know, I'm saying 25 years. Probably fucking 20 years.
tried initially
2 years, that's it. I worked hard on fucking 2 years. Years is hard. 2 years is hard. I worked fucking hard. One of the hardest parts of my life was Miami Improv, where I was fucking kicking ass in the feature. Yeah. 2 years. Like 99. Oh, I ate a bag of shit.
there has been some previous research
Really? Well, some of it done in New York.
drugs and stuff, so it's like
I swear to God, you know, it was Sarah Dion, you know her.
ground up
And there's a guy sitting in the diner by himself. It's 2:30 in the morning. We've been at
extract
comedy clubs and stuff.
but the
And I've never met anyone like I only heard stories about it. Right? I've seen a couple pictures.
also
I was like, I think that's Angel Sounds. He's drinking a glass of wine and a shitty night. We go in there, and it was him.
and
We sat there and talked to him for a while.
Zara,
Got to fuck Sarah a little bit, which I respected.
So yeah, the snuff. Go back to the question. The snuff is ground up fine powder and then possibly you have a fine powder, very, very fine. A bit like Rabbi. The powder tobacco snuff. The seed is finely ground up and basically a long tube. They
Too fast for
raw
me.
ground.
He he's a party artist. He goes on. And I was going
Laid
on
out
at the
into
time.
the
I
tube.
was going wild.
One person
This guy goes fucking
the other
hard.
person
When you pass up, you can tell pass on his
course, I still think we have to start just falling because it was extremely painful. The eyes start running, it starts flowing again. The nostrils, like yeah, so the studies of this stuff that have been done kind of analysis isolating people. So what they actually did, they took this photos and injected the root of indigo piles they potentially used as the effect they want. Like shots of tickets. It wasn't, there was some kind of visual geometric vision, that kind of thing. But it wasn't convincing so far as this was the conduit of the they basically the guy was that angelic. So he turned the attention to the other elements of fascinating memory. And those are 5 addresses, 5 different elements. The one where they talk about like the inside the sun, like that's my hypothesis. Oh, okay, I think that's the cosmos. Yeah, but they're closely related. So Stephen Zara simplified and it's a very condition. Simplified the images and started following now we know now that's all the active but nothing started very late. Yeah, in the end, he's following a ground. So then a colleague said to him, "Have you thought about it yet?" Just logged it actually 3 days ago. Called 30 pounds. I got cancer. Rapidly altering. It's pretty excited about that. So he was the world's first. What else, man? We got a couple of great shows on Pigeon, so I'm excited about that. I wouldn't mind meeting a girl, maybe falling in love, or at least being a very frustrating to work. I was out there, licking pussy after dark, up there in the streets, and just, just tasting the flavors of the universe, You go and drink it, it's a different game. When you first discovered that Irish brain, can you explain how our current perceptual model of the world works and what the objective of that? Yeah, so I mean, I've never been that convinced by the idea that it's like impose that the way that they I've never thought of it so. I've never simplify that. So DMT level, so DMT is very closely related to outside that would be a better brother. And it's not that difficult to transfer the metabolism from the serotonin starts on tryptophan. Then hydroxylate, so it also goes in like different directions. So it's very easy to work. So way back in the beginning of the 1950s, scientists, psychiatrists were thinking maybe there is some metabolism certain people where they can use more DMT than normal because so this was referred to as the transmethylation hypothesis. So straight away they were looking for DMT in brains, so measuring DMT in blood and blood, trying systems. This was different DMT levels, schizophrenic versus normal. Very happy to measure It's not difficult to do, but it turns out to be difficult to find definitive relationships. This hypothesis for psychiatrists, and it doesn't make sense, to me at least, in terms of the DMT should so in terms of what DMT does, we kind of need to get back to, as you said, the modern reality stuff. So the world that you experience, the awakening, the world you experience, even the world that you experience, and the influences of DMT, always constructed by the bodies. This is right, this is elemental, it's something that I receive from transition from one situation to another. The problem you have with DMT, the question is about it or is so people will say, this is legal, or is that's all experience. That's always structured on the brain. The brain is structured where the brain, I like to say, is a world right? It's structured to a world modeled from patterns of neural activity, patterns of a unified pattern of information, basically. Now, that applies to any circumstance. It applies to dreaming, as I said, it applies to so when you take DMT, your brain is constructed a different world, constructing a different model of reality. Now, in the waking state, this world model is restrained and modulated by a constant trickle of sensory information from that being outside what we call the environment. So we have direct access to a neural state. Directly access. But the world you're experiencing now is this model. It looks like it's the outside world. But actually it's all internally constructed in this light, ceiling, black, dark space. The place people go when they do these things, whether it be DMT or psilocybin or anything, is it things that are already there, like invisible, that are just becoming apparent? Or is it just a mind like turning inside out on itself? So this is it's kind of distracting conceptual question. I think that's it's a bit much sometimes. I did write the book. We don't know the answer to that question, but there are a number of explanations for the DMT. First of all, when you smoke DMT, take any psychedelic, it's the world model that changes. What psychedelics do is interaction with certain receptors, layers of corporate outer layers of structural and the classic psychedelics for that they interact with these receptors and they perturb your brain as they allow your brain to so the model changes, the structure and the dynamics of the model changes. Now, with a low dose of something like psilocybin, the effect will be relatively subtle. You get kind of an altered model of waking world. It's more fluid, it's more dynamic, it's more sensitive to incoming sensory information in that state. But with DMT,
that the brain wasn't ready to kind of construct worlds. The brain evolved to construct the normal waking world and model of the environment. This is the world the brain knows, learned, and evolved to construct. Knows how to construct one world model. Right? So then you ask yourself, well, how is it then possible that when you perturb the brain with some wild alkaloid, it suddenly becomes capable of constructing entirely coherent, inordinately complex, hyperdimensional worlds filled with seemingly hyper-intelligent beings? Where did it learn or evolve to construct these realities? It's confounding to me from a neuroscientific perspective. It's like imagine a young American child who only speaks English, a 5-year-old or something, and suddenly wakes up and starts speaking fluent Siberian. What comes out as a different language? It's shocking. When he learns those secrets, it's like it's similar. It's similarly profound because the brain knows how to construct these bizarre alternate realities that have no relationship whatsoever to normal waking world. Nothing was taken from our world and brought into this joint reality. And that remains a great mystery. Unless somehow the brain is receiving information from somewhere else that's kind of constraining and modulating and informing its construction of this alternate world. That is why it's such a problem in our brain. Where is that somewhere else? Yeah, we don't have a clue where this other place could be. And this is kind of what I would refer to as a data problem. So the normal waking world, as I said before, it's always receiving information from the environment. We understand how that works. We understand stimulation, stimulation correct. We understand how sound information gets. We understand how information gets it to the brain. What helps the brain construct is now waking world. So this data input problem as well. If the DMT world is being populated by information from elsewhere, where is elsewhere? That we don't understand. Maybe we can strengthen state mind. Exactly. This is where, well, we get into later, start thinking about where the other domain can be, the kind of relationship between our reality and the other domain, and the intelligence way beyond this. Now, everybody's in the community always experiences the same thing. They always experience these extreme geometrical patterns, and they all experience these so-called elves that are dancing around telling us things like, giving us positive messages that are transformative in some aspect or another. Is this pretty much consistent through everyone? And is there how much deviation or variation is there from all the people that you actually study or talk to that experience DMT? So everyone's experience is some kind of different. Everyone has to construct their own model of DMT, right? We all construct our own models of the world. Everyone's models of the world is in some way different. Yes, there are certain consensus about what's right. We can have arguments to get access to your brain and look at your model and see if it matches mine. I think about that all the time. I think about, like, I'm looking at you right now, and I see this world, and if I walk outside, I know, like, what the trees look like, and what the cars in the parking lot look like, and I really wonder, like, through some, like, how would you know, looking through somebody else's else's eyes if they're seeing the same thing. We use the same language to describe these things. The language is the same, but we have no swap to it. If it's how similar or dissimilar it really is. Yeah, I mean, this is why we call it consensus reality. There is some consensus there. But I don't know when you look at the color what that looks like. So you would think to me, he doesn't, because I have a mild, I get a very mild color deficiency, mild on the red and color. My reds look just real reds. But we agree that they're reds. And you can apply this, of course. If you don't even know, I would hope be able to look through your eyes. Whether even that world that I feel makes sense. That's kind of wild, right? You make sense of it. You're around for learning stuff that model reality. Some people go through most of their lives not being able to see three-dimensional. And they don't even know it. Right. I mean, it's from one way you know that your brain is constructing how your brain constructs your mental reality when things go wrong. So there's certain parts of the visual cortex, for example, that's responsible for your experience of motion, objects in the world. If you have rare conditions of aching and posture, where there's a damage to a very specific area of that cortex that is responsible for motion, information, go through the world to get images. I can't imagine what that's like. Can you really can't. But that's how they see the world. And similarly, achromatopsia, the coloring, the part of the brain that represents color information is damaged specifically. The world becomes black and white, right? I've heard that like something around 95% of the neurons in our brain are dedicated to vision. Or an absurd amount of the neurons in our brain are dedicated solely to vision. But we are a visual species. We rely on visual information more than any other information. I mean, imagine looking at the room now and trying to describe it in some detail using words, using sound, so that somebody can to photographic precision. Imagine that, right? But clearly, there's a lot of information. There's so much information that we have in our visual world. All of that information is represented by this unified information in the brain. Yeah. But getting back to the entities, right? So to answer your question about do people see the same thing, everyone's experience is certainly different. But there are certain universal EMT motifs that many people describe the structure, the ambience of the space, the geometry, and also, of course, the space. So-called EMT entities. And this goes back, of course, it goes back to the indigenous tribes in Amazon. They used it to communicate with beings they call spirits or gods, right? We might have a different name for it now, but the structure is clear that the biggest characteristic feature of the spirit is the appearance of other entities. And even Zara, to mention these owls, right? The elves and she elves kind of go they're like stars, like that as well. And many people like say, well, this is the elves, that is the elves, kind of spoke about elves, so that's why elves are elves. It's hard to get past that. So what we did actually, we look back, is we go back to the original before, go back to the 1950s, just to get there. Stephen Zara's very first study. Unfortunately, back then, they weren't that interested in detail of the physical. It's not like Rick Strassman study in 1990s, where he actually had to write down every
driving this rapidly changing, rapid succession of complex German imagery that describes being the multiple grounds, language of the time, whatever sort of experience that was the lexicon of the time, if you like. Yeah. And kind of terribly spirit. Nowadays, you might call it something else. But one of Steve Garrett's subjects might be little warp-like beings that move around very quickly. So for me, this is part of the characteristic of the element, very sprightly, lively, piece of great cheerful, they were there in the first then in the 60s, like really describing elf-like beings, exactly like reptilian, but certain types of reptilian Rich Levin studies one of the subjects described raped by reptilians. Yeah, fortunately, the vast majority of but what about that? Well, I mean, they vary much in their characters.
Speaking of Montana, I'm in Virginia Beach in a couple of weeks. And the funny bone last weekend, January 26th through
not everyone's
January 24th to 28th.
for something like that, or kind of neutral. It's just the same thing.
I mean, right now, just
They nothing seem to be aware of the large gap between their intelligence and what is their world so they like to have fun with a lot of kind of going on.
Blessed to have this skill and ability, but at the same time,
with these youngsters. They like to scare you. So
better than ever. So, it's all simultaneous. As long as I care about myself, keep working at stuff, and everything else will work itself out.
Has anyone ever been harmed by it? I mean, other than like abuse? Because I know personally people who, during their young age, like high school and college, abuse psychedelics like LSD or mushrooms, that they've been harmed ever since. Or like they never really
But for some people, you have a particular physiological condition about a relationship with the cosmos, then you really start to say the least. But for most people, it's so rapid, like being on a roller coaster. You're screaming, you're scared, wild, but don't get a chance to meditate, you don't get a chance to think about the implications of it at the time. So by the time you oriented yourself, that is possible within the space, already something like that. Then you can think about it. And for most people, they actually forget a lot of the details. They come out ranting, raving, aids away details. So most people like I was worried about I never tried hard food psychedelics, like I never or like edibles, but I've done edibles and trippy experiences. Like whenever anyone describes mushrooms to me, when I do an edible, that's what I experience. Like it's wild. And I'm a hyper responder when it comes to any drug. So any drugs I do, whether it be medication or like drugs, I just take a little bit and I have like a crazy reaction. Like it takes me, I can take one pull of a joint I'm singing, or it takes like, my friend or anyone else, what else I know, they have to smoke the whole joint. But for me, it's only one pull. So like I've always been super scared of diving into that world. And then on top of that, when I was little, I heard a story. I don't remember where I heard it, but I heard a story about these two that were roommates, and one of them took mushrooms, and the guy was taking on mushrooms. The roommate cut his heart out, took his heart out, and ate it. And after I heard that, I'm like, I'm never trying mushrooms. But there's a lot of those fake stories. Yeah, like in the early 90s. Oh yeah, those back in the 90s. Yeah, which are casino Friday. And you always set out next week and go out for that riff. And it's the same time. You listen to. But their stuff is in these very strange headspace. Of course, it's money. But it's better than all drugs. March and such. Jobs, extra money, kids college experience, you go back to school, you're solid, you take the right life's American novel. There's got to be something you see from alternative funding for a new startup. That's what we're doing. That's the right sharing out there. That's that driving right. It's a flexible way to make extra money anytime, anywhere. All you need is a good basically get started. It's just a tap away. You can drive mornings, nights, weekends. So another thing I would be concerned about is how they have kids having like all lasting slippery grip on reality. Again, DMT, what you don't have to wait for days, weeks to get paid. You can cash out instantly once you pay $50. Thanks to Express. You don't have to ultimate reality. It's super flexible. It'll allow you to keep 100% of your tips. And it's always there when you need extra cash. Sign up today at lyft.com/Joey. And right now, Lyft has a special offer for our listeners. You'll get $500 in a no drive bonus after you complete 100 rides within 30 days. Go to lyft.com/Joey today and start making extra money and get you $500 no driver bonus. You better not go Joey. I got your ass out there. Lyft driving, cutting motherfuckers off on Lyft. Again, go to lyft.com. Stop sitting there and walking home. Your grandmother died, left you a nice car, and you're sitting there eating pizza, and you're giving a fuck about who's the fucking kid's father. Go to lyft.com right now. Is that what it is? There's this guy who has a hallucinations in his visual field all the time. Yeah. So this is like hallucinogenic, post-hallucinogenic. Post-hallucinogenic affective disorder. That's like it's quite rare, but it does happen. Especially when that's why not that much research. I would imagine it's not good to do this shit when you're like young and your brain's developing. That's it. I would suggest the same. Advice is about what they do. That decisions, but yeah, I think that your brain is developing certain you need to control seriously keep your brain control and you start associating with anything it's not psychoactive. I see so many kids that are in their like now they're injecting testosterone, trying to like get jacked in the gym. It's just like, what are you doing to your body before you even 16 years old? So you're originally into chemistry, right? Yeah. How did you evolve into becoming a neuroscientist? Well, funny is that for everyone who's found psychedelic, it's a discipline. Understanding the chemistry is really important to how do these molecules interact with protein receptors in the brain? What effect does that have on the information generated in the cell? That's the realm of chemistry and pharmacology. But to really understand what's going on at the important level, the global brain level, how the important the structure and dynamics of your experience world, that requires neuroscience. You need to be universal at every level, from chemical level all the way up to the global brain level. So I did my PhD in biochemistry. I realized that the neuroscience part of Chicago and it's repertoire like okay, what postdoc exactly what neuroscience so I shifted computational neuroscience. So I yeah, it's not right now. Yeah, that's another benefit of studying that because I spent years in the laboratory with wet right? Some people like it. So die or they get infected. Everything takes a long. So I was tired of it. So I went for a lab. So I didn't want to work for labs. I didn't get into that. So I thought, okay, computational neuroscience. This is where it's at, actually. Modeling brain function. That's the thing seemed like the way there was so much from studying blood. What were you doing studying blood pressure specifically? Were you studying blood brains and studying labs? I wasn't. Oh, and I didn't want to. Oh, no, that's the thing. So I thought, computational, that's the route. So I did a couple of postdocs with one in university, studying synaptic plasticity, computational models of how neurons communicate, how those connections change over time, etc. And then after that contact finished, opportunity, shall we say, of about 2 hours in Japan. I've always wanted to live in Japan. And that's why. I don't know why, but I did. I'd like to learn Japanese when I was teenage as well. But yeah, I can develop a happy balance over that. Yeah, I'm in the middle. I'm on season 3 of Man in the High Castle right now. Oh, really? Have you seen that? I haven't seen the original language. Yeah, I never knew it was a Japanese language. Oh, yeah, no, it's basically a show about they're occasionally in an alternate reality, right? And there's this one Japanese guy, the great minister, he was able to meditate, travel into our current dimension, back in whatever it was in America, and he's being able to go back and forth because it was in that dimension, and then his life in this dimension, and there's this crazy, like, it's insane. It's really mind-blowing, but, you know, it's a lot of, like, the Japanese culture really comes down that documentary about it. Yeah, definitely. I love the culture. I love the people. There's something particularly about like psychedelic about Tokyo. Very strange, very almost DMT-esque. The lights and the complexity of the city. It's like a fractal city. You can see, walk along the roads, the streets in Tokyo, see all the storefronts that ends up in big, like, lights everywhere. You go into a building, go up the elevators, you find yourself in the world, like 4 stores just tucked away within one floor with just tiny bars that you never get to the bottom of those days. You just have 3 or 4 lifetimes going to different shops or different stores, different bar or restaurant every day. You never get to the bottom of it. So it's very cool, it's very small, it's kind of narrow, that's something that's cool, isn't it? Yeah, it's amazing when I come to America. The roads are fucking wide, it's broad, really cool, but very cool, very different landscape, yeah, very dense, right? There's a lot of people there, a lot of people, but not as, you can imagine that wherever you go, Tokyo is always going to be, like, crushed with people, certain topics should be there, and you can see that a lot of serious crushes, loads of them. But then you can turn a corner and find yourself on an empty street. There's nothing there. You might hear a shuttle go, you might hear a cat, you might see a couple of kids playing or something. It's very peaceful, actually. So I live in my area is relatively quiet. I can go for a walk for an hour after lunch. Hardly see a handful of people. Really? Yeah. So you live on the outskirts or something? Well, in West Tokyo, a place called Fujijoji, so kind of a hip area. It's within Tokyo, but 20 minutes from Shibuya, Shinjuku. But some of the imagery I've seen online of, like, the countryside of like these mountains and these big lakes and stuff, it just looks incredible. Yeah, you've got everything. You've got the cities, obviously, but then you can get a train out of Tokyo, and within an hour you're in this place like Nagano. It's beautiful, mountains, regions, lakes, Alps, Japanese Alps. So if you like, you can do everything relatively simple. If you like, sometimes you want to be in the city and the hustle and bustle and the excitement there. Then you want a weekend out, mountains, hiking or something, you can do it all. So yeah, that's kind of why I like it. You speak Japanese now? Yeah, unfortunately. Really? But now, don't get carried away there. It's fiendishly difficult to learn. I mean, I've been there 8 years now. I'm still learning. I'm still studying every day, learning words, learning the kanji, the sounds. It's really just the way they construct the sentences is completely alien to the way that we construct sentences in English. So you have to learn a completely new way of constructing your thoughts and expressing yourself. Sometimes you think, I want to say this. It's like, how the fuck do I translate that? How take a long time to do that. It's so quick, and it has this certain characteristic sound. A lot of the words sound the same sometimes. You can move pieces of the word around and get a new word. So unlike in English, so if I take the word television, right, there's no way I can't switch that around and say
around it is. So you don't get the feel, I find, in a word in the same way you do in English. If you think of elephant or something, it kind of sits in your brain somehow as that word. Japanese, they're so similar. They can rearrange. It's hard to develop that feeling, that sense of the word. So often we do this. Can you write in Japanese too? I can read, I can type Japanese, but writing all of the kanji. So I know about maybe 2,000 kanji. They've got the Joyo kanji, which is what you need for basic literacy for all children in the school. There's no basic kanji. All of it, 2,000 kanji. Itself is a lot of kanji. But there are 50,000 of these kanji. So if you're reading, like when you read a novel in Japanese, they often have above the kanji, so above this Chinese character, another key character to tell you how to pronounce that kanji. Because each kanji can have up to, some kanji have like 10 or 15 different ways of saying that one kanji. Imagine that. So you look at it, you don't know no idea how it's said. Like, it's even more complex than Chinese. Chinese, you get one mapping, one kanji, one Chinese character is one sound. Japanese, you can't do that. They have kind of Chinese readings and they have Japanese readings on your So it's such a difficult language. I never struggled intellectually with something as much as I have. I'm not dumb by any stretch of the imagination, but Japanese is really.
Being able to having to translate all of that and communicate with people in the field that you're in has got to be like a compounded level of difficulty.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't lecture in Japanese. Certainly not on neuroscience and psychedelics. I can converse, I have conversations with my friends, but definitely over scientific speaking. Japanese
Sushi's good too.
sushi, of course, sushi, but I don't eat sushi anywhere else.
You don't? Oh no, you don't eat anywhere else.
Yeah, they had it in Palm Springs, just up in Palm Springs.
Oh god, it's awful. Anywhere in California, sushi's
I'm
terrible.
eating sushi. Yes.
It could be dolphin. You know, they eat dolphin. A lot of dolphin. They used to feed. They used to feed like pack the schools with dolphin meat, like feed dolphin meat in Japan. Have you seen the movie The Code?
I've seen it. Yeah, I mean, I think Japanese people would be a shock to me that most Japanese people certainly would not consider dolphin edible.
Right. But I don't think anything to do about it. Like they were slaughtering all those dolphins and just trying to find those like diamonds in the rough so they could sell them to SeaWorld. And then they ended up with all of this dolphin meat, which is super bad for human beings, super toxic. What's in it? But they're mercury. Yeah, it's mercury. Yeah. Yeah, that's crazy. That movie was scary. So what were we talking about? So you moved to Okinawa originally?
Yeah.
And you were how old?
35. Give my age away here, but
How old are you now? You look young.
I would say you're like 40. Pretty close. So you did that.
A little bit north.
A little bit. So stuck in a little bit.
So, by the way, you think you'll stay in Japan? You want to live there forever?
I have no intention of moving back to the UK. I've built my life there now. I feel at home there, so I'm a permanent resident now. Right to remain essentially permanent. That's cool.
So, you transitioned from the wet lab stuff into the computational stuff, and you started like you wanted to get a better understanding of the entire human brain and how it relates to different chemistry.
Yeah, exactly. So I wanted to know, be able to understand why. It's one thing to know that DMT or LSD binds to this particular subtype of serotonin receptor. It's another thing to explain how that event going on at this subcellular level is causing these dramatic changes in consciousness. So that making that connection, that being able to form that narrative to a satisfactory
extension in my own head, how that works. It's been something I've been working on for a number of years. It's the basis of my latest reality skills technology, where I think I've kind of put together, if you like, everything that I've been thinking about, researching and studying over the last decade or so to form a coherent narrative of how the psychedelics work. That's kind of the aim of what I wanted to achieve. You wanted to find out exactly how psychedelics work.
Yeah.
And you described this, I believe, a little bit in the Hamilton's podcast, but correct me if I'm messing this up. But from what I understood is there is a cortical column where neurons travel through, and basically there's error signals. So like if I'm walking down the street and I see the trees and the road and the cars going by, there's no error signals, so I don't have to process that. But when you take psychedelics, something fundamentally changes and you start getting all these errors.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
So going back to what I said before, your brain is constructing this model. It's a pattern of neural information. It is these cortical columns. So the cortex is constructed as like a 3D mosaic of these columns, right? They are cylindrical and they're all stacked side by side. So if you imagine looking at your cortex from above, you would see like little circles or something like that, all packed together. And each column is responsible for, it's basically the fundamental computational unit of the cortex, which is responsible for representing a basic feature of the world. And so we can think of like pixels in a way. That might be a little bit misleading, but you can imagine an image is formed from lots of pixels. So imagine that your entire world is constructed as this mosaic of a pattern of cortical column activation, basically. And this pattern of activation is changing all the time. As your experience of moving through the world is this constant stream, this constant flow of this cortical column pattern of activation. Does that make sense? Yeah. So what's happening when you take a psychedelic? Well, actually, let's go back to, you mentioned error signals. So your brain has this model, right? Your brain's model is kind of like its best guess, its best hypothesis about what's going on in the world. So it uses its model. Your brain has this model. It's working. The brain doesn't know if this model is true, if it's correct. It doesn't care. There's no way of knowing the truth of the model. All it knows is, does this model work? Does this model allow me to predict the flow of sensory information? Right? The sensory information is always entering the brain. The brain is trying to make predictions about what's going to happen next. This model is working. The brain should be able to predict the pattern of information that is coming next. So, to make this a bit clearer, imagine you've got a ball rolling along a pool table at a constant speed, right? So your brain constructs this model of this ball on this pool table, right? And so because the ball is moving at a constant speed, the brain knows that it has a model of the movement, the trajectory of this pool ball. Your brain knows that the ball is here, in this position now. If the model is correct, you should be able to predict the information coming, sensory information coming from the ball in the next moment. Your brain has this model that's working. It doesn't need to know, actually, anything of really, it doesn't need to know anything new. There's nothing surprising happening here. The ball is just moving. Yeah? And so when the brain receives that information from the ball that's moving constantly, it says, okay, this model is working. I don't need that sensory information. And it extinguishes it. It filters it out. It doesn't need it. So the model is working. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm frowning a little bit.
No, I'm just thinking, yeah, it makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. So the brain doesn't. Processing sensory information is expensive. It has to be passed through these neurons, and neurons have to communicate. And there's a lot of energy expenditure in processing information from the outside world.
prediction about sense information. That prediction turns out to be wrong. All suddenly takes a right turn, right? That's startling. And your brain then generates this prediction error because there's a disconnect between the prediction and the actual sensory information. Okay, yeah. This creates an error. So if the prediction matches the sensory information, there's no error. If the prediction is different to the sensory information, there's an error. Like the gap, the difference between them. This prediction error is then processed and sent up into the high levels of the cortex, and it's used to update the model because the model must be wrong. The model's not working anymore. It must be wrong. And so then only these error signals need to be used to update this working model. And this is much more efficient than trying to absorb all of the sensory information, most of it. You know about anyway.
So what is the error? What does the error look like?
The error is just like anything else in the cortex. It's a pattern of information in the form of an action potential. It's electrochemical signals being passed up through into the cortex.
So is it like learning? So like learning would be an error?
Yes, I mean there's learning. Well, there are many types of learning, but certainly all the time your brain is updating its model, right? And certainly there's a model update, which you can think of learning.
So if I'm like learning to play chess for the first time, would it just be a ton of errors? Or if I'm learning to play do any sport that I've never done before?
Yeah, that's probably a better example, right? That's probably a better example. Yeah, you're learning. Your brain is faced with a novel situation you haven't seen before. It doesn't have a very good model of it. Then you're going to get a lot more prediction errors. But as the brain refines its model, those prediction errors start to go down. Yeah. A good example. When I was a few years ago, I was walking through my hometown. In the window of one of the department stores, right in the window, weirdly, was a police officer stood there, doing that, like literally stood in the window next to the manager. This police officer, yeah. But as I walked around, at that point, like, let's think what's going on. My brain has seen this sensory information, receives the sensory information, and it says, okay, there's a police officer there. And there literally was a police officer in my world model. That's the important point. My brain constructed a model of this police officer based upon what it knows about the world. Now, as I walked around, so the brain is then predicting, as I walk around the police officer, I should see his face going to profile. The brain is predicting what it's going to look like, the sensory information you receive. But what was it? It was a big photograph, black photograph of a police officer that we put in the window. It wasn't actually a real police officer. So, as I'm walking around, where I should see the face going to profile, that didn't work. There were error signals. The model was failing. Then my brain said, oh, this model is wrong. And I suddenly realized just a photograph is there to kind of discourage you from stealing. Right. So that's kind of how your brain is doing that all the time. It's building this model of everything in the world and trying to predict what's going on. And it's only when it fails in the prediction that it generates these error signals that your brain then uses to update its model. Have you seen the hollow face illusion? No. So the hollow face illusion, people can Google this. It's very famous. It's through Michael. So it's like it's a picture of a mask, and it's just a normal mask, 3-dimensional. If you look at it, it looks like a normal face. The nose coming out of it.
Oh yes, I think I've seen that.
As it grows, so what's happening here is your brain is seeing this sensory information. It goes, this is a face. The brain knows how to do model of faces. So it constructs a model of, there we go.
That's it?
Yeah.
I've seen a different one. I've seen like a statue or something.
Right. So if
oh wow.
right,
So what's happening here? When your brain sees the mask from the back, it doesn't. It assumes it's a normal face. It doesn't. Your brain is not used to constructing hollow reverse images. Right, yeah, okay, faces like that. So your brain constructs a normal three-dimensional face, and you see it exactly as you would a normal three-dimensional face. But as the mask rotates, the prediction, so the models start to fail, right? Yeah, and so your brain then has to update its model. That's when you realise, that moment you realise, oh, it's the concave side of the mask. That's the moment your brain has updated its model. Change the model from convex regular normal face, which is the default, to this alternate model, right? That's what your brain is doing all the time. It's constantly testing. It's the cycle of model testing. That's the role of sensory information. So you don't actually need, once your model is working well, you don't really need much sensory information. And what's interesting about psychedelics, what they do is when they bind to the subset of serotonin receptors, the 5-HT2A receptor, they stimulate these neurons that are important in maintaining the integrity of this world model. Right, so I spoke about these cortical columns that were mentioned first, right? So there are certain types of neurons called pyramidal cells. They are important in generating these predictions of the model. Right, your model is constantly making predictions, as you said, and in order to make predictions, yeah, your model has to be coherent, it has to be strong, it has to be well formed. And what psychedelics do is they stimulate these pyramidal cells in these cortical columns, and they make them more likely to fire. They increase their excitability. They're more likely to fire. They're more likely to share their information with other pyramidal cells within other cortical columns. So overall, this world model that your brain is constructing starts to break down. It starts to lose its structural integrity. It becomes more fluid, more dynamic. So as a result, your world, from your subjective perspective, your world would start to change. Yeah, so your world becomes more fluid and more dynamic. Your brain is shifting from this stable, predictable world to this very unstable, fluid and dynamic. Now this has interesting consequences because if the model is starting to lose its integrity, the predictions themselves become degraded. Your brain can't make good predictions anymore. So, as a consequence, the error signals increase. The brain that failed in its predictions is going to be a greater mismatch between the prediction and the actual sensory information. So error signals go up. Now, we can say that in simpler terms. Well, the brain becomes more sensitive to incoming sensory information. The sensory information is only processed in the form of error signals. Am I making that? Yeah. So from your subjective perspective, what happens is the world becomes, the colors become brighter, everything becomes richer. You're literally receiving more information from the environment in the presence of a psychedelic molecule like LSD. Now, that is kind of cool in itself, right? But we can take this one step further. So the brain is receiving all of these extra error signals in presence of the psychedelic. Now, the error signals are used to update the model. So the fact that the brain is receiving all these error signals means the model isn't working anymore, which it isn't. You need to update the model. But no matter how much the brain updates its model, it can't produce these error signals. The model just is lost its structural integrity. And so this means that the brain constantly tries to update its model. From your perspective, the identity of objects changing before the eyes. That's what's happening. So you look at something, and its identity will change. Yes, you look at a microphone, and it will become a cat or something. Or you will look at the pedal driveway. This is described by Alexander Children in his book Pico. He looks at this pedal driveway, and it becomes this glistening bed of gleaming jewels. Then it turns into a snake. This
make. So that's kind of, that experience, which is quite common with psychedelics, can be explained just by looking at this simple interaction between this molecule and this receptor and working it through the effect on the model, the effect on the brain's ability to make predictions based upon its model, loss of integrity of the model, failing predictions, increased prediction of greater model updates. So that's the level of understanding I've been trying to reach over these years, is trying to make that connection, multi-level connection between effects on receptors, which why people have certain subjective effects. Wow. But that doesn't explain DMT.
That does not explain DMT.
Not quite. Not quite, right?
So what you just described, it sounds like right now the brain structure, the way it works, the way these cortical columns interpret the world and basically funnel it to us, to what we experience. It seems like it's crystallized.
Got it.
Am I kind of like getting this right? It seems like it's crystallized in a certain way, and when you introduce the psychedelics, what it does is sort of like melts that and makes it more plastic.
You've got it. That's perfect, right? That's a perfect way of describing it. So it's something with a hot state of the cortex. Think of it, imagine like a piece of glass that's very, very rigid, very hard. You can't manipulate it, right? Heat that glass up, and it bends to your will. It becomes hot, of course, and it becomes more fluid, more flexible. You can bend it. That's kind of the state that your brain is in under the influence of psychedelics. And from that, we can explain why psychedelics are useful clinically. Because let's imagine that somebody is deeply depressed. What's going on there? Well, they have certain embedded neural activation patterns, right, in their brain. The brain is rigid, but it's rigid. It's producing certain patterns that are negative. You know, you're ruminating about how fucking awful your life is, whether it's worth living, and that becomes entrained in a certain sense. It becomes rigidified, and you can't shake it off. People say, can't you snap out of it? No, you can't, because your brain is always to some degree flexible, but you can certainly train these connections in the brain, and it becomes, over time, it becomes rigidified. You can't shake and get out of it. So when you take a psychedelic, the whole brain becomes much more malleable. Well, that's a bit extreme, but you're heating up, not literally heating up the brain, but you're creating this so-called hot state, in which the brain is much more fluid. You can start to break down these rigidified patterns of connections and explore novel states. You can explore states outside of that. You can generate much more positive states or positive patterns of neural activity. And then as you come out of the psychedelic state, the idea is that if your brain cools down, the way back into a more positive state. So that's that.
Right, but like for things like depression, right? Like for psychedelic treatment of depression, you don't necessarily know that their experience is going to be positive, right? So like with some of these therapies, are people sort of guiding their trip, or like sort of like pushing them in the right direction to make sure it's positive, to make sure they break this depressive loop, or are they just taking it and taking the psychedelics and hoping for the best?
Well, so normally you do have to follow. I mean, it's like if you heat a piece of glass, you need a skilled glass blower, right, to get the shape that you want. If you're not skilled, then you end up with, well, shit. Yeah. Right? So it's kind of important. So yeah, it's not just, I mean, people do find benefits sometimes, but I can't recommend it. Just taking a bunch of mushrooms and going on a hilltop and just exploring themselves more deeply, being able to access, normally latent memories or things like this, and that often is very beneficial. But sure, in a clinical setting, you won't just have something that only comes with experience, or you can do it and kind of like actually take some sort of like, is that possible? Can you do this? Like get into like a one of these states and actually control it and sort of like become part of it? Because I know, at least in my experience, it's always something that like I'm fucking white knuckling the chair and like hoping like God get me out of this. But you know, for someone who's doing some sort of therapy to cure their depression or PTSD or something like that, that they're brand new to it and it's going to be terrifying and they're going to want to take, that's a natural instinct is to be like, I've lost control. How do I regain control?
Okay, so this is so before I was talking about this, the brain becoming more sensitive to the flow of information from outside. So one way of thinking about this, and this will relate to DMT, we'll get to that a little bit later, is that the brain is more susceptible to, or the cortex is more susceptible, because it's in this hot fluid state, more susceptible to incoming information. Yeah? So the information, if you like, is helping to reorganize, what I call information reorganization. The brain is much more susceptible to being reorganized by sensory information, incoming sensory information. Now, there's also another source of information coming from, not from the outside, but coming from deeper brain structures. So all the time, your world is being modulated and informed, not just by information from the environment, but also memories, for example, right? The way you've seen the world before, how you remember the world before, is important for how you're seeing the world now. It's useful to know what a cat looks like. Yeah, you don't have to kind of build the model of the cat separately. It's useful to know if you met somebody and the last time they were total dick to you, right? You had a really horrible argument. When you see that person, your instant response is going to be back off and avoid this person, right? From a subconscious thing, right? Because your brain has this memory, it sees that person. You don't even think. You don't see their face. You see their face, fuck that. I'm out of here, right? So that is the memory trace of this individual, the emotions associated with it are also flowing up into your world. That's happening all the time. But again, that is kept under control. You don't want your brain being flooded by memories when you're trying to navigate the world in the current moment. You don't want to be, that's quite difficult sometimes, you don't want to be thinking about, actually something, when something very awful or annoying happens, or you said something to somebody that you regret, and maybe you're driving and you can't stop thinking about it, and I was just when he said that, it intrudes, you can't fucking concentrate. This memory of what you did, so emotionally charged, intruding into your world, that can happen to your brain. This brain's world model is not only trying to constrain the flow of information from outside, it's also trying to constrain the information coming from its lower subcortical brain structures, an area called the hippocampus, which is memory. It's stopping the flow of information from memory as well, keeping that down to the trickle, just what your cortex needs to help to form the current model of the world. What you see in psychedelics, and this has been seen observed for many decades, is that under the influence of high-dose LSD, for example, people get flooded with past memories. Really, they find themselves reliving experiences in the past. So you can imagine, right, and why is that happening? Well, it's happening because your world model is losing control of the flow of information from the senses, but also losing control of the flow of information from the lower subcortical structures, including the hippocampus, that's responsible for memories, right? So we kind of understand why that's happening. And you can also imagine why that might be helpful. If someone had a particularly traumatic experience in their past, which is still, they're not able to process and make sense of, they're kind of pushing it down psychedelics can do is allow that kind of release those what I guess psychoanalysts would call repressed memories, repressed traumatic memories, releasing them up into the cortex so they can be dealt with. That in itself is very traumatic. This is why you need someone really experienced with you when you're doing this. So if you sort of from something like post-traumatic stress disorder, you might be repressing memories of the traumatic experience for very good reason, because they can cause massive disruption when they enter the cortex. And so, but they need to be dealt with. You need to do they like? What is the downside of them being just keeping them repressed? What is the actual effect of having these traumatic memories that you just don't even think about? Yeah, I mean, just because they're kind of repressed doesn't mean they're not having an effect, and certainly they're always connected to emotion. And emotion is also central to how we view the world. The way that we emotionally respond to things is absolutely central. That's our value system. We're constantly judging. When we meet someone, we're constantly judging. How we respond to them depends on how we feel. Always that happens. And if you have these repressed memories, then they can still have some kind of influence on the way you interact in the world in quite negative ways. So you have to kind of bring them up and process them properly and form more adaptive or more positive construction of these models of these and memories. So it is useful, I think, to kind of release these repressed memories, but at the same time, it can be dangerous to open these floodgates. So it should always be done with some understanding. Wow. When you were talking about having these triggers that unlock deep buried memories, I remember that happened to me the other day. I was walking down the street, and one of my neighbors had their garage door open. They was doing the laundry, and I got this pungent smell. It was a good smell, but it was this smell that I haven't smelled in like 25 years or like 20 years, and it brought me and it put me right back in the last situation I was in where I smelled that smell, and it was like this girl's house during high school. I was like hanging out in her bedroom, and I remember specifically being there because that smell was always in her bedroom, and it literally just shot me back into that part of my life. It was so weird, and I kept wanting to go back, and I would forget about it as soon as it went away, or I would have trouble recollecting it again. So I'd walk back past it, and it would shoot me right back into that memory. It's so strange. Yeah, smell is so evocative. I will smell a perfume of an ex, yes, long time ago. Right, we're talking maybe 25 years ago when I was with this individual. I hadn't seen him more than 2 decades. And yeah, when I smell that scent, instantly it's associated with that one person and all me. Yes. It's so weird too because I had no idea that memory still existed in my brain. Right. It's I think my hard drive's full because all the stuff I do, and I don't have room for any more memories. Yeah. But the fact that memory came up from that smell was just mind blowing. I haven't thought about that smell in over 20 years. Yeah. I mean, smells do elicit very strong, very strong emotional responses. I mean, this is important, of course, but it's not with sight or noises so much. Maybe a little bit. No, but smell directs to very deep centers of the brain. I mean, you can imagine if you smell putrefying flesh, the response to that is pretty strong, right? If you open the refrigerator and you have some shrimp in there that you've left in there for a month, it's instantaneous and it's recoil. It's the reflex response here. This is appalling. This sense of disgust, right? And that's obviously so important in our for us to survive. We have to recognize So this is why we have this sense, this hardwired deep areas of the brain, complicit emotions. Emotions, of course, are highly connected to memories. So you can imagine you're setting off, you're triggering this emotional and memory circuitry with certain smells. And that's why when you smell something that was emotionally charged to you, right? So you don't get this effect if you went to, I don't know, something kind of mundane that was not particularly important to you, 20 years ago, and you had a character smell. When you smell that, probably nothing will happen. You go, oh my God, that smelled like that studio I went in 20 years ago. No, right? But if you, as I said, with like a relationship, when there's a strong, whether it's positive or negative, strong emotional, yeah, because emotions are important in forming memories, right? If you get yourself in a bad situation where you're frightened, right? Let's say you get robbed down a particular dark alley somewhere in, I don't know, wherever. At that point, your brain knows, okay, this is something I need to remember. If you're scared, you need to remember this. It's clearly something that your brain has to hardwire so that if you get yourself in the same situation again, that you will know how to respond. So often, if you avoid that dark alley for the rest of your life, every time you go down there, if you go down accidentally, the brain is going, oh, yeah, and it recognizes the structure of the space and it activates this emotion. So sometimes you have this gut feeling, the feeling this, your brain has made some deep processing that's unconscious to you. You don't recognize it. It's not up here. Your brain has made that connection. This is bad. And you get that gut feeling, that feeling in your gut, that emotional response. I need to get out of here, right? That's not an accident. It's not psychic abilities. The brain is a deep processing. There was a particular smell associated with that as well. That's going to activate its pathway. These emotions are associated with it. So this is why smells are so.
It's so fascinating too how rare that happens. I mean, that does happen. It's so profound too. Like whenever that happens to me, it's like I want to talk about it to everyone. Like, yeah, have you ever had that? Have you ever experienced this? It's such a rare thing that modern humans encounter.
Exactly. Well, we don't rely so much on smell anymore. I guess that's why other animals might be very different to them. They would use that circuitry much more than we do. But sometimes when there's a smell that's connected to something quite emotional, that memory, that circuitry is laid down and will remain there for a long time, it could be decades. Also, this is kind of interesting. When I was young, just a little kid, maybe 8 years old, I had two twin brothers, not my twins, they were twins, younger than me. They got really sick. I used to fucking love jelly. You would call it jello.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Like seriously, whenever I went to my grandma's, she always had a big bowl of jelly that was made. My mum would make jelly because it's fucking cheap, right? It's cheap, but I absolutely loved it. And anyway, I came home one evening, and my little brothers, they had the flu. They were really sick. And my mum said, oh, I made this bowl of jelly for you. I went down and quaffed down this big bowl of jelly. The next morning, I had caught the flu. I became sick, like really sick. I'd never eaten jelly. Really? Yeah. Why is that? Yeah.
Is the smell?
It's simply because the brain associates emotion. Your brain associates, so not just emotion here, but if you eat a certain type of food and you become sick, your brain makes the connection. This food made me sick. Do not eat this food ever again. Yeah?
Yep.
Again, this goes deep into our evolutionary history. Very important. If you make a mistake eating bad food, don't do it again. Yeah?
It's the same thing with when I go to a restaurant and get food poisoning.
Right.
Same thing. I will never go to that restaurant.
There you go.
The Burger King says I got food poisoning in like 20
There you go. Right? So some after that, now I can eat it a little bit, but I don't have any desire to eat it. But since then, certainly throughout my childhood, I went from absolutely fucking loving this delicious sweet jelly to being repulsed by it. Wow, yeah. So it's powerful, the emotions and the way that the brain works. There are some really deep, old mechanisms that are designed to keep us alive. And they still function, even though in this case it destroyed my love, the love of my life at the time.
So it probably made you healthier.
Yeah.
Now, isn't there some, like, I know the stories of like Jolly West, Sidney Gottlieb, and the MK Ultra stuff, and the Charles Manson stuff, where they were studying basically how to make people became more suggestible when they were under the influence of psychedelics, and they were able to manipulate them in different ways. Is this using the same process you're talking about, where it kind of like softens the whole world structure of the human brain?
Got it. Yeah, exactly. So it's the same, presumably. Anyway, it's the same process going on. You have this highly manipulatable, like there's such a word, brain in many ways, and it could be information-driven reorganization, essentially information from the environment, but it could also be ideas that's going into the brain, and they can reorganize, if you like, neural activity. So the brain becomes globally or more broadly susceptible to inputs. That would explain that.
Yeah, so there's that story that I think Jolly West was involved with the elephant. Are you familiar with that one? Now, Jolly, you'd have to look it up. Look up Jolly West. He killed an elephant with LSD, I think. He gave an elephant an enormous amount of LSD, and something happened. And he did all these experiments. But this one was he was proud of this one. I read about it in Tom O'Neill's book Chaos, where he basically, are you familiar with that book? Tom O'Neill, he was an investigative reporter who was tasked to write an article for, I think it was the 20th anniversary of the Panther Myrtle murders, and it ended up being a 20-year story he did, and he basically got sued by the publications that he was hired by, but he refused to stop reporting on it because he just kept finding all of these holes in the case, these gaping holes, and he eventually got connected to this clinic in Haight-Ashbury, where it was a CIA-funded clinic where they were giving people LSD and amphetamines, and there was these research papers where these two guys were doing giving these hippies LSD and giving them amphetamines, and studying all this stuff. And Jolly West was connected to this clinic, and Jolly West was the guy who did that experiment on, there it is, the LSD-related death of the elephant. One of the more unusual incidents in West's career took place in August 1962. He and two co-workers attempted to investigate the phenomenon of, what does that say? Muscle in elephants? I can't read it. Musaf in elephants by doing Tusco. A bull elephant at the Lincoln Park Zoo in Oklahoma City with LSD. They expected that the drug would trigger a state of similar. What is that word, Michael? Must. M-U-S-T-H. Instead, the animal began to have seizures for 5 minutes after the LSD was administered. Beginning 20 minutes later, West and his colleagues administered the antipsychotic promazine hydrochloride. They injected a total of 2,800 milligrams over 11 minutes. The large promazine dose was not effective and may have contributed to the animal's death. It died an hour and 40 minutes after the LSD was given. But yeah, so he's being interviewed by Tom in his book about Charles Manson, and he's bragging about how he killed that elephant with LSD, and he was just fascinated by he would go live in dormitories laboratories with students and like be like giving them like they would all be doing LSD and they're a part of this crazy new movement. And it was sort of like in the 60s. He was a wild character, but I don't know where I was going with that. But like
Suggestibility.
yeah, the suggestibility part of it with like Manson and his followers, and then like he was this just wild, charismatic guy who let a talk, and you know when he was giving his followers LSD, and he wasn't necessarily taking it himself, and you know it's wild what can be done to the human mind in that kind of setting.
Sure, I mean with LSD, even if you take it on your own, you can have some kind of rather wild ideas and thought processes that often seem quite profound at the time. When you kind of come back to a more focused, rational state, you realize actually that was not as profound as I imagined it was.
Right.
You regain some insight. Right. Yeah. But if you have someone reinforcing this when you're in a psychedelic state, whatever message they want to imprint to you, I imagine this can be quite effective as a tool of so-called mind control.
Yeah. And what about? I'm curious too because they were doing amphetamine studies. Are you familiar with what amphetamines do to the brain?
Yeah, I mean, so this might have been the same study. I mean, Ken Kesey, who wrote On the Floor Over the Cuckoo's Nest,
Yes.
he was also given, he was in a medical trial, it was probably around the same time, and he was given a mixture, he was given LSD, and he was also given alpha-methyltryptamine, IT-290 at the time. It was described as super amphetamine, but it wasn't actually. Yeah. It wasn't actually an amphetamine. But yeah, so I mean, amphetamines, they work completely differently than psychedelics. They release noradrenaline and dopamine, particularly into certain areas of the cortex. So so you have these. So when dopamine is released, it's kind of taken back up. It's kind of vacuumed back up into the neurons, released from the neuron and vacuumed back up with special transporters that kind of terminate its action, which basically allows the brain to kind of control the levels of the dopamine that are active. What amphetamine does is it switches these channels, these pumps, if you like, back into reverse, will start pumping dopamine out of the neurons. So it floods the brain with dopamine. And that makes you feel fucking good. You know, the noradrenaline has this neurostimulatory effect, the same effect as noradrenaline as well. It causes neurostimulatory effect. Dopamine causes euphoria. So you can imagine, like, you have this combination. I'm kind of semi-speculating here. If you've got a combination of amphetamines that making you feel good, this LSD, which is loosening up and making your brain more suggestible, you're receiving these messages, you're feeling fucking great. It's telling your brain this message is fantastic, like you just found the most delicious food or something, right?
Right.
You know, this flood of dopamine, feeling great. So you can imagine, like, you would get this association perhaps between this message, which is becoming imprinted in the brain, and this sense of euphoria and elation and stimulation. It's like, oh my God, this is it. This is the message. This is God speaking to me. You know, you can imagine that kind of happening with him. Yeah. So that might explain it.
That's what Hamilton described on his podcast. He described a situation where he was going to a shoot, he had taken Adderall, basically because he was flying across the world, and then he took to like help himself go to sleep. He took some sort of psychedelic. I forget what it was.
Gavoxidol.
And he said he had the craziest trip of his life.
Yeah. So that's not a psychedelic. You shouldn't have psychedelic. Completely different mechanism. It works like completely different receptors. But in high doses, apparently, it was news to me at the time, can have quite profound psychedelic effects. So there are a number of ways, actually, that you can reach these different types of psychedelic effects in the brain. It doesn't have to be stimulation of
A receptors have molecules like salvinorin, salvinorin. They also can have effects that are reality-tearing effects that can really take you to another fucking world. They work completely differently. There's this remarkable molecule called salvinorin that's isolated from this single plant. What was a very rare plant in the wild that grows in these cloud forests in southern Mexico. The only plant of its kind that produces these, the only plant in the world that produces this particular molecule that looks nothing like the classic psychedelic. It's a completely different mechanism. Nobody predicted. Yet, when its discoverer, Daniel Siebert, so this salvia divinorum has been used traditionally for a long time, and normally it's the number of ways to consume it. Often you would take the leaves, you would roll them into a cigar and just chew them gradually over a number of quite a long time, and this salvinorin molecule is absorbed into your bloodstream and generates this psychedelic effect. But we didn't know until I think it was the early 90s what the psychedelic component was of this molecule. And Daniel Siebert, who's kind of a salvia aficionado, he's the man when it comes to psychedelics. He made this extract of salvia divinorum, a very pure extract, it turns out. We didn't know this at the time. It was like 80% pure salvinorin. And he smoked just a small amount, again, a couple of milligrams, what seemed to be a small amount. And he was instantaneously catapulted. He was taken out of the body. He found himself in these impossibly strange worlds. His reality was torn apart, obliterated in a second. It was a horrifying experience for him, but he developed, he discovered the psychedelic essence of salvia divinorum, so in many ways he was related. What else did he say about that world? Well, he describes it. You can find it on the internet. I forget the details, but so the thing about salvia is, or salvinorin, particularly the isolated molecule, is that it's very different to DMT. It takes you to, like DMT, in high doses, it takes you to incredibly strange worlds with very strange kind of geometry, populated world filled with intelligent beings, often more malevolent. There seems to be a greater propensity for negative experiences with salvia. Most people don't like it. Most people who do purified salvinorin never repeat their experience. Some do. Some from kind of psychedelic head cases, they really kind of get into it. But he found himself being propelled through many different types of worlds, over about 15 minutes, possibly bizarre worlds, until finally he kind of came back. And what's kind of, I think, quite frightening about deep salvinorin states is what I call existential absoluteness. Once you're in that space is all that's ever existed. Any memory, any connection to your humanness in this world is gone. It's completely gone. You've no memory of it, no memory of ever taking a drug. Nothing has been brought with you. You were in this space, and you've always been in this space, and you will always be in this space. And for me, that thought is horrifying. Not having a threat back to reality, back to, or should I say, not having a threat to the normal waking world in your existence via finding yourself in this existential absolute space that is not necessarily a nice space. It's not like going to heaven. Right, what would you say is happening? Okay, so there's a deep part of the cortex. So the graphic psychedelic, they work the cortex. I spoke about this pyramidal cells, right? It's stimulating the pyramidal cells, the deep layer of the cortex. Now, underneath the cortex, you have this very important, but relatively small part of the brain is the colostrum. The colostrum is right, but no, yeah, same word, but completely different. And the colostrum is, well, we don't fully understand the colostrum. There are still like conferences debating to understand the colostrum. And that's that, yeah. We've known about it for a long time, but we don't really understand it completely. But it seems to be a orchestrator of cortical functions. It's a global infrastructure. It's your the construction of your molecules, your activity constrained, constantly sending out inhibitors, keeping the brain under control. That's what it's doing all the time. It's like a conductor of orchestra. Yes, it's telling conducting orchestra, controlling which instruments are sounding. Which ones should be quiet, which ones should be loud. So it's controlling the flow of the music moment to moment. Now imagine a colostrum doing that in your brain. That is your world model being constructed by your cortex. It's telling which parts of the brain need to be quiet, which ones need to become activated, and then quiet down so other parts can become active. It's constantly maintaining its control over the flow of cortical states. Yeah. Now, what happens when you consume salmonella? Salmonella binds to a type of receptor called the kappa opioid receptor. The same family of receptors that cortices binds to, right? But completely different. Now, these kappa opioid receptors, they inhibit the neurons which they're getting. Activate the kappa opioid receptor, basically shuts down the neuron. There are lots of these kappa opioid receptors in colostrum. So when you take salmonella, it binds strongly to the kappa opioid receptor and shuts down the colostrum. So it's like shooting a conductor of the orchestra in the head. Yeah? And the orchestra just goes quiet and no one to do, right? So your brain is like a release mechanism, whereas the classic psychedelics are stimulating the brain directly. Yeah, stimulating the cortex by binding to these 5-HT2A receptors. Salmonella is shutting down the conductor. It's avoiding this release mechanism. It releases the cortex back. Controlling that session. This is why the so there's no string back to our there you go. That could be it. I mean, we don't really understand why. It has certain qualities, but that's kind of a broad explanation of why the salvia device, from a subjective perspective, why your world model is completely disrupted. Completely novel patterns of activity into emerge, and that is experienced by you as complete shifting of everything breaks apart. Start to emerge and experience this reality. Quite dramatic. Have you ever used psychedelics or any other drug to a little bit ago about how you can reconstruct somebody who's really stuck in like a depression or reliving suppressed traumatic memory to sort of break them out of it. So like it seems like this is all very much connected to plasticity, like neuroplasticity. Has anyone ever utilized any of this stuff to like learn new things? Like to, for example, learning Japanese for the first time, which is essentially sort of like loosen up those cortical columns in your neurons and introduce something new or like a new way of looking at the world and that kind of relearn or retrain your mind in some way. Yeah. I mean, certainly the way that we view the world sometimes impede the rigidity, because these very strict and rigid models that we construct, ways of thinking, that rigid way of approaching something. And so take a psychedelic, you'll start up, it allows your brain to explore more possibilities and perhaps arrive at a novel solution to the problem. And that's why I think psychedelics is so useful for creativity. Getting our own way, and trying to integrate position, for example, and find yourself in a college. You find yourself going through the same progressions, or you can't let yourself go. And I was speaking actually instead to the airport, Palm Springs, musicians located into the side, like the ground. Well, maybe. But you still have conversation and think that everything's loose and it allows him to become much more free in his thinking new ideas. He gets out of the crazy nights, there's the very capable of drawing novels. Gets out of these kind of embedded rigid standards of time, and into novel narrative. So you can imagine it being useful for art, or even like architecture, stories of architecture, going into new places, photographs, dealing, spending time with a problem, coming out with interesting solutions. Charles Crick, who discovered construction DNA molecules, reported much later on that he was using LSD, that he had a vision of double crystal structure. So what happened that night was we were making the point. So what happened was I went to a party late in the last century. No doubt about it. So yep, I'm in New York City. Yep, I'm doing comedy. I've had someone there. I was kind of experience in the city. We talked once when I was there. You know, and I was enjoying it. It was good. And then I went to a party one night, and afterwards they were drinking at the bar. Creativity. And I just felt like, to be honest, man, the first song I felt such as what it is, like a lot of the violence of the steel.
Are you familiar with John Mathis? Studies? Oh, yeah. And his interview with people, talking to people about his counters. He always described a lot of these weird encounters with, like, paranormal encounters, where he was like, how, like, there was one specific where he walked out to the woods and encountered some dark, like, evil entity, and the next thing you knew, he woke up in bed, and it was the next day. So, like, he had a lot of these weird experiences. Yeah, I think, so, yeah, I mean, some of this is psychedelic, because you're, I mean, obviously we're getting into really, really speculative territory when we kind of start to think about the connection between the work that John Max did with abductees and the experiences of BT. Some people say there's no relationship here, but John Max, towards the end of his life, tragically comes short by a car in London, right? Yeah, James Watson. Yeah. So John Mack, towards the end of his life, he started to think that first of all, he was a very eminent psychiatrist back in his by any stretch of the imagination. By all of his analysis, he was reporting these abducted not insane, they were crazy. They had experiences. The question is, what was going on? Were they being physically evicted from their bed, carried to ships waiting in that guard, or was something strange going on? And I think John Mack began to believe, right, that there was something else going on, something beyond the belief. There was some interaction between these beings, wherever they are, and the
the abduction was fine, but they weren't being taken from their necks. Actually, they were manipulating the neurotransmitters on their hands. So, like these beings, these grey aliens, could be similar to the elves because the RDMG. It's possible, yeah. Just don't know, but I think there's a much closer relationship to UFO experiences, but that's much more than that. UFO experiences, alien experiences, alien abduction experiences, and EMT than many people have considered. Interestingly, I was just up in Palm Springs for the last couple of days, and I met, so you know J. Allen Hynek, of course, yes, he came up with the Coast Council. So I met his son, Paul Hynek. He's a really great guy, and we became friends kind of years. And he heard about my work, and I was very pleasantly surprised that there were so many people who no longer consider the alien phenomenon to be restricted to brain physical beings coming from other planets. There is some other, shall we say, other dimensional or trans-dimensional or choose the word. We don't really know where these beings might be coming from or the relationship between their reality and our reality. But it seems to be something non-physical. It's become very, very interesting in EMT. Because it does reliably grant access to what is often described as a hyper-technological extremely intelligent, exactly the kind of being we might imagine as being far more advanced intelligence, far more advanced alien intelligence. What would that look like? Now, okay, it's a little bit of getting to just how to accept that. So maybe as people see alien, maybe there is this relationship with alien intelligence that other people have been describing. We're both and the experience. But to me, that's not satisfactory. I don't know why that relationship exists. Why should there be this connection here? So I go back to thinking about the progression of advancement in civilization, right? So let's take an example. We are humans with process of wet brains, carbon and water-based creatures that exist on this earth. And so far, for most people, when they think about aliens, they think about other reptilians, carbon-based beings that live like us on a different planet. So it's pretty nice in a way to think like that. That's how we have imagined it for a long time. Because that's all we know. That's all we know what intelligence looks like. It looks like us. It looks like us. But actually, I think that is a grave error that we're making here for a number of reasons. This isn't kind of a fringe or ranky position that I'm taking here. Many physicists and astrobiologists philosophers have thought about it. If we're looking for life, other intelligence elsewhere, what the best way to look for it? What's the best way to make contact with this intelligence? And so far, we've been firing electromagnetic pulses in the sky. Hopefully we'll get some findings in 25,000 years or something from some other distant star system. But that's kind of a stupid idea. Terence McKenna would say, research expectancy for a really significant distant civilization is a bounded presumption of certain galaxies of really current restaurant. Right? Take line, the leisure. It's so limited in our thinking, the idea that these aliens, these advanced intelligence, are really using radio signals. But I think it's even worse than that, because think about these progression of intelligent civilization, you have a number of phases. So we are breaking up into three phases. I have what I call a pre-technological phase. So this is how, more than 100 or so years ago, but we weren't thinking of, in a really intelligent way, about making that other intelligence. We weren't doing it. We didn't have the ability to send radio signals, right? But if you kind of forget about those civilizations, other civilizations at that level of advancement, there's no way we can communicate with them, because if you go into their planet and finding them, because they don't have the technology either, right? Then we have us, we are in the technological phase. We can conceive of other intelligences elsewhere. We can conceive of how we might communicate with them. We can even think about how we might ultimately transfer, how we might even transcend our biology. That is something that's strongly considered now in the form of artificial intelligence, the idea of uploading our consciousness or something into some computational structure, right? That's already an idea, and according to people like Paul Davis, philosopher Schneider, writing about it, their contention that once a civilization reaches the level of advancement where they can conceive of transcending their biology, becoming post-biological, then probably only a few hundred years from doing so, right? So we no longer be physical intelligence using physically well-trained body instantiate our civilization become post-biological. And so that means, right, that if you think about all the intelligences elsewhere in the cosmos, the number of intelligences that are within our technological phase, it's a very narrow temporal window, right? Maybe a few hundred years. Once intelligence reaches the technological phase, they're probably only a few hundred years from transcending their biology entirely. Yeah, becoming post-biological. Talk about questions like post-biological. But what that would mean is that there is complete transparent range of communication. One thing we can conceive of intelligence that is become post-biological. And so focusing our attention on technological beings that are sufficiently technologically advanced, but still in physical, wet-grained, carbon-based form, is restricting research to probably, I don't think it's enough, but a very small proportion of intelligence in the cosmos. The vast amount, the vast majority of intelligence in the cosmos is so what is post-biological mean? So there are a number of ways of thinking about the advancement of civilization, intelligent civilization. So the Kardashev story is interesting. The Kardashev story is a way of looking at the progression of advancement of civilization based on how they split continents. So you have type 1, type 2, type 3 Kardashev civilizations. Yeah, right. So you have a type 1 Kardashev civilization that they control all of the energy of their home planet, right? So we're kind of before that. We're like a type 0, type 0. We're not even there yet. Think of everything intelligence that control the energy of the nearest star. Solar system, right? That would be a type 2, something like that. You can expand that through intelligence that control the energy of the entire galaxy. Going further and further outwards to larger and larger scale. Yeah? And you can imagine a civilization that control and manipulate the entire galaxy, entire universe. Imagine at higher and higher ends of consciousness and extrapolate quite a bit. But imagine a civilization that control the entire universe, the entire multiverse, able to actually create and destroy the universe as it will. You have no idea what the technology might have been. understanding the fundamental structure of our reality, you imagine this deeper and deeper and deeper. But ultimately, you get to the ground of reality, whatever that is. Once you develop an understanding of that, it's part of reality. So when you think about then, well, how do we do that? How do we become a post-biological civilization? We don't think what we're going to do is run, you might imagine, in like stacks of servers, stack of computers, running this civilization. Very human-centric way of thinking about it, right? It's not going to be like that. It's more likely to be that the civilization intelligence will substantiate themselves at the lowest level of reality, exploiting the fundamental computational structure of reality. That's where they're going. They're going deep down. They're not getting expanding to larger and larger scale, but it's deep down to the fundamental ground of reality. That's where they drive this scale of reality. How deep down they are practically. John Barrow is the most inventor so he's got to work at micro-dimensional scale. So both immensely famous so the micro-dimensional massive scale is that opposite of looking at the development of civilization down yeah. Like I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just like if I want to game show, yeah, down I need to that. And get to the it starts at type 1 minus everything just like 1 minus civilization from the type of mega minus. Right? So they've got light down to fundamental ground reality and they have substantial right down there. That's where they are. Yep. No way to explain how to do it. There's no idea what they would look like, there's no idea what kind of worlds they constructed inside. They know nothing about the past. But it's fairly well a destiny. And if that's the destiny of all conceptual civilization, then the vast majority of intelligences being out of universal life, something like that, the vast majority of intelligence what's crazy is he didn't want the lights of the taxi wouldn't go off. He made like this little paper mache that he put over the lights. Like this dude was, I mean, I don't think he was homosexual, but this dude was the most romantic fucking character I've ever spent time with. The dude was more romantic in that taxi than it was in your fucking so I get out, he comes out after me. And I gave him the $100. I was a little scared at this point. And I'm thinking he's going to pay the hooker and choked up. I think to myself, then I look back over there a minute later, and they're kissing each other. He's spent him $100 with this hooker. He fucking just got this $100. But then I thought, well, you're going to say a taxi driver followed you into buying a hooker? No, I gave him the money anyway. By the way, he took the money. He took the money. He took all the $5 million. And he used that information. So you can imagine us being able to use good information. So further information gated from his other domain. It's still about the album anywhere like that. Our brains are thinking of this models of reality. It allows us to literally enter that world, experience that world, allowed our brains to contemplate that world. So that's where I am leaning towards intelligence seriously. It's an illusion. Yeah, it's an illusion. Something like that. A world very close for us, uncomfortable, understandable relationship with how we know that where I'm thinking I'm finding. That's why I think perhaps almost immediately with the operation on that. So it's possible that, again, you're talking probably several layers lower than atoms, right? We don't really know. We call them certain things in the particles coming on the top, but that's the fundamental but actually, many levels below that, you just don't understand the fundamental structure of reality. So there's the problem. There's the problem. You don't understand how reality moves, our relationship to this other those biological domains that civilization might design. And so going back to what I said before, right? The DMT or other psychedelics, then the activation of great disease, the activation is that when the brain is not positive, you become information. Yeah? The information is within the organization. So that would be precisely the state in which the brain would be susceptible to receiving information somehow. I think it would be at the lowest level of information somehow getting our better more functional senses, certainly. The brain is the information entering the brain and reorganizing time. I always say, you don't break through the DMT world. The DMT world you don't control of your world machinery, using your world machinery to construct its world. You're not going anywhere. You don't need to go anywhere. All that needs to happen is information flow into your brain, the brain. So you're going to be machine right now, constructing a model of that. You think people like very violent could have the ability like that, could have the ability to happen without psychedelics. Possibly, yeah. I'm not saying necessarily DMT seems to be the most efficient. Seems to core, unlike the other psychedelics, which create this really concentrated brain. With DMT, it seems to go faster and transform state. Get this sudden reorganization of the emergent activity cortex. It seems to be the reason that we understand makes the brain more susceptible to reorganization if that's what's actually happening. I could be speculative about what I'm saying. Yes, it will take the empty work because you advance those high levels of realization. Essentially, it's ground reality. I'm not saying that's true, but I'm trying to find the connection there. We do take these entities seriously. I think we need to. I don't really explain I don't think it's easy to explain the way of hallucination with archetypal structures from the collective unconscious. Something much more profound going on here. Beings, they have clear intent going through that they're waiting for you to get to work, right? Get to work on you. They are expecting you. They welcome you, and they have an agenda. They have an agenda. And it seems to be far more than the brain just making it up. The brain doesn't really inspire people. You see, you have this ability to model these hyper-complex, hyper-dimensional realities beings that have no relationship to anything. And how to be able to get you that we need to actually take seriously. I say this as somebody who is something of a sober neuroscientist. I don't just, I'm not one of these people who says, oh, it's the world of the astral plane. Always important that there's no explanation for that. People say, oh, you need to go to the astral plane. Well, what's the connection? How does that work? So I'm looking for some kind of coherent explanation for what's going on, and I haven't found it in the orthodox paradigm of modern neuroscience at all. I've read the interpretations, I read the explanations of the stuff. It's They're far too complex, they're far too complicated just to make that kind of thing. But at the same time, I don't think that we can explain it exactly like a typing stuff as well. I think there's something completely non-human going on. It has no relationship to either modern or ancestral humans. There's nothing in our evolutionary past, our historical past, that can explain why people are seeing these types of extremely advanced intelligence. So I think we have to start and do the idea that there's something far, far stranger going on. Fascinating also that Hynek and Wallace and Jack Parsons, the father of rocket science. Jack Parsons is like one of the most, I think, Morgan Ron attributed a lot of his discoveries to Jack Parsons. Jack Parsons was hanging out with Aleister Crowley and L. Ron Hubbard. There you go. And there's like this deep, and Hynek is obsessed with, what is it? I never know how to pronounce it. Esoteric. Well, I would say, what would I say? I've said esoteric before, but I think it's esoteric. Esoteric or eso? Esoteric depends. Like tomato, tomato, right? And I say tomato, right? Okay. I say potato. I don't know. But yeah, he was obsessed with the esoteric stuff. And even Jean Boulay, when Diana went to his apartment in San Francisco, she had a library full of these esoteric texts. And these texts on books on angels, that he gave her all about the history of Satan. And he said he could understand this thing. Yeah, ballet was very interesting. Actually, Paul Hynek quoted ballet, paraphrase. Ballet said that if this phenomenon turns out to just be extraterrestrial from another planet, it seems to be something far, far more than that. But we just don't have the cognitive toolkit, I think, to actually grasp what's going on here, what these civilizations are, what they look like, what's their relationship to our world. We don't even know what our reality is really built from. So the idea that we have a kind of a full grasp on other worlds or whatever, the idea of other worlds or parallel universes, other dimensions, that standard cosmology is a pretty standard theory, because no one would rule that out, that there are other realities or whatever that might even be postulated. Where you get into trouble, I think, with physics, making the claim that there is a possibility that there is some interaction between those worlds and our world. But I've always said that I don't agree with that, because we don't understand. We don't even understand our reality. So the idea that we understand what is possible in terms of interaction with our reality and other realities, we haven't got that information. So if you do beings that are apparently extremely intelligent, so quite aware of the fact that they're they are. We don't understand how we are establishing communication while the brain is simply it allows them to grant access to the domain and gain the information from the domain to our brain. We don't understand that. I will admit that. But that doesn't mean that it's the first time. It doesn't mean you can rule it out and say that's not or we can use the information. That you can just don't understand that deep connection or the relationship with our reality. When it comes to John and his book, or his abduction book, all of these experiences, what's the make of that and what was your experience? They're all talking about experiencing the same things, very, very similar things. Yeah, that's what kind of attracted me when I first read abduction that's the first thing John was I was struck by the fact that it's not just something, it's not just a collection of experiences. These are experiences that have been reported to one of the world's most preeminent psychiatrists, Harvard psychiatrist. He didn't really want to get involved into the fucking streets and imagine into the plot and would then stick with it. He wanted to now do his job, destroying the reputation of Harvard University by pursuing it. But he was convinced. He obviously went into this assuming that they were these hallucinations. Carl Sagan, I remember Carl Sagan, John Max said, Carl Sagan said they're just hallucinations. What the fuck do you know about this? So that's what we have to deal with. People who didn't have this kind of explain away themselves not explain away. They would explain away stuff. It's not something sensible and taken in. Knew about disorders of neurology. And we found that these people were level what they reported happened to them. Sorry, those happened to them. And not only that, you read the book, it was absolutely clear that there are so many different commonalities that all describing the same kind of process of being taken up into these highly technological environment, beings that were in particular what appears to be productive adventure that they have, where they're trying to produce hybrid babies apparently, and after a few meeting their hybrid children, being great love for them, very extremely traumatic, but coherent stories. One abductee reports different experiences another. Eventually, so there's something going on. You can't say what it is. You can't say, okay, aliens are landing on the front door. That's not done too far, but at the same time, you can't really say they're just incredibly dismissive, I think, disrespectful to John Mack's intellect to claim that he was led. He knew what he was doing, he knew what he was talking about. Incredibly well-trained psychiatrist. So if he thought there's something strange going on that you can't explain, then I don't want to abuse your authority here. But there's something really worth it. So I tend to focus my attention on yeah, and then like we talked a minute ago, there's a collective consciousness of being where what's it, Chardin philosophy. If you guys know Chardin, he basically had this philosophy that there was like the biosphere, like they living beings create the biosphere of Earth, and then there's the geosphere, which is like Chardin, yeah, yes, and this geosphere is like thought, consciousness, how it's like this extra layer above the biology of us, and then it's like it permeates everywhere, right? It's like it's its own entity, and I think about that a lot when it comes to like technology, screens, people seeing things like Betty and Barney Hill were abducted right around that time. There was this TV program that came out that showed the rays. I forget exactly what the show was, but they described understanding of what this thing is. And that's what people who got argued against this, against what is before us. Well, I think, well, you think about the notice here, right? Yeah. It's not so far away from what I was saying earlier about what John Barrow would call the type omega minus. Right. The vast civilization that transcended that biology, translated itself to destructive reality and every reality at the same time. That sounds kind of similar idea. So I don't think it's an excuse to dismiss these things at all, because it suggests that there is indeed what you call it. You might want to call it the collective conscious, but I hate doing that because a lot of DMT users are self-described. They say, anything we can't explain, any experience that is strange or unusual, we'll just put it into the collective conscious. That's it. Yeah? It becomes really, really extremely convenient to toss things into the collective unconscious, which is often very poorly described or poorly defined anyway. So I need more of a mechanistic, clear explanation of what you say is that reflex on what is that. I have a great neurobiological interpretation of reflex. Like I said before, my brain wasn't instructed to work ready to start hearing our reality interact with the environment or something like that. There's certain patterns that develop in our ancestral history, some really basic, fundamental ways that we interact with the world, the relationship to your mother, for example. If you think about your mother, assuming you have a good relationship, you have a good relationship, or have a good relationship with your mother, then it evokes certain feelings, there's certain ways of interacting with this figure called your mother. It generates a feeling of affection, someone you have to remain right? These are basic, fundamental human interactions that are wired into our neural architecture. They're deeply embedded. It's all in these. And when you, some people say the same about interacting with enemies and people then deeply wired, emotionally laden neural structures that get involved in animals we call them instincts. What are instincts? They are essentially instantiated by patterns of neural structures that have been imposed and developed throughout evolution, learn to learn. But they're very simple models, they're basic models of how we interact with our environment, other individuals in our environment. They're very they're quite rigid, they're very strong, and you don't need to kind of think to learn things like that. They're quite simple models to elaborate on. So, for example, if you take a mouse, running around and you drop it. These mice have never had any space running around. You drop a bunch of hairs into that cage. Those animals start those tiny dots. Quite very very curious, very hesitant. Wow, right? So they just learn that is how you respond to protect the enemy. It's embedded in that. It's embedded neural structure and relationship, the way that they interact with attack is one of fear, one of avoidance. So it's a basic model. We're all born with that. So imagine that in humans now. Like the being very simple models of the world and direction to the agencies in our lives that are absolutely critical for our survival. Interaction with your mother, so in the early stages of your life, that is essential. You die, you don't know how to respond to your mother. You die, you don't know how to respond to snakes. You die, you don't know how to respond to other enemy tribes or whatever, right? These are important. So it's not surprising then that these take the form of images. There's no images in the consciousness. It's not surprising. The images being down is a very simple model. Every one model, the brain is constructing models from the lowest levels of the brain all the way up to the highest level. The most complex models constructed in the cortex model the world. Very adaptive, very flexible, fluid, constantly changing model. They have simple models that big the deepest levels of the brain, you have models that allow you to control your blood pressure, control your heart rate, control the breathing rate. You have got very rigid models, but very simple. They work. They have to work. They fail, you're dead. You go up to the brain. Unfortunately, also have simple models based interactions with other humans. For example, on certain animals, quite easily identified as but they're simple models. Your case, that's collective. This is the collective unconscious, in my opinion. It's not this magical, mystical name that we see by it's those controlled, universal, inherited structures that give life certain needs. So if I ask you to draw a novel, right, or something, or just not something quite different, just trace it to a personal experience, or you would describe a novel, you would have certain basic fundamental characteristics that could also be codified your own personal experience, right? But the model itself is actually very, 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 very simple. These are the archetypal structures, not the basic patterns of neural architecture that you're neural structures that are not around creatures that are living out their existence. That's not the collective unconscious in my opinion. Just a set of universal inherited structures that come from our evolutionary past. We can actually use the collective unconscious to explain why certain types of images might emerge. You cannot use very simple, low-level, subtle very simple models to explain why you see higher dimensional objects or why they see extremely advanced intelligent civilization existing within this plate, complex space. Makes sense. You're trying to create great complexity when actually very simple models doesn't make sense that you can explain away these type of experiences as archetypal structures. Some people would disagree with me on that, but I'm trying to find an explanation that makes sense to me as a neuroscientist. Appealing to the collective unconscious to explain anything that is otherwise inexplicable, even complex. People in places doctors can't explain. Agree with that. That's the collective unconscious. One of the things that I really watched about the basal ganglia and urinary tract, about some people have a very hyperactive basal ganglia. What was that? Obviously, you didn't know anything about that one. No, I didn't. I've had to think about it a lot to come up with a semi-coherent response to that. But yes, we can think about, we can look deeper into the brain. But we can't disconnect what we understand about the brain. We don't know everything about the brain. We do at least know something about the way that the brain is constructed, the way that the brain evolved, the way that the brain is constructed from these very simple models down what a complex model is. The reason we have cortex is to allow to build very complex models. Some business complex models is really complex. Certainly not the complexity of the models of the structures. We're talking about deep down in the structures. There's not much complexity there. So we have to be careful, I think, about appealing to lower structures to explain away anomalous experience. There might be relationships, there could be relationships disturbed, not all going on at once. Start to perturb the behavior of the subcortical structure as well. So there is everything's working together. Stimulate or you inhibit or you somehow disrupt certain areas of brain activity. People want to get people about what's going on at the higher level where you're experiencing the world. So we saw with LSD, for example, where you get this effect in the cortex, but it also causes the release of 60% inhibits the lower subcortical structures like the hippocampus, for example, which is sending constantly sending memory information up to allow blood information into the cortex. So the brain is unified, highly effective. So often disrupting one part of the brain has erratic effects without predicting until you actually do it the rest of the Okay, so let's go into your DMTX research. How did you get into this? How the hell did you get funding for this? This is beyond any sort of like clinical trial I have ever heard of. Yeah, so well, first of all, I didn't get any funding. You funded it yourself. I don't personally support the profess my DMTX study. I don't do any DMTX study, right? I live in Tokyo. I don't work with DMT or anything like that. So let me tell you the story. So as should be kind of clear by now, I do take seriously the idea that it's possible that we are the location, identity, authority, so then the question arises, well, what do we call DMT, reliable draft access to the intelligence, but to be very short answer, it's the roller coaster phase, you first through breakthrough phase into this strange, very strange domain, which is intelligences, and then suddenly, maybe just a few minutes later, just 3, 4, 5 minutes later, you're speaking back right now. Just as the state started to stabilize, and you're starting to establish communication with these entities, you're being dragged back out. So it's not conducive to establishing stable rates, whatever it is. It's actually studying the state, studying the intelligence, developing relationships, really learn about what they are. Intelligence seriously, if you want to positive, what one's down and where that's from. So the relationship between us and them. You have to structure DMT like a block. Treat it like a technology. The technology that you develop is that you're an important cognitive shift. Once you start treating DMT like a technology, then you think about, okay, what's the best way to develop this technology? But it's right, yeah? Then you free yourself from the idea that this is the right. Okay, technology for entering this ultimate reality of ultimate world things is how do we develop this technology? How do we improve on methods of administration and utilization of technology? That's the key cognitive switch. So let's think about how we can improve this technology. So DMT is fascinating molecule, not just fascinating, but also it has these what I call pharmacological peculiarities. Unlike the other classic psychedelics, it's very short acting. It can make people most people might have minutes in that space, but it's short circuited. But as I said, for extended journey in that space, if you have time to interact, look at the geometry, the dynamics of the space, you need more time. So how do we extend the time? Well, DMT is a short acting. It doesn't seem to have subjective tolerance. It's toxic. What do you think on subjective tolerance tolerance? Yeah, so Rick Strassman, of course, did the largest study of DMT in humans in the past. He went through the jungle with a lot of pharmaceuticals. All to do yes, the psychedelics are certainly academic studies. Video bureaucracy, licensing, the relevant authorities they allow things to study. He got fucked like half a load on The one study that he did was to look at the subjective tolerance. So, if you take something like LSD, say LSD on day one, if you take the same dose the next day, you'll have a much more diminished experience, like subjective tolerance. Not the number, but like that. That's what you see for the tolerance. Tolerance over. The reason we say subjective tolerance to the effect. Measure the effect. They are just now, Rick Strassman went successful that was still the case with DMT, where he injected some of the DMT and measured the effects using his hallucinogen rating scale. Then injected them again 30 minutes later. What did he go down? Didn't go down. The intensive effect, the effect remained the same no matter how many times you injected them. Which is kind of fascinating. But what that in itself is an interesting scientific result. More than anything, just the pharmacological peculiarity of DMT has this particular characteristic. But to me, this suggested that DMT could be utilized not by bolus injection, but you could actually infuse DMT into someone's bloodstream and actually maintain a stable brain DMT concentration. And the intensity of the subjective effect would remain constant because there's no subjective tolerance. Yes, but also because it's so rapidly metabolized in the brain, it doesn't clear you up either. Yeah? So this technology is the target control GCI, well established technology that's used for decades in anesthesiology. In anesthesiology, if you want to put somebody obesity will become unconscious, and then they will start absolutely no good. You want to hold someone unconscious for several hours. What you do instead is a very short-acting anesthetic drug with no subjective tolerance, so that you won't have to miss effect over time. You infuse it. Develop what's called a pharmacokinetic model. Mathematical model of the metabolism, the distribution, absorption, the excretion of the drug over time, which allows you to program the infusion device so that you can maintain a stable brain anesthetic drug concentration. Deeper, stable, in a shallow anesthetic, type state, and really quite good control. This is well-established technology in my thought was, well, let's refocus on that. Let's replace the anesthetic drug develop a mathematical model, the same pharmacokinetic model that's used in anesthetic, use it for vacancy and extract and have that data published with blood, measure the blood levels of DMT over time. We had a model, we had a absorption, rise of DMT in the bloodstream and then subsequent drop-off. So I knew we had that data, and that's the data we need to build this pharmacokinetic model. So I thought, okay, this is cool. This would be a technology for extending the DMT state from 5 minutes to however long you want, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and unlimited really amount of time in certain practical situations required. So I sent an email to the said, hey, we have this data back in the 90s, 2018. Unfortunately, discarded all the rest of the data. We had to go and make sour fire, which fired back after about 30 minutes. So we agreed at this point, I would do the modeling, build the pharmacokinetic model, then we would get together and write the paper. Of course, necessarily, my aim was this would allow us to take intelligence it's just not that application like that. Rejected. But we wrote an application for certified. You say, sorry, also you rejected. Who are you aiming this paper at? And who is like, who are you trying to get people from? Yeah, I mean, you write an academic paper, you want to publish in a peer-reviewed academic journal, peer-reviewed. Okay, yeah, so you have to skill set constraints about the right. You kind of say things like, it's so good. You feel bad. We wanted a mainstream so proper scientific journal. But if you journal that's how people that sector, not just take it seriously. So yeah, we checked the paper, sober, not boring, but bearing in mind what we were using. We worked on it together, and then we managed to get it published. Relatively easy to go through and react. I published the paper for us, and this was just a proof of principle model. Basically say, look, this technology should work. Yeah? It wasn't a technology, this time, it wasn't a technology or a model that was ready to be deployed in humans straight away. We just wanted to show that, hey, DMT has the right pharmacological properties that make it a meaningful technology. And when the paper was published, there was quite a lot of attention. People were writing articles about how scientists are building machines, big aliens, a lot of kind of absolutely, yeah. And so for that reason, many people still think that I am injecting people with that was never the aim. I was study. All I wanted to do was
So yeah, I had a sabbatical, man. I had a sabbatical, so that's why I'm at. But it's chill. I just feel what I feel. I feel because I just got a lot on my plate right now. And at least each time I can show up for it, you know. It's like every day I know I can do what's required of me, you know. And my mind already tries to beat me up a lot. You know, the first thing out of the game, my mind is like, you fag, you know. And so I'm like, like, Jesus Christ, I guess my whole brain is inward. You know, it's just like, it's just channelized, you know, sometimes. So at least I know each day when I'm sober, it's like I'm having drinking or partying, and I'm able to get up and like have a lot of demons and go that day head on, you know. And I still got enough war stories, and now I'm able to think out my war stories a little bit better. Because some of those too busy making new stories to even think about the old ones. So now I'm able to look at the old ones and be like, oh, this could be a good story. And I can share the story, so I feel like I stand up there. You know, I put it together and you're like, how much that you?
Demonstration that they can stabilize the DMT state.
This time I went to Chicago or I went to here in LA, I think, because I got enough friends to understand.
It was
You know,
tolerable.
it might be
He was
some cause of
freaking out, going mad. Anxiety levels.
fucking everything.
It was starting to experience. Settled back
Yeah,
down.
we're going out for
Ghost level. It's very comfortable to say that heart rate again, same deal, blood pressure, etc. Dealing with it very well. They were experienced DMT. Everything what they behave and let you feel. Nothing like that. That would be absurd. But yeah, it was
literally not even joking. 2.5 minutes.
Say people told them trials now.
But he did take you out for a little while.
They just come with that.
He's dancing on the place down the street.
Stabilizing several dose levels. They the light experience, which is like the level, the same kind of level, brain concentration. Yes, I take it. A couple of chemicals, pure DMT base. The real proper DMT, serious DMT, control in real time. Now, what are they doing with these people? Why are they infusing people with DMT?
Yeah, some lady had
To measure stuff. Like, are they literally? Is there someone sitting on a chair next to them, talking to them, and asking them to talk about stuff? Are the people that are under the DMT that are getting infused? Are they writing down notes? What are they doing?
Not at this stage. So this was really a So no, they didn't have that. They were getting measurements of drug intensity or ecstasy. This was actually a nice this is after they came back, they got into report and certain time periods. They'd been told the time, roughly 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. They have some connection to the outside world. Then after the experience, they were told to do various kind of things like this. Very broad, kind of coarse-grained data. Just to establish that it was horrible. But in my, what are we going to do with this now? The next question. It works, say, tolerable. What do you do with that? I think, yes, we need to have real-time delivery of information from this EMT space, from into back to the team waiting on the other side. You can't remember everything. So I ask you to remember everything that happened in the last 30 years. You can detail breakdown exactly with struggle. So imagine doing that in a EMT experience. Forget about it. So what do? You need some technique. You still need to develop to actually deliver information to
Unless you miss Victoria, dude, and just drop her ass in your ass and just see to it like you're on the side of your car. That's basically the what's that place where you go and they run out of your car and send the thing on the trail and
sort of like brain settles into constructing this ultimate reality model, reality of what is going on here. But it will stabilize, the brain will settle, and the experience will still, of course, progress quite rapidly, change, but it will be more stable, more navigable, more coherent. That's over time. So that suggests that yes, you can navigate motion, or at least you'll be able to learn to navigate the space and to establish communication with the space. That should be possible. Then, your question, how do you get information out in real time? And there are a number of ways you can think about this. We can ask them to describe what's going on. Alternatively, you might have a particularly very interesting and a sheet called because well known here as the but he had deep interest in the and he developed this device called the experiential typewriter. He was two typewriters, really, one in each hand, with a number of keys, and each key was matched to a certain feature of the subject of the subjective experience. And so you would go under, live with the empty space, into the empty breakthrough, with the empty space, and then you would rather than having to speak, you would use this keyboard, which would be trained upon, of course, to deliver information. You have this control, like paper roll, pen, that kind of thing. So here is the way it's way ahead of time. It's already thinking about how do you get information back. So you can imagine something like that. It's much more sophisticated than doing very good structural design. But it's something like that. You have some kind of device you have to be trained upon. Voyagers will be trained to control this device in real time, deliver certain types of information. What that information would like. Here you need specialists, you need mathematicians, cartographers, artists, theologians, philosophers, physicians, a whole group of people you need different specialisms to think about what kind of information bring back to you. How can we make sense of the information in real time? We also find artificial intelligence. This is something I've been thinking about a lot recently, is can we train, it's like if I start speaking a foreign language, you can't understand, I can't speak Japanese now, I won't do it, but if I start speaking Japanese now, then you understand what I'm saying, but somebody who spoke Japanese, obviously, or an artificial intelligence would know that I'm speaking Japanese. Now, if I start speaking the DMT language, in other words, if I start delivering information out on the DMT world, as it is referring to, whether it's through a device, whether it's verbally or even measuring neural activity, nobody on the outside might be able to make sense of it, but an AI might. The same way an AI might be able to decode some kind of language that I'm speaking. I started speaking last night. Yeah, I did that. Code that language. People think of an AI as being able to decode and try to make sense of this information coming out on the DMT space and make sense of it and to maybe structural geometry space. Try to think about, well, talking about certain shapes, talking about certain patterns. Is there a mathematical formalism that he can use to think about what the dimensionality of the space that he's experiencing? You go into a 7-dimensional space, and describe it not 7-dimensional, but necessarily, but going into high-dimensional space. How do you test whether someone really is, they say to you, look, I was in this world, 4-dimensional, normal, these arrows, it was sitting, it was an object of existence. seven-dimensional family how do you prove that they really are experiencing a high dimension? Without getting them to get on that position first of all, and that position probably know how to formalize mathematically what a seven-dimensional object with seven-dimensional space looks like. Do the maths quite easy. But it's easy, I guess. But actually, being to conceive what a seven-dimensional object would look like is impossible to do it. The brain can't construct seven-dimensional spaces. It's used to construct three-dimensional space. So that, again, that's also why DMG was kind of very difficult to explain why you can the brain suddenly start constructing high-dimensional worlds. So if we can prove to these individuals really are experiencing a higher-dimensional world or like it's a dimension, that in itself is some great idea that we're dealing with some other space that's really some other reality. So how do we do it? These are the tests but you might ask the subject to describe describing the way lines are describing the kind of shapes that they're seeing, the kind of structures, get some experience after proposals or algebraic proposals or some other high-dimensional mathematician in space. They can describe seeing this shape, seeing this shape, this form, this intelligence seeing now. That's an AI. The AI it scrapes all that information. So, it looks like this is within 6 dimensions. So then, so the AI can interpret data that was just looks like fragmented pieces of information, bring it together and say what kind of world is this functioning? So we have to really get AI trained on high-dimensional data sets. Use it down to mathematical formalisms and say, okay, this is a six-dimensional space that this person is experiencing. That would be quite
if we could achieve this and figure out exactly how many levels, how many dimensions there are, and sort of like map this other world that we're going to better, what would that mean for us? What sort of application would we use this for? And what would be the implications of being able to have some sort of a real grip on what's going on and where and what it is?
Well, there are a number of levels. So, first of all, the fact that we have access to a world, the fact that our brain can construct a world that has no relationship to our reality, all the complex, rich, dynamic, filled with intelligent beings, that in itself is remarkable. That in itself is really so no doubt about it. So I think even if you don't accept that we're basically some actual other autonomous intelligence, even so, it's the technology should be developed to actually exploit it. That goes without saying. But I think if we find we are able to demonstrate that these are worlds that are higher dimension, that are in many ways possible to see possible to recognize, then we are in a different situation. Well, orthodox scientists are in a very difficult situation because they're faced with the data, they're faced with incontrovertible evidence. DMT grants you access to the brain. It suggests that indeed there is perhaps some interface, some interaction, some engagement with further information from some other domain, some other reality. cannot comprehend of other people of our place in the cosmos, our place within reality, than the discovery not only that intelligence exists, not only inside our universe, but that intelligence exists elsewhere in another dimension, not in our universe, which have a close relationship with some where flows of and that would indicate these intelligences with such facility as attaining comprehend this algorithm. That to me well, I don't have words for the significance of that discovery. So there's a small chance that that's what needs to this is really interesting too when it goes to some of the stuff that Graham Hancock is talking about with ancient civilizations and some of this evidence of things like the Göbekli Tepe, which is 12,000 years ago, and the pyramids in Egypt, and some of these other things that we found around the world that we can't explain things that we could not construct today if we wanted to. And people, you think it's like some high technology, what sort of crazy technology they have, some enormous scale pulleys or saws that can cut some of the hardest stones that exist on Earth that we can't even do today. But like if you think about it the way you're talking about it, it's high technology inside of us. Yeah, I mean, in a way, it is. We are constructing these realities. So our brain is that's what the brain is constructing reality. I've said several times, it's in itself remarkable. It suggests that there's some ability that we weren't aware of. It suggests that I often describe this idea that we have this hyperdimensional intelligence. It's a world that's not so much alien, but a world from which we become human. EMT grants us this brief but astonishing this remarkable hyperdimensional heritage. Where does that heritage come from? Why is EMT so apparent why is the brain able to shift so effortlessly, so efficiently, constructing a whole reality? It does explain that there is some distant relationship, maybe some ancestral function, would be an ancestral neuromodulator that is present in much higher concentration in our brain in history. Yes, that might explain that perhaps there's been some kind of degrading of the function of producing DMT over time, much more cemented as such in this consensus of reality, alienating this disconnected from this other reality. Perhaps there were, however, very many 10,000 years ago, perhaps closer than that, who were more connected to this other domain, and were able to access whether through using exogenous DMT from plants, whatever, or perhaps more likely from altered neurochemistry, so they're able to time DMT levels in the brain right where endogenous DMT was higher. Endogenous DMT was higher, and I wrote a paper back in 2013 where I suggested that perhaps ancient dream function was related to DMT. So you can imagine DMT levels having a kind of diurnal cycle. So they drop down during the day, really directly in the waking world, the consensus world, but very, very rare about that. When we're asleep and we're dreaming, this is when DMT levels rise and allows us to access in the dream state this ultimate reality. So this re-entry DMT dream life. So we live kind of parallel lives. So in this world and at night, we interact with this ultimate reality and perhaps receiving information. Then in these kind of amazing structures, amazing kind of technology, they manifest. That's a possibility. I'm not saying it's true, but it's an idea. Since we've lost that function, we become alienated from that world. This is also that's why in DMT there is this profound sense of deja vu and familiarity. Deja vu, really get this sense that this is the most bizarre experience I could possibly have imagined, and yet at the same time it is intensely familiar. I know this place, I think it welcomes me back. The lights start flashing, the bells are ringing, the name literally in light. Return, we have seen you so long. Kind of like that. So many people describe that. Welcome like in a way so very long. And that would make sense if there was some much deeper relationship that we have in our ancestral past. But some of that neural architecture, that intelligent neural structure that I was talking about earlier, have been degraded but still carried with it and reactivating this ancestral function by consuming exogenous rather than relying on endogenous going back to those same kind of worlds ancient humans would have experienced endogenous right. It's a cool idea, right?
It's a great idea. I mean, it would make sense too, especially like the evidence of the younger drivers, a lot of cataclysms that came and wiped out civilization. And there was a couple proto-hominids that survived, possibly, and they were much more primal, and we sort of evolved, like we had to sort of like reset. Yeah, maybe we didn't go in the right direction.
Got it. Yeah, it became more cemented in our consensus model development. We lost contact with that. We're rediscovering it now. What's interesting, we're rediscovering at a time when we are actually needed time away to develop ourselves, to develop our become more cognitively and technologically sophisticated. So now we know more about what to do. We rediscover the space. Just when we are 1956, right? So this isn't that long ago. Just as we were becoming really clearly technological species, right? We are at the stage in our advancement where we're beginning to think about other intelligence as well, right? That's the time DMT comes back, rediscovered, and we're starting to learn to use it, go back into connect ourselves from reconnect ourselves to this other domain, but with much better cognitive and technological tools at our disposal. But DMTX has been part of that rediscovery, the redevelopment of DMT as this technology for reacquainting, reconnecting with this domain, with the intelligence that are resident.
So what are you working on currently? Like what state are you at in DMTX? Like what is next for it?
Well, as I said, not directly, just the kind of model, but I think you can imagine a bunch of different ways that this kind of research. You can imagine many different research groups, by the way, taking up on this and also involved. And what are you going to do? You can have experiments within space. Can you establish stable communication with the intelligence? Can you decode their language? Can you map the space, the science map the geometry, the topology of the space? That possible. The possibility. We discovered a new world. This is a new world, not a stranger. And imagine when Columbus landed on the shores of the United States. There we go. A new frontier, right? A new world. Immense possibilities lay before. Yeah? Here we are now. After all that, not that long actually, 20 years. Now imagine we're at that same kind of phase that we discovered a world that is incomprehensible, stranger, and more complex, faster than anything that Columbus could have dreamt about. So looking at this new world, the possibilities are quite literally endless. Endless worlds, endless landscapes, endless intelligences. It's like unfathomable what we might have discovered here, and the potential for how we can use it, how we can explore, navigate, study
much for doing this. We just did 3.5 hours, so that was absolutely fascinating. So which one of these books is your most recent book? The Reality Switch Technologies? Reality Switch Technologies? Can you hear that? Yes, absolutely. We're right next to your face. Look at that. There you go. Perfect. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, so the Reality Switch Technologies, my latest book. And let's just hold up the other one too. The cover is so cool. Yeah. You designed it yourself. Everything. So it's the inside as well. The full coloring. So this is kind of a super cool. This is called Alien Information Theory. Yeah, psychedelic drug technologies and the cosmic game. Yeah, so that's a very speculative metaphysics about speculating about what is possibly the relationship our reality, alien intelligence, relationship it's very speculative. The idea is to thinking about what we really understand, what could actually be true, the actual truth of the matter is completely far from strange. Reality is not just strange as opposed to strange. So I want to get into thinking about what could really be the origin of our reality, where we might be heading. Reality Switch Technologies, my second book, is more about talking about today I was talking about the idea of a world building machine. What's a world building machine? So you think about the brain ancestry construct the ultimate reality, the ancient reality, for example, the ancient world, it was a constructed brain, stars, algae worlds, to reach other kind of worlds, ketamine, or those main alpha worlds, melamine, you've got all these different worlds of brain. Your brain can construct a number, a large number, practically infinite number of worlds using psychedelics, whether you think the world goes into space or whatever, the brain can construct it. So you have this like, you think of the brain as this world building machine, using intelligence to so I wrote this book. It's also really, in my opinion, detailed and comprehensive, thorough guide to how psychedelics work. That's what I really like. That book it's really good for anyone who's not a neuroscientist or pharmacologist, anyone that's curious, interested, and willing to spend the time with it. It's not easy reading by stretch of the imagination, but if you want to develop a really deep understanding of how psychedelics interface with the brain, molecular level all the way up to the ultimate level, world-building level, like I say, this book will do it. So, yeah.
Well, thank you for doing this stuff. I mean, it's so often that people like you, with your level of education, are so worried about being labeled with being labeled as a psychedelic guy, or they're too worried about not being taken seriously. And they present stuff in just like this boring, bland, undigestible way. Yeah, you've done it in this phenomenal, incredibly immersive, entertaining way. The way you create your books and the way you talk about this too is just so fascinating. So like, kudos to you for doing that and having the balls to dive into this world and not being worried about being attached to any sort of stigmas or not worried about being taken seriously. Yeah, that's really cool. I mean, I piss off everybody on the kind of the scientific side, the really kind of rigid, orthodox scientific side. They say that I'm getting into realms that I don't know, like getting into whatever. Then on the other side, you have the more mystical kind of spiritual side. Say, oh, you're too reductionist, too brain centered. But I sit in this domain on my own. There's a right in the middle of those. As I'm used to being of attacked on both sides. So I don't care really. I'm not attached to any university anymore. I'm just a writer. So I don't care the things that I'm intrigued by. I just try to present ideas I consider about technology, potential, reality. I present these ideas, but hopefully to get people about the nature of our reality, about how psychedelics can manipulate the nature of our reality.
thank you for doing it, and thank you for coming all the way to Florida from Tokyo. I'll link the books below so you'll find them. Thank you very much, Ben. Absolutely enjoyed. Thank you. Good night, world.
My life had total control, except those drugs ruined everything into it. Yeah, it's like Levi spoke about all the alcohol, all the heroin, all the pills. You think you're making it happen. I thought I was making it happen, believe it or not, bro. Booking big time movies. I thought my comedy was eating shit. Yeah, if you think my comedy is shit now, you should have seen it 10 years ago. Because there was no emotional connection with cocaine and drinking. Yeah, there's no emotional connection. You just stuck there like a parrot. Just fucking talking stupidity. Yeah, what's that whole? Whenever I see a young comic on stage or post, it does something. Yeah, because in all my 25 years, you know how many times I've brought movies up to the stage? Maybe 3 times. Yeah, I never thought it looked good. I always thought you really the wrong impression. I don't know why. I have friends that do it. I've never said nothing to my
You are a professor of
in my mind, I just never liked it. I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can see that.
A lot of comics like it because
religious studies.
you show
But do you personally believe in God?
show the comics drinking.
Yeah, makes sense.
He's up there doing a shot. People are start sending him shots. I'm going to do a shot. Let me do a shot with you. Let's do another fucking shot. Next thing you know, you fucking
Okay, so let me talk a little bit about what
Joe Rogan's podcast playing it. He lost by 2 pounds.
He lost by 2 pounds, but they're both under obese, so I think that all he has to pay now. All he has to pay. What? Well, Segura was 219 today, and Burt was 221.
in religious studies, it's a
They
multidisciplinary
both have to be
group,
under
and
227.
some
Some of them not.
some of us are archaeologists, some are historians, some are a combination of those, and our method is that we take a step back from the study of religion and how religion performs practices and worldwide movements and things like that. Religion is a very powerful force. People will die for their religion. So we're academics, and don't actually, like, I don't swear on things that I believe because I don't think it's helpful. We're learning about religion. I'm not advocating religion. But I personally don't believe it. But it's not part of my view. If you talk to atheists, some of the best people in the field are atheists. So it's not being a minister or a priest or something like that. I actually did get a master's degree along with priests and foundations from Jesuits. Jesuits for theology, which was affiliated with the Church. It was part of the graduate theological unit, which is pretty similar to Harvard Minister, but more theologian. And then I went on to get a PhD at Syracuse University in religious studies, which is a field of international academics to study religion. A lot of people are religious who study religion, but a lot of them are not as well. So that's the first thing, is I just want to get clear what the method is. And I've been a person who studied history for my whole career. And so I moved over into studying about UFOs. And I took my method with me to study that. And we didn't talk about how I got into studying UFOs, because I think that's interesting. But it's, I take the method to study UFOs, which means we don't have to believe in UFOs. We are not out to prove that UFO crash debris or, and this is the subject that American public interest on UFOs, but not my first one. So I think that's important to know, that I'm not out here applying for element disclosure or, whether or not these materials are actually real. I'm actually studying the impact that we have on populations, but globally.
Your early childhood had anything to do with your interest in religion and religious studies? Did you have a very religious childhood and upbringing?
Okay.
Did your studies and your work at all influence your outlook?
Yeah, I do think religious household at all. My parents were what I call, I'm from California, Northern California, and it was and still is an eclectic culture, and where there's really many communities and things like that. So my parents were pretty accepting. My father was Irish Roman Catholic, my mother was pretty secular Jewish, and they were interested in a lot of things philosophy. So we did have a library of books about philosophy, and I read them as a kid. And I was very interested in religion and philosophy. And I did make the decision to study this pretty young. So yes, I think I was really interested in how people would have pretty extraordinary experiences, and these would shift their lives. And I was interested in why. You also have to understand that I went to graduate school during the late 80s, which was the time period of the dot-com. And so I'm in California, technology is just kind of flourishing at this time, and I'm seeing that the infrastructure is changing the way people believe in their religion, and so the digital infrastructure, and especially new technology like Star Wars and things like that, people are beginning to have, I call them uncertainties about things like the forces with you, and it was impacting their religious beliefs. And so when I went to school, not only did I study ancient texts about different religions, but I also studied the ways in which people took their own beliefs and they incorporated, the lexicon of Star Wars into those beliefs as well. And those were part of the whole landscape. So I really focused on technology and religious beliefs. That was what I focused on, studying Catholic history and also studying
I'm sure you study religion and beliefs, so one time the first ever thought of UFOs.
Yes.
What was it that introduced you to this? Like, what was the moment like when you first got introduced to this and started to look into it? And what were the biggest connections between the logic of the UFO phenomenon compared to early Christianity?
Right. That's a good question. This happened in late 2011, 2012. And I had just finished a very major project that culminated in a book about the Catholic doctrine of purgatory, which is an afterlife destination for souls who don't quite make it to heaven, but are definitely not going to hell. And this doctrine kind of had fallen off the map for Catholics, and I wanted to know why. And so I did a lot of study of old materials in archives, manuscripts, and things like that. And so I also talked about Catholic popular culture and how that shifted this belief. And so at the end of that, I had a long catalog of reports of aerial phenomena from 1400s, 1600s, 1700s, all of them. That I didn't quite, in different languages, by the way. And I didn't quite understand what they were about. A lot of times, angels, sometimes greenhouses, sometimes stories from purgatory. And so I kept these, and I knew that they were really interesting, but I didn't quite make the connection. I thought, I wonder what this is about. So I finished my book was intense, and I wanted the next book. But I'm thinking that it's not going to be about Catholic stuff. It's going to be about a Catholic bishop, who was one of the first Catholic bishops in the States. And I showed a friend of mine this timeline, and he's reports. And he looked through the reports, and he said, well, these look like over things. I mean, it looks like UFO. And I thought it was silly, because I was a person who had this belief. It was a coincidence, but there was a conference in my town for people who were experiencers, UFO experiencers. So I went to that, and I heard them talk about the experiences, and I saw that the experiences they were having were like an exact match with the experiences that I had cataloged from hundreds of years ago up to the present. I recognized this as a continuous pattern, and it kind of blew my mind at the time. So it's a little more exploring, and I started to look at primary source material from Catholic experiences from saints like Teresa Catholic, Saint Francis of Assisi, And when I started to read the primary source material, I saw that it was more so very similar to what I would see in John Mack's book, because at this point I read John Mack's book of them. And it literally reads experiences of the saints in other chapters of his book. And so at the time, I knew Jeff Piper, but not he's a professor at Rice University who looks into this type of thing. And I told him that type of statement, and he at first said no, don't know what and then I took some of the stuff that I had translated and sent it to him. So we're talking about little dreams and areas of knowledge and other things that happen in John Mack's book. And he was blown away. And that was the beginning of my writing about UFOs and looking at the reports of UFOs. And honestly, since I was going to experience what I did when I went into studying UFOs, I thought it was going to be a natural progression of using this method that I learned, moving from fabrication to writing with UFOs. First, it thought it was but when I started to really study UFOs, I immediately saw that there was a lot of self-information people. And I also, then high-level scientists that were studying in these programs, and I didn't actually, they wanted to know what I knew about it. They were interested in my field. They thought that they could learn from me. So this is what happened. This is how I wrote the first book about UFOs. So I found myself in an environment that was actually completely different than anything I had ever studied before.
Now, when you say these experiences that you have, right, their experiences were an exact match of what you were reading in some of these old texts. Can you give me some specific examples of what was the thing that stood out to you most?
Yeah. So this would be disturbing for people who are very literally Catholic, right? And by the way, I'm a Catholic, so it's scary and rude, But so if you look at Teresa of Avila, she's who is now a doctor of the church. She's very well known for loving saint in the Catholic Church. She had an experience that she had an experience with what she considered to be an angel. But when you look at the primary source material, and this is in the 1500s, and it's during the time period when there was an Inquisition. So it's not like she was not but she did write about it in the Bible. And so she had this experience where she was basically praying, and off to her side she saw something that she couldn't really understand if we were seeing her. And it was like freaking her. And she said it was very shiny, and she said she was confused by it because when she saw angels prior to this, they would be imaginative angels. She made the distinction that this was not an angel in her imagination, but this was an actual fleshy thing. She saw it. And so she was confused. She didn't know what kind of angel it was. And she said, it must be a cherub. That's what she said. It's a type of angel in Catholic history has different types of angels. And so the cherub is going to be kind of a good angel, a childlike angel. And so she, but you could tell that she wasn't even sure what was bad. And so this, by the way, you know by reading her work, we're looking at descriptions of events, because this is a good representation of material. And there's a very famous statue in Rome of February 22nd, sculpture, and you see her, and it's this little angel, and how the stars. So, how John Mack talks about it, that people are examining things. So apparently this little fleshy angel creature examines it. And this was amazing because it was just very strange. Well, okay. So you have to understand translation from that time period. So when I say, I'm using the word examiner, but probably I should not have said it. It basically said it took this lots of things by the way, Tibetan archive, and Tibetan private archive is also known as the secret archive. And literally wild of these transitions. And yeah, I read a lot of, I did read it, and I took one of the people that was a scientist who was studying this, and we both were there, and because he was really interested in his experiences, because he was also trying to get data on what he was studying.
And this is the guy you called Tyler T. Buck, right? This is that the name Donna exposed. How long after you started researching this stuff?
Pretty yeah, pretty quickly. So,
how did you interview him?
Okay, so he reached out to me, and he said that he was interested in this field, and he was working in the space program, and I wanted to know why he was interested in my work, because I didn't make the connection that it had anything to do with space, because space stuff. And so he explained that a breakthrough in history is going to come from my group. And so we started to communicate. And you have to understand that 2013, it's still pretty reticent to talk to people who were affiliated with government stuff because it wasn't active. It wasn't something that I ever thought people would be interested in. So it took me about a year and a half to actually reach them first. And so yeah, so I know a lot of people. I met the people that, you know, we call musical college. So, yeah, so for a person who didn't believe in UFOs, but, you know, understanding of the history, thought he was all, you know, this is really strange experience.
People like Gary Nolan, who came out and was dominant in the first book, and he kind of like the meaning was, what is the connection between all these people?
Okay, so they're all studying what they believe is the modern day, you know, encounter with non-human intelligence.
They weren't studying it publicly, right?
Well, no, nobody was studying it publicly. This was all before 2021. So the Pentagon, you know, reported that there were programs and that they were studying. So this is all, and honestly, I mean, you know, you have to understand, I didn't believe. Even when I was in New Mexico, because I did travels in New Mexico with Gary and Tyler, and we were in the Legend site. I was still in this idea that they were somehow misinformed, or they were very, their opinion was really strong, and I needed to know why they believed this, because they were both incredibly intelligent people. And so that's why I didn't believe that there was a rising belief in UFOs, and I was trying to understand it. And these guys were like, to understand. So Tyler said, I don't think you could take the parts of UFOs, and I want to take the parts of your and I was like, okay, I'm taking my friend. So I originally asked Jeff Piper to go with me, but because I thought that was I wanted to do that. And so then I asked Rudy, I had asked him this next day, and he was really impressive to me, not just by being a previous professor, but also just really genuinely fascinating as a talker. And he jumped at the opportunity to go. And I also knew that he would be the person to go. You know, if we were going to look for anything, it would be Gary who could figure it out. And so, you know, after a while, Tyler was okay with that. But at first, he wasn't okay with that. And then he looked at Gary and said, yeah, let's go. So we went to the New Mexico desert, and
we were like blindfolded.
Yeah, we had to accept to be blindfolded to go into this place, and we went there, took off the blindfolds, and spent a day, you know, accumulating what they believe were UFO debris from a crash that occurred sometime in the late 1940s, and it wasn't Rothschild.
And you actually found something when you guys were there during that specific day?
We did, yeah. And it was hard to get. I mean, the place looked like it had article was disintegrated tin cans from the 1950s. And this was something that the editor of the book wanted me to take out because she said, I don't understand why, well, she understood why it was in place, but she said, why would the government put all this stuff out in the middle of nowhere tin can? We just need to take that out. And even though I didn't understand at the time, I said, look, we have to keep it in because it's still data, you know, and so we kept it in, thankfully.
And what was it that you guys found?
Okay, so we did find some parts, two different types of parts. One looked like, almost like frog skin, metallic frog skin, and some other stuff that looked like, it just looked like, honestly, I don't know. Yeah, it was just both really strange. I still didn't believe, even after Gary got stopped at the airport and things happened, like Tyler said they would happen. And yeah, I still don't know. What to think about that. But that did happen. That was part of studying what I was studying.
And how did that alter or affect the trajectory of your research after that, like from then on out? Obviously, you met Gary had become friendly. But how did that experience going to the Legend crash site affect your mind and your thinking around this whole topic?
Yeah. Okay, so I think that we have to see that this is, in its very most basic sense, this is a belief that would be considered by people in my field as a mythology. This idea that we have parts of craft from extraterrestrials and we're back engineering those for technologies. This is actually old. This is, the Greeks had the myth of Prometheus. Prometheus was a, god person who gave humanity fire, which was a tool in technology, gave humanity technology. So this is like the modern Promethean myth. That's how I was looking at it. But it's something more than that. And that's really what I was trying to figure out. So while I was writing the book, it was incredibly difficult to write as an academic because I felt like this is more than a myth. Something really interesting is going on here. And I'm in the midst of it, and I have to write about it. How am I going to write about it? Because generally, a person in my field is going to write this academic book that basically says, I was journeying with these people, they believed this, and they keep their distance, but I felt like I couldn't keep my distance, that I was within the myth itself. And so I wrote it kind of as a journey of how I was writing it, actually. So even the book itself was not a typical academic book, even though it was published by Oxford. It's a book that explores not just their belief, but also, like, the interface of me, a non-believer, even skeptical, going through this process, seeing the people involved, seeing how the government's really interested in it as much as people are, normal everyday people, and this being kind of a very important turning point in history, really, historical. And so I guess even with the second book, I kind of continued on that journey of describing it, basically.
How do you explain what's going on now, like in the public media, the public-facing media, with like the Pentagon reports and the New York Times talking about and declassifying all these radar encounters where these Navy pilots are finding, and then publishing these videos and saying that it's off-world technology? What do you think? Like, I know you said that you encountered a lot of misinformation and disinformation on this topic, and that there's a lot of energy that goes into muddying the waters. What is your take on in the last, however long it's been, like 6 years or whatever, that the U.S. has been trying to make this more public-facing? Why do you think that they're doing this?
Yeah. Okay, so again, if you go back to what I study, which is the religion, you'll see that in mostly the traditional religions, like the big religions, and since Christianity is my field, I'll use that as an example. The early Christian church was completely different than the kinds of churches that were institutionalized, radically different. And what happens during the process of an institutionalization of belief. So this happens with the Roman Catholic Church. They take the Christian belief and then they institutionalize it in the 4th century. And how they do that is they make other beliefs about Christianity heretical. So you have Gnosticism, for example. Those books of, we do have Gnostic texts, but Gnosticism is a form of Christianity that sprung up in the first 300 years of Christianity. And there's different types of Gnosticism, so different, we would call them denominations. People believe that the knowledge of Jesus, or the knowledge that Jesus had, is something that they experience themselves, like the Holy Spirit. They feel it. It's more like an experiential knowledge. The way I talk about Gnosticism to my students is I say, take a chocolate bar. Okay, would you rather know the chocolate bar by eating it or by reading the ingredients on the back? So it's an intimate knowledge of something.
Okay.
That's Gnosticism.
That makes sense.
So the Gnostic Church was like almost eradicated at that point, or it was submerged into the Roman Catholic Church. So this is the type of thing that you see. You see the institutionalization, and through institutionalization comes some suppression of voices. And so you're going to expect to find that. That's what I'm looking at. And I look at that in the second book. So I was like, okay, we're institutionalizing this belief now about extraterrestrials. What are the voices that are being not heard or drowned out? And why is there so much misinformation? So it's a control of information that you see happening. And that's what's happening now.
And with early Christianity, before it got institutionalized, it was suppressed, right? Like you explained to me how earlier offline, how Jesus was like spreading this message, and it was like in the Roman Empire, it was frowned upon, and people were punished for practicing this religion.
Yeah, so being Jewish in the first century was hard, and so there were many groups that were trying to exist, and Jesus' movement was one of those groups. There was another group that were zealous. They believed in armed rebellion, but there weren't enough of them, so they couldn't pull it off. So Jesus was basically teaching Jewish people, his congregation, the people who would listen to him, he would always talk in parables and things like this, basically. He was talking to people who were ready to listen to him. He was okay with not everybody listening to him, by the way. So he had a very specific message. And so he was basically imparting this to groups of people. And his followers loved him so much that they called him the Son of God. Well, at the time, it was Caesar who was the Son of God. So we tend to look back and think that they had this, the people during that time period had this mythology called, they had the Greek and Roman gods and their mythology. That was actually their religion. So Jesus' followers were identifying him as primary and the Son of God, kind of like the head honcho, against Caesar. And that would be called treason. And so the punishment for treason is crucifixion. So he was crucified for treason.
So who was God?
Okay, so God would be, if you look at, God is either Apollo or Zeus. So there's, but they had somewhat of a pantheism. There were various different forms of belief in God. So obviously Jews had their own idea of God. So it was competing divinities at that time.
I can easily see the parallels between how the institutionalization of Christianity and the institutionalization of the UFO phenomenon, how it has always been like this incredibly stigmatized topic, and now they're making it more mainstream so people can. I mean, there's so many blockbuster TV shows that cover this topic. It's almost unfathomable. But that's the thing, that the government isn't necessarily talking about the ancient aspect of it or the religious side of it. They're talking about it as it's just technology or like quote unquote aliens possibly.
Yeah. So I think this is interesting. I think that the one thing that shifts this, makes it different Christianity example. I would say that UFOs right now are having a Christianity moment where there's the institutionalization going on. But the one thing that's different is that whereas the other was the focus on we have the divinity, the Catholic Church is the one who has the access to divinity. It's an interesting shift in that this divinity is secularized.
Can you define secular?
Oh yeah, secular is not religious. There's no religion here. But that completely goes against what I'm looking at. So I'm happy to call it secular if that's what I found. Like I said, I don't care. I'm not here promoting, the existence of this or that. I'm just doing my job, which is basically to see what I've seen and then make conclusions based on what I know, the data. And so what I find is that the very people who are most immersed in the study of even the quote unquote technology are having experiences that I would call religious like experiences. And these are changing them and shifting them. They live really almost like monastic or ascetic lives. And so to not include that as data is probably, and well, let's just put it this way. I think it's interesting. I'm including it because that's what I see. So I think that the public facing aspect of it, not including that data, I think that there are probably reasons for that. One of which is they probably just aren't trained. They don't know. They miss it. So here's an example. The recent James Fox film about the Brazil.
Yeah.
Okay, so love his stuff. He's great.
He is great.
Yeah. So, and I talked to him, I don't know, about 10 years ago. I talked to him at a conference, and he said, so tell me about the religious aspects of this stuff, because I don't see that connection. And so, kind of time told him a little bit better. But
this was 10 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, about 10 years ago. However, this last video of his moment of contact.
Yeah. So Argentina, Brazil, there was a crash landing, and apparently there was a machine that was running around the town for a couple of days. It was captured by the military for 2 weeks.
So this was fascinating to watch, mostly because to me what was interesting, he's bringing the framework of what I would call the secular idea of the UFO as extraterrestrial crash lands, and then the government covers it up, and people are intimidated, and the being looks really creepy, these kinds of things. So all those elements are there. But what's also there, but what gets completely missed generally, is that this isn't a Catholic country. And the people that first see the being, they're like, what is it, a demon? It's not human. So they identify it, and there's a lore to demons as well. And part of that lore is that they have cloven feet, and they have a really terrible smell like sulfur. Both of these are mentioned many, many times. They come up repeatedly in the video. And I'm thinking, if I ever see him again, I'll say, hey, you brought up a lot of the religious stuff, but of course he didn't see it because he's coming from a secular framework. But a person trained in religious studies is going to see that, or a Catholic is going to see that. Somebody who's very Christian, they're not going to miss that.
Yeah, this kind of blew my mind when you told me this last night. You mentioned the clovis feet and the smell of sulfur. Mm-hmm. And so you're saying that this is talked about a lot in some of these Catholic texts?
Yes. So I'm not saying that that's what it is, because I don't do that. But I'm pointing out that when people had these experiences in 1500, 1600, these are the same kinds of things that they would say. They would say it smelled like sulfur. They would talk about the feet and things like that. Now there are a variety of different experiences that have these historical patterns, but this is just one example.
It's a wild example, and like I said earlier, there's really not that many documented cases of actual beings, right? Like this, we're mostly used to seeing like these flying discs. There's a couple rare instances where there's beings that are witnessed and people that have encountered these things like in their living room or in their bedroom, but there's never been a case where there's been multiple witnesses seeing this thing that was actually taken by humans into captivity.
Yes. There are examples, though, from the being. But she doesn't record a smell or anything like that. But it more looks like the beings that populate John Baptist, or the beings that the kids in Westall or Zimbabwe, yeah. So you know.
There's an image of the thing. That's, I guess, in the newspaper. There's an illustration done by somebody in Brazil. Like, how does that thing get here?
Yeah, all I can tell you is how people have seen it for a long time, not just in the 21st and 20th century. It's been around.
Yeah. Movies and documentaries, I feel like they shift our memory of this kind of stuff. Like people's memory of stuff, especially over a decade, can get distorted. And then when you take into context that somebody's actually making a documentary that they're going to sell, you know, there's that famous line, never let the truth get in the way of a good story. You talk about this a lot in your book, how you were kind of like in the middle of this world of scientists and this world of like the media and movies and Hollywood, and you were finding like this connection between the two things.
Yeah, well, it's pretty obvious. So, I spent a lot of time talking about technology in my book and cognitive science of technology, and especially virtual environments and things like that. And the more virtual something is, the more we place it in our memory. And I've written a lot about this, not just in books, but also peer-reviewed, papers and things. And I work with people who are doing this kind of work as well, for good. Like, when we see things in virtual environments, we believe them. Even if we don't consciously believe them, they act on our bodies as if we believe them. So you can help people with PTSD in virtual environments. You can train police officers to deal with stuff, or even people in space, right? So they use simulations for astronauts, and they say that it's so real that when they're in space, they feel like that's not as real as what they felt in the simulation. So, what does this have to do with us? Just normal people and our constant interface with technology. And I basically was saying that we're misremembering things, and a lot of that's on purpose and intentional for selling stuff, right? So people want to make a lot of money from their digital content. And so when this is an example, Jacques Vallée had this happen to him. I've had it happen to me. So for Jacques' case, he said that when Whitley Strieber's book Communion came out, there's that picture of the alien on the cover of Communion, and it looks a lot like the James Fox alien. Maybe a nicer version of it, a more friendly version. And so Jacques said that it influenced researchers, ufologists. So ufologists are people who study this topic. And so they would go to a sighting, a reported sighting, and if people had seen stuff that did not look like Whitley's cover of Communion, they would discount it as a legitimate encounter. And Jacques said, he just mentioned that. And I encountered this a lot. So after American Cognitive was published, I had people from all over the world sending me videos of their encounters. And a lot of them were interesting. And of course, now I have friends who look at that stuff and they're like, yeah, that's definitely not our stuff, or something like that. And I showed somebody who is a researcher, a well-known researcher, I showed her a video and said, and she said, that doesn't look like a flying saucer. And I'm thinking, well, how do you know what a flying saucer looks like? Because we just don't know. Because we've only had 20 flying saucers, So when you actually do, that's why in my next book, Encounters, what I did was I focused on people, a lot of different types of people too, like trained observers, people in space, people who were just kind of normal people. And if you go back to them and what they saw, it looks pretty different than what we see. There's similarities to what we see in media, but you can see how media is taking it and only focusing on certain types of encounters. And I'll give you an example. There was a really interesting example that happened. There was a UFO flap that happened in Rockport, New York in the 1960s. And more than 30 people credible witnesses witnessed a series of UFOs. The first person to report it, and this report went to NICAP, and this is in '67, was this night watchman. And he went out into the parking lot of where he was, working, and he saw a craft parked in the parking lot. And he said he saw these little beings come out, or maybe two, I can't remember which, come out and run around. And he reported it right away, and nobody believed him, and everybody, they thought it was they just didn't think it was a credible report. But immediately after that, all these credible people started to see what looked like a kind of Steven Spielberg type UFO in the sky. And I interviewed a witness to that event. He was a kid at the time, a teenager, and he and his friends saw it. And a lot of people saw it. Police officers saw it, teachers saw it. And so NICAP then took their report, but completely discounted the first guy's report because it was so weird. So there's a lot of different stuff that happening in the report. So, if the report is too strange, people won't take it seriously. But if it's kind of, mystical, Steven Spielberg type UFO, people are like, oh, ready to be believed.
My previous view on this whole phenomenon was like it's very technological, and as soon as anyone started to mention anything about poltergeists or mysticism or anything that is paranormal, I started to just take a huge step back and be like, okay, I can't take this person seriously. But after reading your book and hearing how all of these people report all these similar experiences, even though they don't understand what it is, but they describe it to you. Like, for instance, the guy, Gray Man was his name.
Yeah.
He had a crazy experience with this being hovering above him at night, and he described it to you, and you said what he described to you was to the T, the Saint Michael, the Archangel.
Yeah. He didn't even know it.
So, that was a point in reading your book where, I had to put it down and take a walk.
Yeah, I agree.
So, who is this guy, Gray Man? And was he similar to Tyler?
Well, he worked in the same field, and he has to be pseudonymous because of that. So he works in the same field, but he's not from this country. He's from Australia. So, and he was really, really careful about things that he told me. And so he had personal experiences that were of this phenomenon, both seeing it as something in the sky, like aerial phenomena, and also personal experiences.
Pardon this brief interruption, but I want to take a second to talk about our sponsor, Versa.
So what I found is that a lot of people who have, when there are sightings of things in the sky, like aerial phenomena, some people just see aerial phenomena and that's it, and they don't have these experiences. Other people might even have these experiences and not even in that vicinity and not even see something in the sky, but have experiences of it, which I found strange. And again, I'm not concluding it right now as to what's going on because there's too much. I just don't know. And a lot of people have to bring data, right? Like, we need more data, basically. And we need more people looking at this and taking the data and not discounting stuff because it's so weird. I guess and I'm with you, I used to discount people like this all the time. And I don't believe in it at all. I think that what we need is we need someone who's like that, who comes along and says that, I was kind of trained to look at weird stuff because I'm in religious studies. What do people believe in religion? Well, if you look at if you're religious and you're believing some stuff that can't be proven. If you believe in angels, we've never proven that an angel exists. We can't put it under the microscope, so we have no objective proof of religion. So I'm already trained in this method. So looking at UFOs, we have a lot more proof of those. We have radar. We have the government now basically saying, yeah, there are these things, we just don't know what they are. And they could present a problem for us in airspace and things like that. And of course, we have people studying them in these programs. And a lot of the people that study them in programs have very weird experiences that are not talked about. Even the history of the space program, the Russian and our space program, the American space program, we have founders who had really interesting experiences, like Jack Parsons, on the one hand, totally bizarre, and most people do not want to talk about that, especially if they're working for NASA or aerospace.
So,
they talk about that.
Could you describe for people who Jack Parsons was?
Yeah, so there's a couple of people that are recognized as the father of rocketry. They basically created the calculations to get us into space, to get us out into space. And one of these people is Jack Parsons, probably the most effective. Werner von Braun is one as well. But he actually gave a lot of credit to Parsons and said Parsons figured all of this out. And how did Parsons figure this out? We had a really interesting way. He lived in the early 20th century, and he was working on rocket technology, but he also was a friend of L. Ron Hubbard, who started Scientology, and Aleister Crowley, and he had this crazy life, and he lived in Los Angeles, and he would do rituals in the desert, and he thought that these kinds of things would help him basically download this rocket technology. And it's weird, but as weird is Konstantin Tchaikovsky on the Russian side. He didn't have the same belief system as Parsons, but believed that he was in contact with angelic presences who would also allow him to, create this rocket technology. So that's what I'm talking about. It's like the people who are the most valuable to this program are the people that are doing the stuff that most people would have discounted because it's so weird.
What was he doing hanging out with L. Ron Hubbard?
They were.
I'm interested to hear your take on Scientology.
Okay, well, I don't ever talk about Scientology, to tell you the truth. I do teach about it in my class, not publicly.
Is that something that is it on purpose, or just no one's interested?
No, everyone's interested.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you could get sued talking about Scientology.
Right.
Talk about it.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people on here talking about Scientology. L. Ron Hubbard, I think he was one of the most prolific science fiction authors of all time. Like, he wrote more science fiction than anyone.
Yeah, and he started a religion.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting, though.
Where were we? What were we talking about? I lost track. Okay, we're talking about Jack Parsons.
Yeah, so we were talking about how when you scratch the surface of the UAP UFO topic, and you look at people who are the most successful at, moving the needle, you're going to find that their lives are imbued with this kind of mystical practice.
And what is it about these people that they are able to do these quote-unquote downloads that they talk about, or you talk about in the book? Like, Tyler has this specific protocol that allows him to connect with nature and this network of nature.
Yes, so a lot of the people, basically, even if they don't know they are, in my field, we also study monastic traditions, like, there's a history of monastic traditions, people who are monks and nuns, and they tend to live in communities with each other and work on their spiritual growth, basically. Do things like pray a lot, study a lot. And so what I noticed about Tyler was that he lived a fairly monastic life, even though he would never know that or call it that. But he had these what I call protocols. They were physical and spiritual and mental protocols. And what I noticed was that a lot of people who were doing the same kind of work followed these protocols. And they enabled them to download information that they were interested in. They could be useful things like technologies, or other things like artistic things, projects and things like that. And so when I finished American Cosmic and it was out there, a lot of people with this ability reached out to me, and I met a lot of very incredibly successful people who were doing this their whole lives, doing similar things their whole lives. And so I interviewed them too, because I wanted to know, what's going on, what were they doing? why are they doing this? And so what I figured out, for the most part, is that religions, different traditional religions, were the traditions that held these technologies. And now I see these protocols as like body technologies or, technologies of connection. And they would enable people to be super creative and help culture in many ways. Like Teresa of Avila, as a doctor of the church, she was able to do this. She was a nun. And a lot of the tradition in the Catholic tradition, the saints, they were doing the same thing. They had these practices that enabled them, they believed, to connect to their God. But that's just because we didn't have a global society. Now we have a global society, and we can actually do analysis of what's going on when people are connecting. Harvard's done studies of people who meditate and how it changes, physiologically changes your brain structure. Yeah. So, so I think that this is, if I were to say the one thing I learned most from my work so far with UFOs is I learned about these protocols, and I've met a lot of people who do that. And that's what I'm interested in is that, because it seems to me that the other stuff is a huge distraction. Because if we could just focus on this type of thing, it would, where people, they're able to resist being distracted by the media and focus on what they actually are interested in. What are you really interested in, instead of being hung up on being distracted by stuff and consuming stuff and going on to the next thing because you're bored.
Right.
So these people are never bored.
There's this thing that creative people, specifically writers and painters, they talk about when they're trying to get into like a creative flow process of doing their work. So when they start working on something, whether it be a poem or a piece of artwork, they just start by picking up the brush and just like splattering paint everywhere. And then once they start to once time passes, they start to like get into this flow, and some people like to call it the muse, where this thing just sort of comes out of the ether, and creativity and things just flow through you without thinking.
That's right. That's it.
That's similar to what Tyler was talking about, where he has just thoughts that enter his brain that have nothing to do with memory or anything he's ever learned. They're just ideas that come out of the ether.
Yeah. So he's not the only one. There's so many of people. There's so many people like that. So yes. So to me, that's the most interesting thing. And I was, and a lot of people are very interested in it. So I gave a class on it, because, and people from all over the world took the class, and a lot of people who were doing it, because they want to know, what am I doing? Are other people doing that too?
But so the idea is that our bodies we're at the cellular level, it's all electronic, right? Like the electrons in our bodies that make up our atoms and our cells and our DNA and everything about us, and we're like 90% water. And the idea behind this is that, I'm sorry if I'm messing this up, but that our bodies are like these radio transmitters, and that like if we can treat our body the right way and eliminate all of these outside peripheral signals, that we can connect to some sort of network.
Yeah, so I've talked to a lot of people about this because, at some point my own training fails me and I need to access people who are into AI or into, that are scientists. And so I've talked to a lot of them, and there are two different kinds of theories. One is that it's like a network, right? And there was a Jesuit priest in the early 20th century who built this network. His name is Chardon. I'll tell you Chardon.
Right.
And so he described it as the Newsphere. And so he built this network when he was on the front in World War I. And, there's a lot of tension going on there. And he felt like this was going to connect with technology in the future. And he felt like, his work is interpreted in different ways. But I interpret his work as basically saying that there's almost like a new form of a human that's going to happen in the early 21st century. And he sees it as connected to this network. Yeah. And so I met a lot of people who believe this too. So he's a very well-known philosopher in communities of people who are creating AI. And so the belief systems of people who are creating AI, I interviewed them too because because really I was interviewing people who were in Silicon Valley believing in aliens and ET and reverse engineering things, you know, for American customers. Well, the whole world has shifted. AI is something that wasn't a big deal. I mean, it was a big deal in that time period, but it's now become super public. And so during the time period that American Cosmos was published in, and then this book here that I just finished, I focused on people who were in these communities of AI. And a lot of them know about this idea of the organic network that's now somewhat infiltrated with the actual other internet and how these, how your body is impacted by
competing with the internet, right?
kind of. I mean, let's put it this way. Some of them said that they do detox from the internet in order to connect to the original, I guess, network, in order to come back in code, which is so ironic. But yeah.
There's a deeper meaning here when it comes to like our evolution. We have the choice to either develop technology as a tool or develop something that is gonna make us sort of irrelevant.
Yeah.
Or trample us.
Yeah, there's like a fork in the road.
Right, a fork in the road is a good way of putting it.
Chardon saw this. It's one of his warnings, and so the person who is included in the book that is this person that we call Lulu, right? And so she's one of the major creators of AI back 20 years ago. And so she's now seeing the fruits of the things that she created, come alive in a sense. And so she's the one who explained a lot of this idea to me, and that that we do have to have a good understanding that there's a lot of talk of the danger right now of AI, and so she's saying that there's a positive aspect that we can take right now. We can utilize this and it'll be helpful. But it seems like she also believes that AI is going to be sentient.
What is the connection between this way of tuning the human body and being able to experience some of these paranormal aspects, having these paranormal experiences?
It's pretty well known in Buddhist communities of meditators and also within Catholic culture that if you pray, I mean, we're talking about the monastic traditions. If you're not Catholic, you're not going to be praying and seeing an entity or something like that, or they might, but generally no. So if you're doing this kind of practice where you're becoming sensitive to, what happens during meditative or prayer sessions, sometimes you'll see something that is like what would be called a UFO or an entity, and it might disturb you, but that's why there are communities that help each other. So that's why monks and nuns, they live together to help each other through these spiritual practices. So they would say, I know that in specific Buddhist communities, they say, that's just a distraction. That's not your goal. So if you see these things in the Catholic monastic community, you would tell your spiritual director, and they would most likely say the same thing. Don't focus on that.
Are there good and evil? Like, are there good beings and evil beings that people report?
Yeah.
And what determines whether these people experience good or evil?
Well, within the Catholic tradition, definitely they would call it good or evil. Within the Buddhist tradition, they would probably have unhelpful and helpful, right? They wouldn't put a value judgment on it, in my opinion. I am not a scholar of Buddhism, so just to be clear.
Okay.
But within the Catholic tradition, what would happen is if you started to have locutions, which you hear things or you see things, you would go to your spiritual director and you would tell that person, okay, this is happening to me, and you would work through it, and there would be tests to find out if this was a evil evil thing or a good thing, and whether we should pay attention to it. It's definitely something that has always been around in Catholic culture and is still around. So, let's take the example of sightings of the Virgin Mary. Right. So, people see the Virgin Mary, right? It's kind of an often. If you go online, they'll do maps of Virgin Mary sightings globally.
There's a bank that's right down the street from here. Years ago, there was the sprinklers went off, and it stained the glass on the side of this glass building, which was a bank, and it created this stain that looked just like the outline of the Virgin Mary, and it was all over the news. And a church ended up buying the building and making it now. It's now a church to them.
Wow, that's very
yeah.
A church bought a bank.
There would often be these stains on the windows from the sprinklers, right? They were all different kinds of shapes, but this day specifically created this shape of a Virgin Mary,